Chapter 1 Myth. Bang. In a live broadcast room, a woman clad in orange suddenly leapt up and brought her stainless steel basin down forcefully onto the head of a man dressed in yellow beside her. With the crisp sound echoing, the woman set down the basin, her face illuminating with a triumphant smile, as if she had accomplished a remarkable feat. Observing the basin, one could see that its bottom had slightly deformed, a testament to the tremendous force she had exerted moments ago. Huh. Hui, you're truly amazing. You've succeeded 3 times already. Behind this woman, a group of equally exuberant female companions clustered together, laughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the men standing behind Ye Tianchen echoed the excitement of the women, none of them caring about Ye Tianchen's feelings. Ye Tianchen gazed at the grotesque visages of the crowd before him, his anger reaching its zenith. That it had merely been a game, yet he had not anticipated such brutal treatment. They had not only struck him, but had leapt to do so, and not one had spoken up for him. Very well, since it had come to this, he would not hold back. He casually tossed his drink, which twirled through the air before landing with a thud on the table. Witnessing this, Ye Tianchen wasted no time in seizing the stainless steel basin and aimed it at Hui's head. At that moment, a man standing in the middle quickly grasped Ye Tianchen's elevated right hand. "Brother, she's just a girl. Let's talk it out instead. Just let it go." Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen's fury ignited. Where had he been all along? Now he chose to play the peacemaker? Had he not taken enough advantage of every good opportunity? Without a second thought, Ye Tianchen swiftly switched the basin to his left hand, then brought it down heavily onto Hui's head. With a resounding clang, Hui did not even have time to utter a sound before collapsing straight down. Yet this was not the end. Ye Tianchen, ablaze with rage, glared at the man who had just intervened. "How dare you? When she struck me, you remained silent, but now that I retaliate, you leap in to stop me. Who do you think you are?" With that, Ye Tianchen raised the stainless steel basin once more and swung it down hard onto the man's head. The man winced in pain and instinctively loosened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tianchen quickly transferred the basin to his right hand. Striking with his dominant hand felt so much more natural. He then raised his right arm again, mercilessly bringing the basin down upon the man's head. "Damn you. This is what you get for trying to play the good guy." Each blow resonated with a sharp and ringing clang. Only when the basin had become severely deformed did Ye Tianchen's anger begin to subside. At that moment, a throng of women encircled him, pointing fingers and vociferously condemning him. Why, Ye Tianchen, Hui is just a fragile girl. How could you be so heavy-handed? Is this how a man should behave? Indeed. Just look at what you've done to Hui. This is simply outrageous. Ye Tianchen cast a cold, indifferent glance at the group of women before focusing on the unconscious Hui on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Ye Tianchen scoffed. "Is this what you call a heavy hand? I haven't even jumped up to strike yet." At that moment, the sharp-tongued female boss finally snapped out of her shock. She shrieked, "Ye Tianchen, what madness has overtaken you? How dare you lay hands on someone here, especially a woman? Apologize to Hui immediately. Otherwise, you'll regret it." "Apologize?" Ye Tianchen looked at her with disdain. "I owe your mother an apology. What a foolish creature." Hearing Ye Tianchen's words, the female boss trembled with rage. "Ye Tianchen, are you looking to get fired?" Ye Tianchen retorted, "In such a garbage company, I truly have no desire to remain. Just looking at a boss like you is enough to soil my eyes." With that, he turned on his heel and strode toward the door. Seeing Ye Tianchen's unwillingness to back down, the female boss's face contorted with fury. In a fit of exasperation, she commanded, "You lot, stop him. How dare this lowly creature act so arrogantly when he'll never even afford a decent meal?" At her command, the group of male employees, who had been lurking nearby, immediately rolled up their sleeves. However, upon encountering Ye Tianchen's fierce gaze and recalling the ferocity he had displayed while striking earlier, they hesitated, their courage faltering. After all, a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan hardly warranted risking their lives. Sighing as he walked down the street, Ye Tianchen reflected on his circumstances. His parents had tragically perished in a car accident, and he was fortunate to have been raised by his aunt, who had supported him through university. Now that he had graduated and secured a job, it turned out to be in such a disreputable company. "Forget it," Ye Tianchen shook his head. "Can a living person be suffocated by urine? I'll just find another job." At that moment, his attention was suddenly captured by a large advertisement on a nearby screen that I am Gaga Hui. Currently playing the game Myth? 100 authenticity, play it, and you earn. Not 39,999. Not 19,999. Only 9,999 to take it home. Brothers, come challenge me. Tonight at 8 o'clock. Be there or be square. Myth? Ye Tianchen was well aware of the virtual game titled Myth. It was said to be a monumental collaboration among the world's top 5 gaming companies, boasting that it had surpassed contemporary technological standards, with a claimed authenticity level of 100%. Though Ye Tianchen was uncertain whether this so-called authenticity was genuine, the recent promotional blitz surrounding Myth had been nothing short of overwhelming. These 5 prominent companies have not only managed to invite nearly all renowned celebrities from around the globe to endorse their products, but their advertisements are also ubiquitous, achieving a level of recognition that is virtually universal. That it is no exaggeration to state that Myth has become one of the most trending and fervently discussed topics worldwide. However, the hefty price of 10,000 yuan for a gaming headset still deters many potential buyers. According to incomplete statistics, the number of individuals purchasing gaming headsets in the entire Huaxia region is approximately 100 million, leaving a substantial number still contemplating their decision. While 10,000 yuan may not seem exorbitant, it is certainly a significant amount, yet it is still within reach for those determined enough to make the sacrifice. If a smartphone can fetch such a price, why should a gaming headset, boasting 100 realism, not command a similar value? Should the gaming company's claims of 100 realism prove accurate post-launch, the number of purchasers would likely surge dramatically. Nevertheless, Ye Tianchen currently finds himself unable to afford the gaming headset, possessing only 500 yuan, which he meticulously conserves to navigate through the month. Moreover, having recently graduated, he certainly cannot impose upon his aunt for financial assistance, thus increasing her burden. At that moment, Ye Tianchen's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he was greeted by the bold letters Zhao Zilong. A smile crept upon his face. Zhao Zilong was a childhood friend, someone he had played with since they were young. However, Zhao Zilong chose not to pursue higher education, instead opting to venture into society early on. After a period of hard work, he successfully opened a small internet CAF, which has been doing reasonably well. Hello, General Zilong. Do you require my assistance? Ye Tianchen answered that on the other end. Zhao Zilong's familiar and hearty laughter rang out. Haha, isn't your birthday just around the corner? I prepared a gift for you. It should have arrived by now. Remember to pick it up? What gift? Why send it in advance? Ye Tianchen inquired, somewhat puzzled. You'll find out once you see it. After hanging up, Ye Tianchen promptly retrieved the package, which was a beautifully wrapped gift box. With the gift box in hand, he returned to his modest rented apartment. The space was not large, feeling rather cramped, and the furnishings were quite outdated and simple, yet Ye Tianchen paid it no mind. After all, with a monthly rent of merely 400 yuan, it was quite affordable in the second-tier city, so he felt no right to complain. Filled with curiosity, Ye Tianchen opened the gift box, revealing a headset-like object within. Goodness, this is truly remarkable. It is indeed a gaming headset. Ye Tianchen's eyes widened in astonishment that a headset priced at 10,000 yuan is an exceedingly valuable gift. General Zilong, you rascal, truly, you are a wonderful brother. Ye Tianchen was overwhelmed with excitement, having long been passionate about the concept of 100 realism in gaming, that he immediately laid down on his bed and activated the device. As his brainwaves connected, his information was swiftly recorded. Name: Ye Tianchen. Age: 22. Identification number: 654534. A faint glimmer flickered, and Ye Tianchen felt a momentary daze before his consciousness was transported into the realm of the game. Chapter 2: Awakening. Supreme Talent. A series of magnificent and awe-inspiring images surged before Ye Tianchen's eyes like a relentless tide. In the primordial chaos, amidst a shroud of obscurity, stood a colossal figure, a formidable titan towering to unimaginable heights. This giant was exceedingly robust, akin to an insurmountable mountain, grasping an immense axe that radiated a chilling, heart-stopping gleam. Suddenly, the giant swung the colossal axe with great force, cleaving through the chaos. In an instant, a blinding arc of light erupted, its momentum akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, stretching endlessly. With this earth-shattering strike, the world was cleaved asunder. Pure essence ascended to form the heavens, while turbid energy descended to coalesce into the earth, thus birthing the cosmos. In the depths of boundless darkness, a breathtaking being with the head of a woman and the body of a serpent stood resolute. Her eyes sparkled like the Milky Way, and her visage was breathtakingly beautiful, truly unparalleled in the world. With a graceful wave of her hand, countless beams of light shot forth like meteors, scattering rapidly and ultimately transforming into brilliant stars, embellishing the infinite. Darkness like the most resplendent pearls of the night sky. To the east, a divine dragon, radiant with azure light and exuding auspicious brilliance, spiraled gracefully through the air. Its scales shimmered with a golden hue, while its whiskers danced in the wind, seemingly capable of stirring the very elements. Each sweep of its tail conjured forth a tempest, the force of which was truly formidable. To the west, a white tiger roared defiantly. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and the malevolent aura it exhaled billowed forth like dark smoke, causing all in its vicinity to tremble. To the north, a colossal black turtle treaded the void with deliberate grace. Its shell, impervious and ancient, was inscribed with arcane symbols that seemed to harbor boundless power. Each step it took caused a subtle tremor in the void, as if the very world quaked beneath its weight. The south, a divine bird engulfed in raging flames, soared high into the sky. Its feathers blazed with an intensity that dazzled the eye, and with each flap of its wings, waves of heat surged forth, transforming all in its path into a sea of fire. The four sacred beasts simultaneously unleashed powerful divine patterns, intertwining to form a resplendent barrier of light. Upon this luminous tapestry, peculiar energy waves rippled outward, causing the endless chaos to dissipate under the onslaught of this formidable power. As the images gradually faded, Ye Tianchen found himself within a grand hall shrouded in ethereal mist, a breathtaking edifice soaring into the clouds. The walls of the hall were adorned with intricately carved murals depicting various awe-inspiring scenes. The figures within those murals were vividly lifelike, the settings so realistic that they seemed poised to leap forth from the walls at any moment. This is why Ye Tianchen stood transfixed in the center of the grand hall, his gaze still lingering on the astonishing scenes that had just unfolded. The game's CG truly this magnificent? At that moment, a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended from the dome of the hall. This radiant column resembled a celestial pathway, emanating a dazzling brilliance that captivated the senses. Within this resplendent light, a charming little sprite, akin to a delicate sculpture of jade, lay peacefully asleep, her lips rosy and teeth pearly white. With a gentle tremor, the sprite slowly opened her gem-like, crystalline eyes. She blinked softly, as if acclimatizing to her surroundings. Soon after, the sprite fluttered her gossamer wings, shimmering with iridescent hues, and gracefully emerged from the light. She danced joyfully around Ye Tianchen, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells. "Greetings, destined one. I am your guiding sprite, here to lead you." Guiding sprite? Having played several games before, Ye Tianchen was no stranger to guiding sprites. Curiously, he regarded the diminutive creature before him. "You're not here to teach me how to recharge, are you?" "Of course not." The sprite shook her head emphatically. "Mythology has no recharge system. I am here to assist you in awakening your talents, so follow me." With that, the sprite extended her slender, delicate hand, grasping one of Ye Tianchen's fingers, and led him to an enormous stone tablet. This monumental slab towered into the clouds, etched with an intricate tapestry of ancient and mysterious runes and symbols. The sprite halted before the tablet, turning to face Ye Tianchen with a serious expression. "Destined one, please gently place your palm upon this stone tablet. By doing so, you shall successfully awaken your innate talents." Heeding her words, Ye Tianchen slowly pressed his right palm against the cold surface of the stone. At the moment his hand made contact, a tremendous force erupted from within the tablet. In an instant, the entire hall was illuminated by a spectacular, multicolored beam of light, enveloping Ye Tianchen entirely. As time passed, Ye Tianchen stood still, feeling the wondrous energy coursing through him. Finally, after what felt like a brief yet eternal wait, a series of clear and legible characters began to materialize upon the stone tablet. Supreme talent. Limit of power. For every point of life gained, 1 point of attack power is increased. Chapter 3. Why can't I take off my pants? Poor reviews. A simple introduction left Ye Tianchen utterly astonished. Goodness, this talent is extraordinary. He widened his eyes in disbelief. It is well known that in any game, the health attribute consistently boasts the highest numerical value among all attributes. With each additional point of health, one would gain an equivalent point in attack power, rendering him invincible. I'm about to soar. Ye Tianchen's heart swelled with joy. If he couldn't rise with such a talent, he might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. You have actually awakened a supreme level talent. The little sprite beside him covered her mouth with both hands. Her round eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Ye Tianchen. What? Is this supreme level talent rare? Ye Tianchen asked, somewhat astonished by the sprite's reaction. It was surprising that this little creature could be so shocked. The sprite nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and excitedly declared, this supreme level talent is 1 in 100 million, incredibly rare. Talents are classified into 6 tiers: human, earth, heaven, immortal, divine, and supreme. Your talent is of the highest tier, supreme. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled. 1 in 100 million? He was truly destined to soar. At that moment, the sprite fluttered her wings gracefully and hovered before Ye Tianchen, speaking once more. Esteemed Chosen One, there are 5 hours remaining until the official launch of the game. Please bestow a resounding name upon your character. Naming? Ye Tianchen furrowed his brow. He always found naming to be the most challenging aspect of gaming. After a moment's thought, he casually suggested Daddy. The sprite shook her head. I'm sorry. That name is already taken. Grandfather, what can you do about it? I'm sorry. That name is already taken. Riding a pig through the world. I'm sorry. That name is already taken. Night raid on the widow's village. I'm sorry. That name is already taken. Damn it. Ye Tianchen was fuming. He despised this the most. Every name was taken. I'm sorry. That name is already taken. Ye Tianchen's expression faltered, and he slumped in defeat. With so many players in Huaxia, finding a name was indeed quite challenging. After adjusting his mood slightly, he casually proposed another name, Tianchen. This time, the goddess of fortune seemed to have finally smiled upon him. Congratulations, you have successfully named your character. Ye Tianchen's eyes lit up. He had succeeded. Please select your pain sensitivity, with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 100. Naturally, Ye Tianchen chose 5. He was not a masochist. Why would he seek out suffering? However, those who cried tears over a mere peach or a wooden thorn would likely find this game unsuitable. Women were stronger than them. You have selected 5 pain sensitivity. Every time you level up by 10, your pain sensitivity will automatically increase by 20 until it reaches 100. Ye Tianchen's eyes widened in astonishment. Did this mean that upon reaching level 50, the sensation of pain would automatically escalate to 100? How could the game developers possibly implement such a feature? Was it to be through electric shocks? That seemed rather inhumane. With a heart full of questions, Ye Tianchen decisively exited the game after completing the character creation process. Myth would not commence its server operation until 8 p.m., leaving over 4 hours to wait. As Ye Tianchen vanished from sight, the little sprite glanced around and then fluttered up to the beam of the Grand Hall. Spotting a parcel on the beam, the sprite rubbed its cheeks and giggled, finally free to depart from this place. A new life awaited. With that, the sprite, clutching the parcel, soared to the spot where Ye Tianchen had disappeared, vanishing in an instant. Only half an hour remained until the game's launch. Ye Tianchen retrieved a large bowl and placed 2 packets of instant noodles within. After a moment's thought, he added another packet of noodles along with 2 sausages. The opening of the game represented a prime opportunity for profit. Seizing this moment could potentially earn him enough to purchase a gaming headset. Thus, he resolved to remain online for as long as possible. Devouring the noodles with fervor, Ye Tianchen reclined in bed and activated his device. Just 10 seconds remained until the game's commencement. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The game has begun. Wishing you an enjoyable experience. As these words echoed in his ears, Ye Tianchen felt himself enveloped in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a quaint village reminiscent of a hidden paradise. The village was nestled amongst lush green hills, bordered by a crystal-clear stream. Before he could take in his surroundings, the system's voice chimed in his ears. Ding! Welcome to Myth. You have been born in Novice Village number 9527. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience. Ding! Another gentle chime followed. Congratulations on being the first player to enter the game. You have been rewarded with a precious in-game item, the Dragon Head Mask. The Dragon Head Mask? Ye Tianchen felt a surge of excitement and hastily opened his inventory to retrieve it. The mask presented a mysterious and majestic black hue, crafted with exquisite detail and smooth, natural lines. It was adorned with a lifelike dragon's head, its eyes emanating a soft glow. He examined the attributes of the Dragon Head Mask. Dragon Head Mask, non-tradable, cannot be discarded, will never drop, and is indestructible. Isn't it a divine artifact? Ye Tianchen felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he quickly dismissed his concerns. Despite the mask lacking any attributes, it was undeniably striking. With that thought, Ye Tianchen unhesitatingly donned the Dragon Head Mask. In a world of myth, players could not alter their appearance at will. All character models were generated through a 100 scan of the player's real-life visage. Thus, donning a mask can effectively prevent other players from easily discerning one's true identity. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen crouched down and scooped up a handful of earth. The soft, moist soil slipped through his fingers, each grain distinctly visible. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Could this game truly be so remarkable? Meanwhile, the previously tranquil space was suddenly inundated with radiant beams of white light. Accompanied by the incessant flashes, countless players began to materialize. In an instant, gasps of awe, cheers, and skeptical murmurs reverberated throughout the square. Incredible! This game feels astonishingly real, akin to another world. Indeed, observe the soil. Each grain is distinctly defined, and the air is 1,000 times superior to that of reality. This investment of 10,000 is truly worthwhile. I am a 36D, seeking companionship. The Bloodhand Guild is recruiting. Join us in the Bloodhand Guild, and we shall elevate you to new heights. As more players flooded into the game, the square grew increasingly boisterous. Of course, not all attention was focused in the same direction. A frail male player stood in place, frantically attempting to remove his trousers. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the pants remained stubbornly affixed to his body, as though they were a second skin, impervious to his tugging. What the hell? Wasn't he promised that the realism was at 100? Why can't I ever take off my pants? This is unacceptable, the man exclaimed in exasperation. Ignoring the pantless individual, Ye Tianchen surveyed the bustling crowd and opened his character panel. Chapter 4. May I return it? Name, Tianchen. Level, 0. Occupation, health, 100. Mana, 100. Physical attack, 110. Magical attack, 100. Skill, Celestialite technique. Allows the user to view monster attributes. The closer the level difference to the monster, the more attributes that can be viewed. Supreme talent, ultimate strength. Each point of health increases attack power by 1. Such exaggerated talents and attributes left Ye Tianchen astounded by his own status panel. Every attribute exceeded 100. The health and mana of others, akin to his own, should be comparable. As for attack power, typically without any special talents, a common player's initial attack would be merely 10 points, significantly lower than his. This meant that at the onset of the game, he possessed the capacity to eliminate foes with a single strike. Furthermore, the attack power included both physical and magical attacks. Did this imply that he could pursue a dual cultivation of both? Perhaps not. Acquiring skills would likely be bound by occupational restrictions. It was certain that his talent would preclude him from selecting a mage profession. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen opened the Novice Gift Pack, which contained 4 pieces of beginner equipment. Novice Sword, Strength 1, non-tradable, non-discardable, never drops, never wears out. Novice Bow, Strength 1, non-tradable, non-discardable, never drops, never wears out. Novice clothing. Constitution 1. Non-tradable, non-discardable, never drops, never wears out. Novice pants. Constitution 1. Non-tradable, non-discardable, never drops, never wears out. Strength? Constitution? Observing the attributes granted by the equipment, Ye Tianchen stroked his chin, pondering how these bonuses were calculated. In the realm of myth, there existed 4 primary attributes: Constitution, Spirit, Strength, and Intelligence. Constitution influenced health, with each point of Constitution adding 10 points to health. Spirit affected mana, with each point of Spirit contributing 10 points to mana. Strength influenced physical attack, with each point of Strength adding 1 point to physical attack. Intelligence determined magical attack, with each point of Intelligence adding 1 point to magical attack. At that moment, a small sprite unexpectedly appeared from nowhere. Ye Tianchen nodded in understanding. Upon seeing the sprite, he felt no surprise. After all, didn't typical games feature sprites guiding players for a while? Hee. From this day forth, you shall be my master. The sprite fluttered her large, glistening eyes, gazing at Ye Tianchen with eager anticipation. Master, please give me a name. Ding. Please name the sprite. Another naming task. Ye Tianchen smacked his forehead. May I return it? Upon hearing this, the sprite placed her hands on her hips. Her lips pursed in displeasure as she glared at Ye Tianchen, exclaiming loudly, I have resolved to follow you with great difficulty. Others would desire this too. Ye Tianchen was taken aback, gazing at the sprite in astonishment. Are you implying that others do not have guiding sprites? The small sprite nodded vigorously, puffing out her chest with pride. Of course, she exclaimed. Gaining the approval of our little sprites is quite a challenge. Aside from those with supreme talents, others must rely on sheer luck. That is acceptable. Ye Tianchen nodded, smiling as he suggested, How about I call you emergency food? The sprite pouted, indignant. I am not mere emergency food. She scrutinized the sprite from head to toe, her gaze ultimately settling on her hair. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she declared, Then how about I call you Little White? What? Little White? That is far too casual and dismissive. Upon hearing this name, the sprite immediately pouted, grumbling with reluctance. Yet, despite her dissatisfaction with the name, she had little choice. It was certainly better than being called emergency food. Thus, she begrudgingly accepted it. The sprite gently pressed her small, jade-like hand against Ye Tianchen's forehead. In that instant, a brilliant light erupted. Ye Tianchen was startled by this sudden turn of events. Such a commotion would surely attract a fair amount of enmity. Meanwhile, not far from Ye Tianchen stood 3 flamboyantly dressed young men with hair dyed in various colors. One of them, sporting pink hair, fixated his gaze on Ye Tianchen before turning to the man with yellow hair standing in the middle. Third brother, that guy's mask looks somewhat handsome. The yellow-haired man, known as Zhang San, stroked his chin, examining the mask on Ye Tianchen's face. Indeed, it is quite impressive. We are all newcomers in this game world. Why should he possess such a stylish mask? As these thoughts lingered in Zhang San's mind, an idea gradually took shape. He smacked his thigh decisively. Let us seize it. Seize it? The green-haired Wang Wu looked at Zhang San, intrigued. Yes, we shall seize it. The 3 of them were, in reality, just petty delinquents with a penchant for mischief. Now, in this virtual gaming world, they felt utterly unrestrained. After all, there were no moral standards or laws here, and some individuals even pilfered from NPCs' homes without hesitation. What did it matter if they snatched a mask? As the radiant light gradually dimmed and finally ceased, a crisp notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully contracted a sprite. Ye Tianchen opened his personal interface to find a new sprite space added. How peculiar. He surveyed his surroundings. He initially believed he would attract a crowd, yet the other players appeared oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. Just as Ye Tianchen was engulfed in confusion, a soothing voice reached his ears. Master, do not fret. The others cannot perceive my presence. Only you can see me. Enlightenment washed over Ye Tianchen as he grasped the situation. Subsequently, he donned his novice gear, preparing to embark on his leveling journey. At that moment, his attire bore no attributes, serving merely to provide modesty. Upon equipping the novice gear, his health surged to 120 points, and his physical attack soared to 131 points. The novice bow, a two-handed weapon, could not synergize with the novice sword. Once outfitted, Ye Tianchen swiftly made his way toward the outskirts of the village. Eager to level up, with so many players around, he feared he would miss the chance to engage with the monsters. As he moved, Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Wu stealthily trailed behind him. Chapter 5. 3 against 1. Advantage is mine. The moment Ye Tianchen stepped out of the village, the cacophony of crowing roosters filled his ears. Gazing outward, he beheld the lush green meadow at the village entrance, densely populated with vibrantly colored native chickens. These fowls were astonishingly plump, their sizes several times larger than those in reality, towering at nearly half a human height. One must admit, the realism of the game myth is indeed remarkable. The feathers of these chickens were distinctly visible, smooth and supple, as if they were real. Such succulent chickens would surely make for a delectable soup. Alas, it was merely a game. Without hesitation, Ye Tianchen employed his heavenly eye on one of the chickens. Angry hen. Level. Grade. Common health. 100 attack power. 12. The attributes of this hen were rather unimpressive. Ye Tianchen swiftly advanced, swinging his sword down. Critical hit. -100. With a flash of cold light and a muffled thud, the hen's head was severed, and hot blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the surrounding grass a deep crimson. Almost simultaneously, a blue light shot from the hen's carcass, soaring directly into Ye Tianchen's body. Ding! You have slain Angry Hen, earning 1 experience point. What the hell? Is it really this realistic? Blood actually flows, and it's red. Staring at the bloody ground, Ye Tianchen's eyes widened. If this is the case, then in future wild PKs, killing would surely. Shaking his head at the thought, Ye Tianchen mused that such a game might never pass the review. Just then, 3 sneaky male players surrounded him. The one with dyed yellow hair, Zhang San, greedily eyed the mask adorning Ye Tianchen's face, a malicious grin creeping across his lips. Hey kid, where did you get that mask? It looks quite stylish. Hand it over for me to take a look. Standing beside Zhang San, Li Si chimed in, Yeah, hurry up and give it to us, or we'll just kill you and take it. Wang Wu, holding his head high, proclaimed, Yellow-hair brother is the boss of Nanhu Street. Wanting your mask is a compliment. Don't be ungrateful. They were 3 against 1, and all were equipped with novice gear. There was no way they could lose. The advantage was theirs. Damn it, they're trying to rob me. Ye Tianchen was instantly enraged. In reality, he was bold and decisive. There was no way he would tolerate such affront in the game. He immediately swung his sword towards Zhang San. Zhang San, incredulous, gazed at Ye Tianchen. After all, they were 3. How dare this kid? A glimmer of cold light flashed, followed by a chilling tearing sound as Zhang San's body was abruptly severed at the waist. Critical hit. -100. Zhang San screamed in agony. Even a mere 5 of pain is far from pleasant, and being bisected is an excruciating experience. Vivid crimson blood erupted like a breached dam, splattering everywhere, filling the air with a pungent scent of iron. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang San's lifeless form disintegrated into a radiant white light, vanishing before one's eyes. Witnessing the spectacle, Ye Tianchen's complexion paled as he thought, Goodness, is it truly that terrifying? They can actually sever a person in 2. How did this game pass inspection? Fortunately, the corpse disappeared almost immediately. Otherwise, the scene would have been gruesomely vivid. Nonetheless, the horror was palpable. After all, it involved bisecting a human being. For those with a timid disposition, such a sight could easily lead to nightmares. Yet, Ye Tianchen possessed a commendable fortitude. His pallor faded swiftly as he regained his composure. After all, it was merely a game, not an act of murder. At that moment, the other 2 individuals were left in a state of shock, petrified by Zhang San's gruesome end. They stared at Ye Tianchen with unbridled terror, trembling uncontrollably, their words stumbling forth. One of them stammered, Why you? You actually killed Brother Zhang? They were mere small-time thugs, unaccustomed to such macabre displays. Ye Tianchen regarded them with disdain. It was just a game, and their feeble courage hardly qualified them to attempt robbery. Yes, it is merely a game. Brother San is not dead. Upon hearing Ye Tianchen's words, the two gradually regained their composure. The preceding scene had felt so realistic that they had genuinely believed Zhang San was deceased. However, just as they were beginning to recover, Ye Tianchen's form flickered, and his sword glinted menacingly. In the blink of an eye, they had no opportunity to react as Ye Tianchen dispatched them effortlessly, sending each back to the resurrection point as if they were mere poultry. The act of eliminating these foes stirred no remorse within Ye Tianchen. Since they had attempted to rob him, it was only fitting that he retaliate. Moreover, it was merely a game. If slaying in a game equated to murder, then nearly every gamer would be deemed a villain, an executioner. In reality, I am meek, but in the game, I am unyielding. At this juncture, players began to emerge from the novice village in droves. Ye Tianchen wasted no time. He transformed into a relentless harbinger of death, wielding his sword with precision, each swing claiming another life. The experience for slaying a single chicken was a mere 1 point, while leveling up required 100 points. Thus, he needed to vanquish 100 chickens to attain the next level. Nonetheless, this posed no challenge for Ye Tianchen. With an impressive attack power of 131, he had no need for concern. He simply sought out foes to strike. Before long, as Ye Tianchen delivered his 100th blow, a radiant light enveloped him, signifying his ascension. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Spirit 1, and you have also gained 5 free attribute points. Finally, he had leveled up. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ye Tianchen's eyes. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization, lamenting how he had forgotten to accept the quest. He concluded that completing the task before battling monsters would undoubtedly expedite his leveling up. With this thought in mind, Ye Tianchen hurriedly sprinted towards the village. Chapter 6. Mechanisms of Harm. A game of new era. Before long, Ye Tianchen spotted a modest dwelling not far ahead, where a middle-aged woman clad in coarse linen stood anxiously scanning her surroundings, seemingly in desperate need of assistance. With a heart full of compassion, Ye Tianchen hurried over and inquired, "Good aunt, is there anything I can assist you with?" Upon seeing Ye Tianchen, the woman exclaimed, "At last, a kind-hearted soul has arrived. Young man, I wish to make a new winter garment, but I require some duck down for that. Could you possibly fetch some for me?" Ding! Would you like to accept the quest? Collect duck down? Of course I accept. It would be foolish to decline a quest. Ye Tianchen promptly chose to accept it. Ding! You have accepted the quest. Collect duck down. Quest details. Assist Antly in gathering 30 units of duck down. There are flocks of ducks outside the village from which you can collect the down. Quest rewards, 100 experience points, 30 copper coins. 30 copper coins? Ye Tianchen's eyes brightened at the sight of the quest rewards. The drop rate in Myth is notoriously low. He had just slain 100 chickens without a single piece of equipment dropping, and only 5 copper coins had been yielded. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the outskirts of the village. At that moment, the chicken farm was bustling with players. Often, a newly spawned chicken would be swiftly dispatched by several swords, sending it to its demise in an instant. The experience points were awarded solely to the player who landed the final blow. As for the dropped items, well, why not be quick? What the heck? Only 1 experience point for killing a chicken? It took me ages to secure one. At this rate, I might as well be waiting until the next lunar year. Complaints echoed throughout the chicken farm. Currently, the game had yet to establish any character classes, and no NPCs could be found in the novice village to assist players in transitioning to different roles. Everyone was left wielding their novice swords to slay monsters, resulting in painfully low efficiency. However, Ye Tianchen had yet to encounter anyone else capable of decapitating chickens as he could. After a further stretch of running, Ye Tianchen finally arrived at the edge of a serene lake. The water shimmered like a verdant emerald embedded in the earth, as gentle breezes caressed its surface, creating ripples that danced in the light, lending an ethereal quality to the scene. A group of joyful ducks frolicked in the water, splashing crystalline droplets that sparkled in the sun. This was far more enchanting than any so-called 5-star attractions in the real world. The air was more refreshing than reality, and if tourism were developed here, it would undoubtedly thrive. As he admired the beautiful scenery, Ye Tianchen mused, this is merely a novice village. I can only imagine what breathtaking vistas await beyond its borders. In reality, one might spend thousands on travel, only to arrive and find disappointment. Yet in this game, such concerns were non-existent. Rather than squandering money in the real world, one could explore and experience the wonders of this game, where the realism is a full 100. Moreover, many individuals in reality struggle with physical limitations, mobility issues, or lack of time that prevent them from traveling. In the realm of gaming, none of these concerns pose any challenge. Even if one were an elderly individual within the confines of the game, they could traverse with remarkable agility. From the comfort of one's home, one can bask in the splendor of breathtaking vistas. Investing $99.99 in a gaming headset is undoubtedly a bargain. Thus, it is evident that the Myth gaming headset is poised for tremendous success. Contemplating this, Ye Tianchen's resolve to thrive within Myth grew even stronger. A larger populace signifies a vast market. As long as development is favorable, financial matters would hardly be an obstacle. Strolling along the lakeside, Ye Tianchen stumbled upon a group of ducks resting by the shore. These ducks were significantly larger than the local chickens. To his surprise, he noticed that someone had already arrived at this location ahead of him. Damn, these ducks deal considerable damage, taking 1/5 of my health in a single hit. A short-statured youth lamented. Another slightly plump young man concurred. Indeed, and their health is substantial, with defenses far superior to that of local chickens. It's truly difficult to take them down without at least 3 players. A tall young man interjected, enough complaining, aim for their heads. Striking there seems to trigger a critical hit, resulting in greater damage. All right, is it really that challenging? Listening to their conversation, Ye Tianchen promptly utilized his clairvoyance to assess the attributes of the ducks. Jean's Mud Duck, level 2, rank, common health, 300 attack power, 22. Wow, the increase is substantial. Ye Tianchen's eyes widened. This was truly a level 2 monster. No wonder those 3 found it difficult to combat. Next, Ye Tianchen shifted his gaze to another direction, where he spotted a solitary figure diligently battling monsters to level up. The man, wielding a bow, released an arrow that struck the duck, inflicting over 50 points of damage. Seizing the opportunity while the duck approached, he loosed 2 more arrows. As the duck drew near, he swiftly switched to a long sword and executed a powerful slash against the duck's slender neck. Instantly, damage exceeding 100 points appeared. Simultaneously, a gash manifested on the duck's neck. As the duck reacted, the man deftly evaded its attack with an elegant roll. He then struck again, landing a decisive blow that felled the duck. This sequence of actions was fluid and seamless, leaving Ye Tianchen envious. This individual must have been an experienced gamer. Furthermore, Ye Tianchen surmised that the man possessed a talent that augmented his attack power. In the early stages of the game, such a talent undoubtedly provided a significant advantage, allowing players to navigate various monsters with ease. In contrast, talents that require time to cultivate and develop would find themselves at a disadvantage. However, Ye Tianchen was not among them. Although his talent also necessitated growth, it was not particularly weak in the early game. Having leveled up, Ye Tianchen received 5 attribute points, which he promptly allocated entirely to his constitution. 1 point in constitution for him equated to 10 points in strength and 10 points in intelligence for others. Under such advantageous attributes, it would be folly for him to invest in anything else. Name, Tianchen, level, 1 health, 180, mana, 110, physical attack, 192, magical attack, 191. Ye Tianchen stepped forward, unwavering, and swung his long sword with a fierce gust of wind towards the neck of a duck. In an instant, a flash of sword light appeared, followed by a muffled thud, as the duck's head fell, akin to a ripe fruit, rolling onto the ground. Critical hit, minus 300. Ding, killed Jean's Mud Duck, gained 2 experience points. Was it truly that easy? Ye Tianchen's eyes widened. Contemplating, he approached another duck. Once again, he raised his long sword and struck forcefully, the blade slicing directly into the duck's body. -187. A damage number appeared. After the duck pecked at him once, Ye Tianchen swung again, this time aiming for the duck's foot. Dash 99. The duck's foot was severed, and another damage number emerged. Ye Tianchen stroked his chin, gradually gaining insight. No wonder there was no defense attribute. It seemed that each part of the body had different defensive values. Striking a critical area dealt significantly more damage, while inflicting wounds on non-vital parts resulted in minimal damage. He then noted the duck, now limping on one foot, its movements noticeably slowed, indicating that losing a foot indeed affected its speed. Moreover, a special marker indicating injury and continuous bleeding appeared above its head. Dash 5. Dash 5. Dash 5. Under the relentless onslaught of the bleeding effect, the duck's blood flowed profusely until it succumbed to its wounds. If that was the case, he could have targeted the duck's foot from the outset, making the battle much easier. No, that can't be right. Realizing this, Ye Tianchen shook his head. Other players struggled to even decapitate a chicken, let alone sever a duck's foot. Why was he capable of such feats? With a decisive swing, he beheaded another duck, pondering whether this might be related to his attack power. His strength far surpassed that of others, enabling him to execute such strikes. The previous player, who possessed enhanced attack capabilities, had also managed to inflict a wound, further corroborating his hypothesis. No wonder this game received approval. It appeared that others simply could not achieve his level of prowess. Was this game truly this realistic? Ye Tianchen felt a surge of astonishment. It truly deserved its reputation as a groundbreaking game. Chapter 7. An Incalculable Paralysis. Upon confirming the damage mechanics of the game, Ye Tianchen was filled with immense joy. Such a realistic game, even if other aspects fell short, would undoubtedly attract a vast number of players. After all, for avid gamers, the ability to immerse themselves in a virtual world and experience an almost tangible reality is undeniably alluring. If he played well, he would assuredly profit. Bending down, Ye Tianchen picked up a clump of duck down that had fallen to the ground. Duck down, quest item, not usable. Without hesitation, he plunged into the cacophony of quacking ducks, activating his unparalleled mowing mode. While others needed to tread cautiously, guarding against the duck's attacks, he had no such concerns. For a single sword strike could dispatch them instantly. Wow, brother, look, there's a superhero, exclaimed a short young man, his mouth agape in astonishment. The slightly plump youth beside him was also taken aback, wondering if he might be cheating. However, the taller youth shook his head, calmly analyzing the situation. Look at that player over there. He is also soloing ducks. I suspect this person has a higher attack attribute than him. Simultaneously, the player valiantly battling monsters on the other side noticed the commotion surrounding Ye Tianchen. Watching him effortlessly execute ducks, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His own talent was a human-level gift, strength of a bull, which granted an additional 50 attack power. Yet, as levels increased, this talent became increasingly lackluster, only useful in the novice village. Once he left the village, it would be rendered useless. Moreover, in Myth, one could not delete their character to start new. Each player had but a single opportunity to create a game character. Thus, he aimed to leverage this early talent to gain an advantage, only to discover someone even more formidable. Observing Ye Tianchen as effortless slaying of ducks akin to mowing grass, the player scoffed internally, thinking, humph, this guy only appears impressive for now, merely because he has persisted a bit longer than I have. In the later stages of the game, won't he too become a worthless talent? After some time, Ye Tianchen finally ceased his slaughter, slowly bending down to gather the scattered duck down from the ground. At this moment, the quantity he had collected had reached a total of 60 units. To level up from 1 to 2 required 200 experience points, originally. Slaying 50 ducks plus the quest rewards would suffice for an upgrade. However, considering he had already defeated 50 ducks, killing another 10 would pose no issue and would allow him to test whether he could complete 2 quests. Ye Tianchen hastily returned to the novice village, serendipitously encountering Aunt Li, who had just exited the village. He quickly approached her, taking rapid strides, and presented the 60 units of duck down from his backpack into her hands. Child, you've done exceptionally well. Aunt Li beamed warmly upon receiving the duck down. Here, this is your reward. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. of collecting duck down. Due to your exceptional performance, you have earned 100 experience points, 30 copper coins, and an additional piece of equipment. Silk garment. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your constitution, strength, intelligence, and spirit have each increased by 1, and you have also received 5 free attribute points. Oh, equipment? Ye Tianchen's face lit up with joy as he opened his backpack, revealing a garment lying inside. Silk garment, level 2. Quality, common attributes, constitution 2. Wearing requirement, durability, 100. Ye Tianchen hastily changed out of his novice attire, allocating all 5 attribute points to his constitution. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, distinctly aware that his body had grown significantly stronger. Name, Tianchen, level 2. Class, health, 250 mana, 120. Physical attack, 263. Magical attack, 262. Aunt Li, who had acquired the duck down, no longer paid attention to Ye Tianchen, indicating that she was no longer able to accept quests. Thus, Ye Tianchen decided to explore the novice village for other tasks. However, after wandering around, he discovered that every NPC was surrounded by players, with even the village's big yellow dog being besieged by a throng of individuals seeking quests. This is a game that simulates reality 100, so it is impossible for players to overlap. Ye Tianchen realized he could not simply push through. Had Aunt Li not emerged earlier, he might not have been able to submit his task at all. Alas, it seemed he would have to resort to monster hunting to level up. With a resigned shake of his head, Ye Tianchen exited the novice village. In no time, he found himself back at the familiar lakeside. I believe I previously spotted other monsters in the water. As Ye Tianchen muttered to himself, he gazed towards the lake's surface. Sure enough, he saw a group of jet-black fish swimming leisurely in the water. Black fish, level 3, quality, common health, 500 attack, 33, skill, bubble, launches a bubble, dealing 100 magical damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Wow, this little monster has a skill. Ye Tianchen's eyes widened. Although the skill's damage bonus was not high, its name suggested it was a ranged attack. Next, Ye Tianchen turned his attention to another type of creature in the lake. Electric eel, level 4, quality, common health, 700, magical attack, 45, skill, electric cannon, fires an electric cannon, dealing 100 magical damage, with a 5 chance of stunning the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. The lake was teeming with electric eels, their bodies shimmering with ominous blue arcs of electricity, sending chills down one's spine with just a glance. Another ranged monster. Ye Tianchen furrowed his brow. Deciding to give it a try, he stood on the shore, equipped with a novice bow, and loosed an arrow. Though he had no prior experience with archery, the density of the creatures in the water ensured that a random shot would likely find its mark. As time progressed, and he dispatched several monsters, Ye Tianchen's frown deepened. This approach was untenable. He was unable to collect the loot that was dropped. The creatures resided in the water, and naturally, their spoils lay beneath the surface. Only by entering the water could he obtain them. However, the thought of plunging into the lake, teeming with electric eels, sent a shiver down his spine. Although the chance of being paralyzed by an electric eel strike was a mere 5, the sheer number of these creatures posed a significant risk. With so many electric eels congregated, who could guarantee they wouldn't be unfortunate enough to be stunned by one? If he were to be incapacitated, returning to the surface might become impossible. Hastily, he distanced himself from the lake. Fearing the dangers, he resolved to abandon this endeavor. Surely, there were other monsters of levels 3 or 4 within the novice village. Otherwise, how could he proceed? The creatures in the lake were formidable, even for Ye Tianchen, let alone for others. He promptly set off in search of different adversaries. Chapter 8. An exuberance of freedom. After traversing the shimmering, crystal-clear lake, Ye Tianchen stepped into an expansive, boundless forest. As he gazed into the distance, he was greeted by a verdant and vibrant panorama. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, he was captivated by a towering tree. Beneath its boughs stood a young girl clad in red, her demeanor betraying a sense of urgency as she glanced around anxiously. Ah, Is this not a task delivered right to my doorstep? Ye Tianchen thought gleefully, his feet propelling him towards the girl with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before her, his face adorned with a warm smile as he inquired, "Little one, have you encountered some troubles? Do you need your older brother's assistance?" Startled by his question, the girl paused momentarily before eagerly nodding. Her eyes filled with hope as she replied, "Recently, a wretched band of goblins has emerged from who knows where, invading our village and plundering mercilessly. Many villagers' painstakingly crafted clubs have been stolen. Big brother, could you help me retrieve the villagers' clubs?" Ding! Would you like to accept the quest? Retrieve the villagers' clubs? Fear not. Dear girl, I shall take care of it. Ding! You have accepted the quest. Retrieve the villagers' clubs. Retrieve the villagers' clubs. Quest details. A band of malevolent goblins resides in the woods outside the village, frequently harassing the villagers. Defeat the goblins and collect 10 clubs from them. Quest reward, 300 experience points, 1 silver coin. With the quest accepted, Ye Tianchen made his way toward the goblins. Not far ahead, he spotted a group of green, vile creatures. As he drew nearer, their grotesque appearance became apparent. Indeed, these beings were the very epitome of repulsiveness, aptly described as hideous. Each goblin boasted a sharp, monkey-like visage, their noses curving like grotesque hooks, their forms hunched and misshapen, with drool occasionally trickling from their corners. Clutching clubs, the goblins glared with a fierce, savage light in their eyes, as if they yearned to rend apart any who crossed their path. Ye Tianchen immediately cast a spell of clairvoyance. Goblin, level 6, quality, common health, 1200, physical attack, 65, skill, skull crusher, slams the club down with ferocity, dealing 200 physical attack damage. Cool down, 10 seconds. Gasp! Ye Tianchen inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Goodness, this creature can eliminate a foe in a single strike. It is worth noting that after allocating all his points, Ye Tianchen's health barely reached 250, let alone that of other players. Most players would likely succumb to a single blow. Even I would not withstand a second strike. Truly, a level 6 monster. As Ye Tianchen pondered whether to engage the creature, the goblin being observed twitched its nose as if detecting something. Suddenly, the goblin lunged at Ye Tianchen with surprising aggression. Goodness, this creature dares to initiate an attack? Ye Tianchen had no time to react and dove forward. Thud! The club, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck the ground with a resounding thump. Ye Tianchen quickly regained his footing, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he recalled that the goblin had just executed a skull-crushing move, granting him a mere 10 seconds. Taking advantage of the goblin's momentary paralysis after the skill, Ye Tianchen swiftly advanced to the goblin's front, raising his sword high and channeling all his strength into a powerful downward strike aimed at the creature's head. With a muffled thud, his blade, sharp as lightning, sliced through the goblin's skull. In an instant, green blood splattered, and the goblin's head was cleaved open like a ripe watermelon. Weakness attack, minus 496. The sudden surge of pain washed over the goblin like a tidal wave, its eyes turning crimson with fury as it let out a deep, enraged roar, swiftly brandishing its club to retaliate against Ye Tianchen. With a heavy thud, the goblin's attack landed squarely on Ye Tianchen's shoulder, delivering a force that felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been thrust upon him. Dash 60. Damn! A sharp pain shot through him as he clutched his arm, hastily retreating to distance himself from the goblin. Goodness! Losing 5 health stings quite a bit. In reality, my arm would surely be rendered useless. Ye Tianchen remained vigilant, his gaze locked on the goblin, biding his time. In contrast, the goblin exhibited little patience. A mere 10 seconds passed before its beady eyes gleamed with malice, and the club in its grip shimmered with a faint light. With a furious roar, the goblin raised its weapon and charged at Ye Tianchen with renewed vigor. Ye Tianchen felt no fear. Though this skill was formidable, it was also avoidable. He swiftly dodged, mimicking the agile maneuvers of others, and successfully evaded the goblin's lethal strike. Seizing the fleeting moment of the goblin's fatigue, Ye Tianchen wasted no time in swinging his weapon. delivering another blow to the creature's head. The goblin howled in agony from the impact. Yet before it could retaliate, Ye Tianchen propelled himself backward, deftly escaping the goblin's attack range. The hapless goblin's club struck air once more, flailing futilely and stirring up gusts of wind. Success! A spark of excitement flickered in Ye Tianchen's eyes. The freedom within this game is truly remarkable, far surpassing the rigid mechanics of turn-based games. With sufficient agility, one might emerge unscathed. It was his first encounter with such a game. The previous ones he had played required minimal skill and could not hold a candle to myth. After an intense clash, the goblin was left battered and bruised, its health dwindling to below 300 points, when it attempted to unleash its skull-crushing skill once more. Only to be evaded by Ye Tianchen, it lost all hope. Seizing the moment, Ye Tianchen swiftly drew his sword, executing a clean and decisive strike that felled the creature. In an instant, a blue light erupted from the goblin's lifeless form, piercing directly into Ye Tianchen's body. Ding! Goblin defeated, earning 24 experience points. Chapter 9. I am not short of money. With such an impressive accumulation of experience, Ye Tianchen's eyes widened as he pondered to himself. At this rate of experience gain, if he were to slay another 10 goblins, he would surely reach the next level. This was a certainty. Just then, Bai, who had been hiding in the elven space, suddenly emerged. Flapping her wings, she cheerfully exclaimed to Ye Tianchen, "Master, since you have defeated a monster that is 4 levels higher than you, the experience you gain will quadruple, and the drop rate will also increase 4-fold. Oh!" Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I level up by 100, would that mean my experience and drop rate would increase 100-fold? Indeed. I nodded vigorously. As long as you can defeat them. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen's lips twitched. He struggled against goblins, let alone monsters at level 100. That would be tantamount to courting death. Never mind, let's not aim too high. Ye Tianchen shook his head. Suddenly, a gasp escaped from Bai's lips. Her bright, expressive eyes were fixated on Ye Tianchen's shoulder, and she quickly flew to his side, her face filled with concern. "Master, you're injured." Without delay, she extended her delicate, lily-like hand, releasing a gentle green light. This mysterious radiance enveloped Ye Tianchen's wound like the warm sunlight of spring. In an instant, he felt a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, and the agonizing injury began to heal at a visible pace. 2-5, 2-5, 2-5. With the aid of the green light, Ye Tianchen's health rapidly restored. "Oh, Bai, you can actually heal? You're quite impressive." Ye Tianchen gazed at Bai with astonishment, having initially thought of her merely as an emergency food supply. Hee. Upon receiving Ye Tianchen's praise, Bai shyly scratched her head and replied, "I'm not that amazing, really." Yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner delight. Seeing this, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but smile slightly before turning his attention to the goblin corpse lying nearby. As he lifted the body, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Oh!" It actually dropped equipment. Lying on the ground was a piece of armor shimmering with a faint light, a goblin leather armor. Elated, Ye Tianchen picked it up. Goblin leather armor, level 6, quality, common attributes, constitution 6, wearing requirement, 5 strength. A mere requirement of 5 strength was no challenge for Ye Tianchen, whose attack of 253 was equivalent to that much strength. He promptly donned the goblin leather armor, bringing his health to a total of 290 points. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen picked up the goblin's club and the copper coins that had dropped. Goblin club. Quest item. Cannot be used. Gazing at the name, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but murmur to himself. Could this truly be the villager's club? Why was it referred to as a goblin club? Shaking his head, he casually tossed the club into his storage pouch. This storage pouch, a gift for beginners, possessed approximately 1 cubic meter of space, allowing for the accommodation of numerous items. Though stacking was not permitted, after discarding the club, Ye Tianchen shifted his gaze towards the goblin in the distance. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to train here. For other players, these goblins were formidable adversaries. Their powerful attacks, astonishing defenses, and surprisingly thick health pools, coupled with their superior speed, rendered them a lethal threat. Encountering them often resulted in a certain demise, with no chance of escape. Yet he was different. By striking their weak points, he could vanquish a goblin with merely 3 strikes, relying solely on superior skill. He glanced at Xiao Bai, deep in thought. Although Xiao Bai possessed the ability to restore health, as observed earlier, it could only recover a mere 1 per second. Given the likelihood of sustaining injuries while battling goblins, such slow recovery would considerably hinder his leveling process, proving to be a time-consuming endeavor. He resolved to return to the village to purchase potions. Without hesitation, Ye Tianchen sprinted back towards the village. Help wanted. Seeking a leveling team. Upon his return to the novice village, he was greeted by a loud and insistent call. Following the sound, he spotted a young man vociferously advertising not far away. Beside him stood a somewhat plump individual, accompanied by several imposing bodyguards. The young man seemed undeterred by the surrounding gazes, amplifying his cries. Our young Master Tang has declared that if everyone leaves the final blow on monsters to him, each person can earn 400 coins daily. This proclamation immediately stirred excitement within the crowd. Who is this wealthy heir? 400 coins a day? I toil for an entire day at the construction site and earn nowhere near that, exclaimed a robust man with dark skin. How is that daily rate calculated? I have to work tomorrow. I can't afford to neglect my job. Another youth interjected promptly. Upon hearing the chorus of inquiries, the young man calmly responded. From 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. No sooner had he spoken than another eager voice piped up. What about during the day? What if I still have work then? At that moment, the previously silent, plump individual stepped forward, declaring, for those who can continue working during the day, I shall grant you double pay. He raised his chin proudly, seemingly indifferent to the money. For him, this sum was insignificant. What mattered was the rapid advancement it could facilitate. With the utterance of the phrase by the chubby lad, a palpable excitement surged through the crowd. Double wages. The prospect of earning 200 yuan in a mere day and night, with 400 yuan for the evening and 800 yuan for the day, all without the need for arduous labor, merely by indulging in slumber and gaming, ignited an ardent enthusiasm within each individual present. I wish to enlist. I wish to enlist. Some voices rose eagerly in fervent exclamations. Damn it, I might as well take a leave of absence. Another exclaimed, gritting his teeth in fervor. Earning 200 yuan in a day meant that, in just 9 days, one could afford a gaming helmet. With such a lucrative remuneration, who could possibly resist? In an instant, the throng surged like a tidal wave toward the chubby lad's vicinity. Observing this scene, even Ye Tianchen felt a flicker of temptation. Had this opportunity presented itself earlier, he undoubtedly would have joined in. However, circumstances had changed. He possessed an unparalleled and supreme talent, rendering him indifferent to such trifling sums. In any industry, the elite earned far more than this. He could never forsake his promising future for such meager earnings. Moreover, those individuals would not sustain their profits for long. By relinquishing their experience to the chubby lad, they would stifle their own advancement. Without the ability to level up, they would fall behind the chubby lad, who would certainly not carry a burden of laggards along his path of progress. Thus, it was inevitable that they would soon be replaced. Chapter 10. Willing to brave fire for the Tang family. The provisions in the general store dazzled the eye, with an assortment of items including veils, hats, and potions available for sale. Goodness, how exorbitant! Ye Tianchen gazed at the prices of the potions, rendered momentarily speechless. A potion that could restore 100 hit points was priced at an astonishing 20 copper coins per vial. All the coins he possessed would scarcely suffice to purchase 3 of them. Perhaps it would be wiser to opt for something more affordable. As he muttered to himself, his gaze shifted to another potion displayed nearby. This one, which could restore 50 hit points, was comparatively more accessible, costing only 5 copper coins per bottle. It was hardly surprising that its price was a mere quarter of the former, considering the fierce and unpredictable nature of battle, where one could easily meet their demise before even consuming a second potion. Ye Tianchen promptly purchased 10 bottles, sufficient for his skirmishes against goblins. Upon exiting the general store, he discovered a throng of individuals blocking his path. As the crowd gradually parted, a figure emerged from within, It was none other than the chubby lad from earlier. "Hey, you there, hand over your leather armor," bellowed one of the chubby boy's lackeys. Ye Tianchen furrowed his brow, bemused by this glitch scenario. Was a ruffian truly about to bully him, an innocent civilian? However, the sword he wielded was no mere toy. Bang! Before Ye Tianchen could utter a word, the arrogant young man stumbled and fell, landing awkwardly. The lackey scrambled to his feet, disregarding the dust that clung to his face, and immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. Gazing at the chubby boy with teary eyes, he cried out, "Young master, enough of that nonsense." The chubby boy retorted vehemently, "Have you lost your mind? How many times must I remind you? Kindness breeds fortune. We are not a gang of thugs. Stop offending people." After a tirade of insults, the chubby boy quickly donned a smile as he turned to Ye Tianchen. "Ah, truly sorry, my brother. My name is Tang Yuan. It seems fate has brought us together today. My subordinate is rather spoiled and lacks the gift of speech. If he has offended you in any way, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Allow me to apologize on his behalf." Ye Tianchen was taken aback. This wealthy heir was surprisingly amiable. He had anticipated a scene of arrogance and mockery, yet here he was, in an unexpected encounter. "Here's the thing," Tang Yuan began, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Ye Tianchen. "The drop rates in this game are absurdly low. After hours of grinding, all I managed to acquire was this pitiful sword." He raised a rusted blade, its surface marred by the ravages of time. Subsequently, Tang Yuan's attention shifted to the leather armor adorning Ye Tianchen, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. "Brother, your leather armor is clearly of exceptional quality. A truly splendid item. Would you consider selling it? Rest assured, price is not an issue." Ye Tianchen suddenly realized that this individual had set his sights on his leather armor. Without hesitation, he shook his head, declaring that he still required the armor for the time being. While selling it now might yield some monetary gain, it was prudent to adopt a long-term perspective. Possessing superior equipment would enable him to surpass others, acquire better items, and ultimately amass greater wealth. Ye Tianchen indeed possessed this foresight, which made it impossible for him to part with his current gear. However, upon observing the affluent Tang Yuan, who appeared to lack financial constraints, a thought crossed his mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "However, if I happen to obtain some equipment that I no longer need in the future, I could certainly bring it to the novice village for sale." "That sounds splendid," Tang Yuan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "I shall await your good news, my friend." With that, Ye Tianchen made no further delay and swiftly turned to dash towards the outskirts of the village, soon vanishing from Tang Yuan's sight. As Tang Yuan watched Ye Tianchen's retreating figure, a glimmer of cunning crossed his eyes. He turned to his lackey and instructed, quickly, "Follow him discreetly and observe where he levels up and battles monsters. If he can acquire equipment there, perhaps we can as well. As long as the creatures in that area are manageable for us, I shall lead the team to that location immediately." "Understood, young master. Just you wait and see." The lackey sprang to his feet, trailing closely behind Ye Tianchen. In truth, Ye Tianchen had long sensed that he was being followed, yet he paid little heed to it. Let them come. If they could contend with the monsters, so be it. Before long, Ye Tianchen re-entered the familiar forest. At that moment, an unsightly goblin brandished its club, emitting low, guttural growls. The lackey, spotting the goblin, felt a surge of excitement and, without a second thought, loosed an arrow at the creature. The goblin, instantly provoked, swung its club and charged at the lackey. Attempting to flee, the lackey soon realized that the goblin was far swifter and quickly closed the distance. The unfortunate lackey had no time to react before being struck down in a single blow. "How'd it go? What is the situation?" Tang Yuan inquired eagerly as he approached the lackey, who had just resurrected. The lackey, not daring to delay, promptly relayed the goblin's detailed attributes to Tang Yuan. "Wow, this is formidable," Tang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he absorbed the goblin's statistics, realizing it could easily overpower him. However, if one were cautious, it might still be manageable, right? He quickly pressed for more information. "How much health did you manage to remove?" Upon hearing this, the lackey's expression turned despondent as he shook his head in resignation. "I couldn't even breach its defenses. I didn't take away a single drop of health. But one strike from it, and I was done for. Alas, it seems this battle is beyond our reach. Tang Yuan immediately dismissed his previous thoughts. If there were no defenses to breach, what was the point of fighting? He turned to his sycophant and said, "Later, you may go to the finance department to collect a red envelope." "Thank you, young Master Xie. Am willing to brave fire and water for the Tang family." The sycophant's face lit up with joy as he quickly clasped his fists in a gesture of loyalty. A red envelope worth 1,000 yuan. How delightful. This could indeed be considered a form of compensation for his earlier discomfort, as that last blow had been rather painful. Of course, such rewards were not for those who perished. Otherwise, he might as well have thrown himself into danger on purpose. Chapter 11. The drop rate is truly high. Swish! In the heart of the forest, Ye Tianchen drew his bowstring, honing in on a nearby goblin. As he released the arrow, a sharp whistle resonated throughout the space. Alas, he nearly struck true. Ye Tianchen glanced at another goblin nearby, nearly hitting it as well. His archery skills were, to say the least, lamentable. However, that last shot successfully captured the goblin's attention, and it charged towards Ye Tianchen without hesitation. Confronted by the ferocious creature, Ye Tianchen remained unfazed, continuously drawing and releasing arrows. It was only when the goblin drew near that he finally landed a shot. At that moment, Ye Tianchen ceased firing and instead brandished his novice sword, engaging in close combat with the goblin. Thud! Before long, the goblin's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Oh, another piece of equipment dropped. Is the drop rate really this high? Ye Tianchen picked up a vibrant green helmet. Goblin helmet, level 6, quality, common attributes, Constitution 3, Strength 3, wearing requirement, 4 strength. This helmet, Ye Tianchen regarded the headpiece with some disdain. Its garish green color was undeniably unappealing. However, after glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he donned the helmet, for it did confer additional attributes. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen continued his assault on the other goblins, practicing his archery while honing his agility. Although these goblins were fierce, they posed little threat to Ye Tianchen, who was gradually becoming accustomed to their combat style. Occasionally, a goblin would land a hit, but a swift sip from his potion would restore his health instantly. After defeating about 10 goblins, a flash of white light enveloped him. He leveled up. It is worth noting that from the 10 or so goblins he had vanquished, 5 pieces of equipment had dropped. These included a helmet that granted 5 constitution and 1 intelligence, another helmet with 6 constitution, a wrist guard with 6 constitution, a wrist guard with 6 strength, and leggings that provided 4 constitution and 2 strength. The drop rate is indeed remarkable. Ye Tianchen couldn't help but exclaim. Surely, defeating higher-level monsters yields greater rewards. In his excitement, he unhesitatingly allocated all the attribute points gained from leveling up to his constitution. He then selected the equipment that offered the highest constitution bonuses to wear. Instantly, his statistics underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Tianchen level 3, class, Nelf, 500 mana, 130, physical attack, 516, magical attack, 513 skill, Eye of Heaven, allows the user to view monster attributes. The closer the level difference, the more attributes can be revealed. Supreme talent, ultimate strength. Each point of health increases attack power by 1. In the realm of the elven space, Little By possesses the skill of life restoration, recovering 1 of maximum health every second. His equipment includes Novice Sword, Strength 1, Goblin Helmet, Constitution 6, Goblin Leather Pants, Constitution 4, Strength 2, Goblin Leather Armor, Constitution 6, Goblin Bracers, Constitution 6. Observing his remarkably luxurious attributes, even Ye Tianchen couldn't help but chuckle. His level 3 stats were simply unparalleled, leaving other players in the dust. Even if other players maximized their attributes at level 3 and don gear of equivalent level that enhanced strength, they would barely achieve an attack power of 50. While they could indeed defeat goblins, it would require a considerable amount of time and effort. A single misstep could lead to a swift return to the fountain. Furthermore, it was improbable that other players possessed equipment of the same caliber as his. As for him, a critical hit could nearly obliterate a goblin. Truly deserving of his supreme talent, a rarity among millions. However, despite his recent elevation in level, Ye Tianchen had no intention of departing. Goblins, as humanoid monsters, were ideal for honing both his agility and archery skills. Moreover, the current pain threshold was a mere 5, but would escalate to 25 upon reaching level 10. Seizing the opportunity to refine his agility while the pain was minimal was prudent, ensuring that he would endure less suffering when the pain increased. Simultaneously, he had no plans to submit any quests. Rapid leveling would diminish his loot drops. Ye Tianchen diligently practiced his agility and archery against the goblins. Meanwhile, countless players in the chicken farm were engaged in a fierce competition for monsters. Due to the confined space of the farm, the number of spawned creatures was insufficient to satisfy everyone's needs, resulting in numerous bloody altercations. The confines of the chicken farm were simply too restrictive. The spawn rate could not accommodate the number of players eager to slay. Fortunately, dying in the novice village resulted in no item loss or level reduction. Otherwise, they might find themselves perpetually stuck at their current levels. Many larger teams, along with those who considered themselves skilled, sought out higher-level monsters, as it was far more advantageous than waiting idly. By the lakeside, a group of around 30 players encircled the spawn point of several ducks. With a typical configuration of 5 players per duck, it took little time to severely weaken the creatures. At that moment, a chubby individual from the crowd would swoop in to claim the final blow on the injured duck. This was none other than Tang Yuan. After successfully dispatching another duck, a flash of white light enveloped him. He had leveled up. Congratulations to young Master Tang on his promotion. The crowd exclaimed in unison. He was their benefactor, and uttering flattering words was but a small price to pay. Hearing the congratulatory shouts, a satisfied smile spread across Tang Yuan's face. Haha, finally leveled up. The efficiency of his leveling was decent, though he felt somewhat ineffective. The reality was that the ducks dealt considerable damage and had substantial health. Even with the advantage of a bow and arrow to initiate the attack, he needed to withstand several hits to bring down a single duck. The ducks moved faster than they did, making it impossible to kite them effectively, resulting in everyone being left with low health after only a few kills. The drop rate of copper coins is exceedingly low, and they cannot afford potions, so they're left with no choice but to resurrect and restore their status. Fortunately, perseverance yields rewards. Despite the arduous and winding journey, the eventual outcome brings immense joy. The cost of hiring these individuals for a night is equivalent to purchasing a gaming headset, yet Tang Yuan remains unfazed. A mere 10,000, just a trifling sum. By the way, has there been any news from Master Ge? Tang Yuan turned to inquire of Guzi beside him. Ye Tianchen's daring solo raid on the goblins has led Tang Yuan to regard him as a true expert. None. Guzi shook his head, but Xiao Wang is keeping watch in the novice village. As soon as that person returns, he will undoubtedly notify us at the first opportunity. That is reassuring. Subsequently, Tang Yuan waved his hand and called out loudly, "All right, brothers, let us put in a bit more effort. After we defeat 50 more ducks, I will return to submit the quest. Once we reach level 2, we shall venture to confront the level 3 monsters." Chapter 12. The First Boss. In the depths of a lush and shadowy forest, sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon the ground. Amidst this serene and tranquil setting, Ye Tianchen moved like a wraith, deftly evading the ferocious assaults of 3 goblins. Faced with the combined onslaught of these creatures, Ye Tianchen displayed remarkable composure and agility. His movements were light and fluid. Each dodge was impeccably timed, allowing him to evade the goblins' swinging clubs with ease. As time passed, one goblin after another fell at his feet. Critical hit, minus 1,200. Ye Tianchen withdrew his sword from the heart of the goblin, which let out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A blue light surged into Ye Tianchen's body, and a flash of white light enveloped him. Signaling his level up, he skillfully accessed his attribute panel to assess his progress. Name, Tianchen, level 5, class, health, 700, mana, 150, physical attack, 721, magical attack, 715, skill, celestial eye, allows the user to view monster attributes. The closer the monster's level is to the users, the more attributes can be seen. Supreme Talent, Ultimate Power. Each point of health increases attack power by 1. Spirit Space, Xiao Bai, Skill, Health Recovery, restores 1 of maximum health per second. Equipment, Sharp Iron Sword, Strength 6, Goblin Helmet, Constitution 6, Goblin Leather Pants, Constitution 6, Goblin Leather Armor, Constitution 6, Goblin Bracers, Constitution 6, Goblin Boots, Constitution 6 not bad. Ye Tianchen nodded in satisfaction as he examined his attributes. After a grueling battle, he had successfully slain over 90 goblins. However, with his recent ascension, the experience points and drop rates had diminished significantly. Thus far, he had only obtained 15 pieces of equipment. Having assembled a complete set of goblin gear that maximized his constitution, allowing him to effortlessly dispatch goblins. The only drawback was the garish color of the goblin set, which was an overwhelming shade of green and rather unsightly. It was time to seek a new locale for leveling up. Ye Tianchen bent down and picked up a goblin club stained with green blood, wiping it clean on the grass nearby. Through his relentless skirmishes with the goblins, his agility had been honed to a remarkable degree. The once nimble and cunning goblins now posed little threat to him. Furthermore, the experience they provided had ceased to be satisfactory. The goblins were now merely 1 level higher than him, yielding only standard experience and drop rates. Clearly, remaining here for further training would no longer afford him significant growth. However, Ye Tianchen cast his gaze upon the young girl seated beneath the great tree, murmuring to himself that having already vanquished over 90 goblins, he might as well see how this unfolds. As time ticked away, each swing of his sword and every roar echoed with the anguished cries of the goblins as they fell. At last, with another goblin crashing to the ground, the 100th goblin met its demise beneath Ye Tianchen's blade. Thud, thud, thud. In the very moment the 100th goblin fell, a tremor rippled from the depths of the forest. The once tranquil and serene woods were abruptly disrupted, sending flocks of birds into a frenzied flight towards the sky. What is happening? Ye Tianchen pondered, bewildered by the commotion in the distance. At that moment, the young girl who had been quietly seated beneath the tree suddenly appeared alarmed, sprinting towards Ye Tianchen with remarkable speed. With a look of anxiety etched on her face, she swiftly grasped the goblin clubs Ye Tianchen had set aside and stowed them into her waist pouch. Big brother, your task is complete. We should leave this place at once, or it may be too late, she urged, tightly clutching the hem of his garment. What is the rush? Why must we leave so urgently? Ye Tianchen inquired, perplexed by the girl's insistence. This NPC was surprisingly proactive in urging him to conclude his quest. What could be the reason? Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, the girl quickly responded, Big brother, you have slain too many goblins, which has attracted a formidable goblin troll. If we do not flee promptly, we may soon find ourselves as its next meal. Goblin troll? Upon hearing this name, Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that he was about to encounter a boss? His heart raced with excitement at the thought. That is splendid, Ye Tianchen exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. The rewards from a boss would undoubtedly surpass those from mere minions. With renewed confidence, he turned to the young girl, thumping his chest, and declared, Fear not, a mere goblin troll is no match for me. Watch how I dispatch it. You wish to confront the goblin troll? The girl's expression shifted from concern to astonishment at his proclamation. She quickly shook her head. Big brother, I wish you success, but I must take my leave now. Having gathered all the goblin clubs, she appeared ready to depart. Her action suggested a lack of faith in Ye Tianchen's ability to defeat the goblin troll. Wait, just a moment. Ye Tianchen swiftly stepped forward, blocking the girl's path. What about my reward? His eyes gleamed with greed as he gazed at her pouch. Could you spare me one of those pouches? 100 goblin clubs, which a storage bag could scarcely accommodate, lay piled beside him. In contrast, the young girl's storage bag effortlessly contained such a multitude of goblin clubs, indicating its remarkable quality. Upon hearing Ye Tianchen's request, the girl hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Ding! Congratulations on exceeding the task. Retrieve the villagers' clubs. earning 300 experience points, 1 silver coin, and 1 storage bag, 10 slots. Each slot equates to 1 cubic meter, and 10 slots amount to a substantial 10 cubic meters. I've given you the items, so I shall take my leave. With that, the girl swiftly dashed away, seemingly anxious to avoid lingering. How deeply does she distrust me? Ye Tianchen's expression twitched as he turned to gaze in the direction of the boss. Chapter 13. Encircled at the village entrance. Do you deserve this? At this moment, the figure of the goblin troll became unmistakably clear. It was a monstrosity, its green face adorned with protruding fangs, towering over 3 meters. Its visage was marred by grotesque layers of flesh, rendering it exceedingly corpulent. In its grasp, it wielded a colossal axe. With a resounding crack, it smashed a stout tree to the ground, striding out of the forest with an air of brazen confidence. Ye Tianchen immediately cast a divination spell. Goblin Troll, Common Boss, Level 10, Health 10,000, Physical Attack 250, Skill 1, Fearless Charge. The massive body lunges forward in a straight line, inflicting 150 physical damage on targets in its path, while stunning enemies for 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 2, Concentrated Strike. The Goblin Troll raises its axe high before bringing it down with tremendous force, dealing 100 physical damage to enemies within a 3x3 area. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 3, Devourer. The Goblin Troll seizes a goblin and consumes it, restoring 10 of its maximum health. Cooldown, 1 minute. Hiss. Ye Tianchen inhaled sharply, contemplating the ramifications of global warming. A 10,000 health boss with 3 skills, though the damage from each skill was not exceedingly high. The troll's base attack was formidable. An attack power of 250 meant that mere contact would be perilous, and a slight brush could lead to demise. Moreover, with a restorative skill at its disposal, if one failed to reduce its health by 10 within a minute, defeating this boss would be nearly impossible. Yet, while this boss may be insurmountable for others, it was not beyond my capabilities. Ye Tianchen mused, with my attack power exceeding 700. Cough, cough. At this thought, Ye Tianchen could not suppress a couple of light coughs. The boss had an attack power of merely 250, and here he was boasting over 700. Who, one might wonder, was truly the boss here? Regardless, with my formidable attack power, depleting 10 of its health within a minute was hardly a daunting task. The sole concern was to avoid sustaining too many hits from the boss. Although my attack power far surpassed that of the boss, my health was significantly lower, rendering me vulnerable to its strikes. First, I must return to replenish my potions before confronting the boss. With a resolute plan in mind, he turned and hastened towards the novice village. As he approached the village, he paused, removing the goblin helmet from his head before continuing on his way. As Ye Tianchen advanced, the previously bustling crowd around him fell silent, countless astonished gazes converging upon him. The opulence of his attire was astonishing, standing in stark contrast to the novice gear worn by those around him. Wow, look at that person. Such extravagant equipment. This individual is undoubtedly a master. Oh, great master. Guide me. I wish to bear your offspring. Young master, there is news from Xiao Wang. The master has returned. Urga's face beamed with excitement as he shouted. Upon receiving this news, he couldn't contain his eagerness and rushed to report to his master. Hearing Urga's exclamation, Tang Yuan's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. The master has returned? Urgu vigorously nodded, continuing, Indeed, Xiao Wang also mentioned that he is adorned in splendid gear. Let us return and see for ourselves. Tang Yuan exclaimed hastily. With such fine equipment, surely he must have some duplicates? Then he could purchase them. After advancing to level 2, he had been contemplating the formidable level 3 monsters. However, he dared not venture into the waters and instead sought another type of level 3 creature, known as the hornless sheep. But when they commenced their battle, they were utterly bewildered. Apart from himself, the others were impervious to damage. They were swiftly overwhelmed, leaving them no choice but to retreat and grind ducks for experience. Thus, Tang Yuan's elation at the Master S return was well-founded. Without proper gear, it was indeed a struggle. Meanwhile, Ye Tianchen found himself encircled at the village entrance. The man at the forefront glared menacingly at Ye Tianchen, shouting in an exceedingly arrogant tone, "You there? Be wise and hand over all your equipment, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Do we, a multitude, fear to deal with just one?" With that, he waved his weapon in a show of intimidation. "Indeed, hand it over. Do not decline a toast, lest you taste punishment. If you do not comply, you shall face dire consequences." As his words echoed, the others surrounding Ye Tianchen joined in, their faces flushed with fervor. At that moment, Ye Tianchen found himself encircled by over 30 menacing figures, each gaze fixated greedily on his gear. Wealth stirs the heart, and clad in luxurious equipment, Ye Tianchen naturally attracted attention. Though his attire suggested he possessed considerable strength, perhaps even the prowess of a hidden gaming genius, what did it matter? Could they not overpower one? Witnessing this scene, some bystanders, relishing the unfolding drama, began to incite the crowd with mockery and derision. "Well done. Eliminate him. I've long been displeased with him. Indeed, who does he think he is to flaunt such gear? He must be cheating. Even the onlookers desire his punishment. Ha! What say you? I am not greedy. I will allow you to keep one piece, but the rest must be surrendered. I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself, or we shall ensure you cannot escape the novice village." The leading man gazed at Ye Tianchen with brazen arrogance, a distasteful smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. They are now certainly aware that nothing can be obtained in the novice village. However, as long as they can keep Ye Tianchen trapped within its confines, he cannot level up. Want to train? Then relinquish your equipment. Who do you think you are to ask me for my gear? Do you even deserve to challenge me? You are only worthy of being a mere shield. Naturally, Ye Tianchen was oblivious to the notion of forbearance. Even at level 0, he dared to strike down 3 foes. What more could be said of the present? What of 30 adversaries? With a single sweep of his sword, he promptly felled the 3 foremost attackers. Goodness, you truly dare to make a move. This is nothing short of seeking your own demise. The man who had been insulted was instantly enraged. "Brothers, let's eliminate him. This is insurrection." At his command, those surrounding them raised their swords to strike at Ye Tianchen, yet the damage they inflicted left them utterly astonished. All their attacks against Ye Tianchen yielded a shocking result. Every single one displayed a damage value of 0. Chapter 14. The Auction of Equipment. A fierce scramble. What? Our attacks are failing to break through his defenses. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with shock, recoiling in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. They had anticipated that Ye Tianchen was formidable, but they had only assumed that their damage would be relatively low, perhaps resulting in a few casualties. However, they could never have fathomed that their strikes would not penetrate his defenses at all. Ye Tianchen regarded the crowd with a cold smile. The distinction of myth from other games lies in the fact that if one does not break through defenses, they simply do not. In myth, there are no forced deductions of health points for failing to breach defenses. Thus, the adage from other games, where revealing a health bar means imminent death, does not apply here. As long as defenses remain intact, no matter how many assailants converge, not a single drop of health will be lost. Consequently, the ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. In the absence of defensive breaches, Ye Tianchen could effortlessly chase down dozens of adversaries, dispatching them with a single stroke of his sword. The one-sided nature of the conflict left the gathered spectators utterly dumbfounded. This individual is extraordinarily formidable, truly deserving of the title of a master. Ye Tianchen swiftly dispatched a dozen foes with his sword and then claimed another dozen with his bow. Ultimately, only a handful managed to escape. After resolving the skirmish, Ye Tianchen made his way to the general store, opting to purchase 3 vials of potent red potion. Given the formidable attack strength of the goblin trolls, the lesser potions were no longer adequate to meet his needs. The large red potions, priced at 80 copper coins each, restoring 250 health points, were his optimal choice against the goblin trolls. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen proceeded to the village square, intent on selling equipment. Other players had undoubtedly recognized the significance of gear, making this a prime opportunity for sales. Selecting a conspicuous spot, he laid out all but the equipment he was currently wearing, 12 pieces in total. He then began to call out loudly. Don't miss out as you pass by. Come take a look. High-level equipment is being liquidated at a loss. Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you aspire to outpace your peers? Do you wish to win the affection of your desired companion? Then come here to purchase equipment. The drop rates in Myth are notoriously low. One must typically defeat monsters at least 2 levels higher to enhance their chances. Yet, the majority of players struggle immensely against monsters of equal level, let alone those 2 levels higher, resulting in a scarcity of players able to acquire equipment. The 12 pieces Ye Tianchen displayed seemed to beckon like alluringly beautiful figures, radiating irresistible allure and temptation. In mere seconds, he was encircled by eager buyers. Wow, sell it to me. I must have it. Faced with the insatiable crowd, Ye Tianchen promptly declared, the highest bidder wins. At that moment, curiosity bubbled to the surface, prompting inquiries regarding the specific attributes of the equipment. Ye Tianchen proceeded to unveil the attributes of each piece for all to see. As the crowd discerned the attributes of the equipment, they stood in astonishment, utterly speechless. Goodness, it's actually level 6 equipment. Could it possibly be dropped by a level 6 monster? What a joke. Defeating a level 6 monster? Even cheating wouldn't make it that easy. I can barely handle level 2 monsters. How could this individual slay a level 6 creature? The disbelief was palpable, as if their eyes were about to pop from their sockets. They struggled to comprehend that someone could vanquish a level 6 monster when even tackling a level 2 foe was a significant challenge for them. Is this truly a game? With the attributes of such equipment, acquiring a full set would surely place one several levels ahead of others. Soon, the bidding commenced in a frenzy. I bid 10 copper coins for 1 piece. Another scoffed, 10 copper coins? How miserly. I offered 20 copper coins. A woman resembling a character from a fantasy realm shouted, Hey, handsome, if you give me a piece of equipment, I'll send you a photo in my black stockings. This proclamation incited a wave of outrage from the surrounding crowd, with exclamations of disbelief echoing around. You should take a good look in the mirror first. Do you think this is a fantasy world where everyone looks stunning? Observing the raucous scene, Ye Tianchen felt a mix of bemusement and exasperation as he shouted, Enough noise. Cash only. No game currency. He had already amassed enough game currency for himself. Naturally, he desired cash. Upon hearing his words, the previously clamorous atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Yet, it was not long before eager voices began to call out bids again. I offer 200. I'll give 300. 500. 800. Before long, the price soared to 1,000 coins per piece. With each increment, Ye Tianchen's spirits lifted. This was an effortless way to profit from a gaming helmet. President, someone is selling equipment. Not far away, a player named Furious Like 66 called out to a middle-aged man beside him. The man, known as the Luo Bloodhand, was the president of the Bloodhand Guild. In reality, he was a loan shark, notorious for his ruthless dealings, and had driven several university students to suicide, accumulating wealth through the misfortunes of others. He had once founded the Bloodhand Guild in a previous online game and dominated the server. Now, he aspired to reclaim glory in Myth. The prospect of acquiring such equipment would significantly enhance his power. With this thought, the Luo Bloodhand waved his hand, declaring, Let us go take a look. As the commotion surrounding the equipment sale grew louder, it drew the attention of even more onlookers. Among them were several striking female players, their presence captivating. The foremost woman was particularly stunning, exuding an extraordinary aura, her figure enchanting. The novice attire she wore could hardly conceal her graceful form, her bosom seemingly ready to burst forth from her clothing. As soon as this group of female players arrived, they instantly captivated the attention of the male players present. The sight of so many beauties together was enough to make anyone steal a glance. Alas, what a delightful temptation! Even Ye Tianchen's gaze was drawn towards them, but fortunately, his mask concealed his direction of interest from others. The enchanting women approached Ye Tianchen, and the leading lady, with her ruby lips slightly parted, spoke softly, 50,000. I wish to purchase all the equipment here. Upon hearing this figure, the previously bidding players fell into an abrupt silence. Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled. This price finally held some intrigue. At that moment, another wave of commotion surged through the crowd, as another group made their entrance. Led by the president of the Bloodhand Guild, the Luo Shuesho. I offer 60,000. Chapter 15. Your account has been credited. 1 million yuan. Gasp. The onlookers couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Just for a level 6 equipment, was it truly necessary to be so ruthless? After calling out the price, the Luo Bloodhand wore a smile on his face and turned to Ye Tianchen, casually inquiring, "My friend, is it still too late for my bid?" Ye Tianchen scrutinized the man before him, whose countenance appeared even more sinister than that of his previous employer. Nevertheless, for Ye Tianchen, the more bidders, the better. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "Not at all." At that moment, a beautiful woman with the ID dreamy dance continued to raise her bid. 100,000. Dalu Blodom, Undetihid, immediately countered 200,000. It seemed he was determined to acquire this piece of equipment. Dreamy Dance furrowed her delicate brows. Although she could easily afford 200,000, it seemed unnecessary. It was merely a level 6 equipment, and based on her estimation, even at the game's inception, it was worth at most 150,000. 200,000 was already considered excessive. Moreover, such low-level equipment would soon flood the market. She was not one to spend frivolously. Thus, continuing to raise her bid was evidently unwise. Seeing that Dreamy Dance ceased to bid, Deluo Bloodhand became quite smug. He laughed heartily at Ye Tianchen, "My friend. May I have the equipment now?" The surrounding spectators were left in astonishment. 200,000, an equipment costing nearly 20,000, just a level 6 item. These wealthy individuals truly seemed to treat money as if it were inconsequential. Damn, I should go hunt monsters. Perhaps luck will favor me. And I might obtain an equipment piece myself. 20,000 would suffice for a year of spending. "Miss, are you certain you do not want it?" Ye Tianchen was still urging Dreamy Dance to continue bidding. These pieces of equipment are undoubtedly the strongest at this stage. If you secure them, your team will undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. Miss this opportunity, and it shall be gone forever. Faced with Ye Tianchen's enthusiastic pitch, Dreamy Dance took a step back and gently shook her head. "No, thank you." Alas, Ye Tianchen's face displayed profound sorrow as he sighed deeply, lamenting, "My lady, you are missing an opportunity to dominate the myth." He certainly would not sell the equipment at a lower price simply because she was a woman. What of it? She was not his wife. Upon hearing this, Dreamy Dance rolled her eyes in exasperation. Dominate the myth? It's merely level 6 equipment. How is it that you make it sound like a divine artifact? 300,000. At that moment, a voice interjected. Following this, several burly bodyguards surrounded a figure who approached slowly. It was Tang Yuan. The Luo Bloodhand's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering another formidable opponent after dealing with the previous one. Judging by the aura, this individual was clearly not to be trifled with. Although he had some capital, spending hundreds of thousands on items that would become obsolete in a few days was indeed a pinch to his wallet. However, this equipment could elevate the Bloodhand Guild to new heights. Deluo Shuesho, with a firm resolve, gritted his teeth and decided to raise the bid. 310,000. Upon announcing this figure, a smile quickly spread across his face as he addressed Tang Yuan. "I am curious to know which esteemed place you hail from." "I am Deluo Shuesho, the president of the Bloodhand Guild. I hope you can grant me this small favor and allow me to acquire the equipment. I assure you, there will be generous rewards in the future." To this, Tang Yuan exhibited no reaction, not even lifting his eyelids. Instead, a disdainful sneer crept across his face as he replied nonchalantly, "Grant you favor? Who do you think you are? You expect me to yield the equipment to you? What a ridiculous notion. Do you think such an easy concession can be made over a mere statement? Furthermore, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I find this item rather unappealing." With that, he raised a finger. 1 million. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. What? It's just a level 6 piece of equipment. 1 million? Has he lost his mind? I simply cannot comprehend the world of the affluent. This young man is incredibly fortunate to encounter a wealthy spender. Fury flickered into Luo Shuesho's eyes. "Are you intentionally targeting me? Indeed, I find you quite displeasing." "What of it?" Tang Yuan crossed his arms and let out a cold laugh. "Increase your bid, and I shall counter. If you raise the stakes, I shall follow suit." I refuse to believe you can bankrupt yourself. I may not possess much, but I have an abundance of wealth. Wealth? What is wealth? Wealth is merely a triviality. When it comes to spending, Tang Yuan never considers value for money. It is merely a matter of pleasure. De Luo Shui shows expression darkened instantaneously, a chilling demeanor overtaking him. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Faced with De Luo Shui shows threat, Tang Yuan merely cast a scornful glance in his direction. If you have the means, then bid. If not, then be on your way. If you cannot afford to play, then what right do you have to act so grandly? Oppose you? You think you are worthy? Very well. Excellent. De Luo Shui Shou, consumed by rage, let out a chilling retort before turning to leave. As he watched De Luo Shui Shou's retreating figure, Tang Yuan scoffed, "Pah, what a pitiful creature, thinking he can compete with me." At that moment, Ye Tianchen approached with a beaming expression, presenting the equipment to Tang Yuan. 1 million. A true benefactor. Tang Yuan, somewhat surprised, accepted the equipment and raised an eyebrow. Inquiring curiously, "Are you truly so trusting as to hand these items over to me? Are you not afraid I might default on payment? This paltry sum. I am confident that with young Master Tang's reputation, you would never resort to dishonesty." Ye Tianchen chuckled. "Ah, how delightful to hear that, brother. I shall consider you a steadfast friend." Tang Yuan laughed heartily. "Provide me with your account number, and I shall transfer the funds immediately." Ye Tianchen wasted no time, sharing his account details while Tang Yuan instructed one of his subordinates to initiate the transfer. Tang Yuan then donned the equipment alongside several of his followers. Instantly, the scene was awash with vibrant green. Particularly amusing were those adorned with bright green helmets, creating a comical spectacle. Puffed as she beheld the scene. Dreamy Dance couldn't help but laugh heartily, her delight causing her to tremble with amusement. The equipment was undeniably unattractive, and she was relieved that she had refrained from making a purchase. Shortly thereafter, Ye Tianchen received a notification. Your account ending in 3372 has received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread across Ye Tianchen's face as he congratulated Tang Yuan, saying, "Congratulations, young Master Tang. With this equipment, you are bound to grow even stronger." "Oh, not at all," Tang Yuan replied modestly, removing the goblin helmet from his head and tossing it to his subordinate. Engaging in mutual flattery with Ye Tianchen, he continued, "You're the impressive one, my friend. To acquire such equipment all on your own is remarkable. By the way, let us become friends in the game. If you come across any good equipment in the future, please consider me first. As for the price, I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction," Tang Yuan said with a beaming smile. Absolutely, Ye Tianchen agreed with enthusiasm, and they promptly added each other as friends. Tang Yuan's in-game name, close to 1 billion, perfectly reflected his persona. Could you grant me a friend slot?" Dreamy Dance, who had been standing nearby, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ye Tianchen cast her a sidelong glance. "But you're not buying any equipment. What would you want to add me for?" Taken aback, Dreamy Dance felt somewhat speechless. Typically, she wouldn't share her contact information with any man. Yet today, she had taken the initiative to add a male friend, only to be met with such a response. "Who says I'm not buying? I merely refrained from being extravagant like him," she retorted, glancing at Tang Yuan. "If there truly is good equipment, I would certainly offer you a price that would satisfy you." "Hey, big spending girl, I must clarify something here." Tang Yuan, unable to tolerate being labeled as extravagant, interjected. "This is an investment. Do you understand? Is a master like Brother Tianchen not worth at least 1 million? Despite Tang Yuan's lavish spending, he was far from a foolish spendthrift. On the contrary, he was quite astute. From the moment he entered the world of myth, he recognized its immense commercial potential. This vividly realistic world, akin to a second reality, was undoubtedly worthy of investment. While others toiled to level up, Tianchen had already managed to acquire level 6 equipment, showcasing his exceptional talent. Spending a little money to forge connections was hardly a significant concern. Upon hearing his words, Dreamy Dance's eyes widened in frustration as she glared at Tang Yuan, inwardly seething. She detested being referred to as a big spending girl. Was it her fault that she possessed a generous figure? Others envied her without realizing the burdens she bore. Even lying down, her head barely touched the bed. Shopping was exhausting beyond belief. Unbeknownst to Ye Tianchen, who remained oblivious to dreamy Dance's troubles, he recognized that having more connections could only benefit him. However, Tang Yuan wouldn't always be willing to pay exorbitant prices for his equipment. After adding both of them as friends, Ye Tianchen promptly departed, mindful that a formidable boss awaited his challenge. Chapter 16. The Boss Unleashed. Within the depths of the forest, Ye Tianchen drew his bowstring taut, aiming directly at the goblin troll's head. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released, piercing through the troll's skull. Weak point attack, minus 1,300. The troll's health plummeted by a significant fraction. A roar of agony escaped the creature as it felt the intense pain radiating from its head, its large, bell-like eyes igniting with fury and hatred. Without hesitation, it unleashed a fearless charge, hurtling towards Ye Tianchen like an out-of-control heavy truck. Goodness, so swift, Ye Tianchen gasped. However, well aware of all the goblin troll's abilities, he was prepared for this maneuver. In that fleeting moment as the troll charged, he deftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the ferocious assault. Seizing the opportunity during the brief pause after the troll's skill, Ye Tianchen swiftly turned and swung his sword. The blade glinted ominously as it sliced through the air, striking the joint of the troll's leg. Given the immense size of the goblin troll, Ye Tianchen could not aim for its heart or head. Only the relatively weaker joints were within reach. 600. With a dull thud, his sword plunged deeply into the troll's knee joint, creating a ghastly wound that gushed forth a torrent of blood, pooling on the ground in alarming shades of green. Not bad, Ye Tianchen mused to himself, pleased with the damage inflicted. Despite not targeting a vital area, his strike had proven quite formidable. The other players, however, faced a different reality. With the Goblin Troll's defense exceeding 100, it would take players at level 10, fully equipped with strength-enhancing gear, to breach its defenses. This boss was clearly not meant for players at their current stage. It was evident that apart from Ye Tianchen, no one else stood a chance against this formidable foe. Roaring in pain from the injury at its joint, the Goblin Troll succumbed to a frenzy of rage. With a thunderous bellow, it twisted its massive body, raising its colossal axe high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Crash! The axe struck the ground with a resounding boom, creating a deep crater and shaking the earth around it. Fortunately, Ye Tianchen had anticipated this assault and had already distanced himself from the troll's attack range. Seeing its strike miss, the Goblin Troll erupted with fury. After 10 seconds, it charged once more with its fearless charge. After evading, Ye Tianchen struck again at the troll's knee joint. 600. This blow further exacerbated the wound, blood gushing forth and staining a large area of the ground green. Infuriated and humiliated, the Goblin Troll swiftly turned, swinging its massive axe towards Ye Tianchen in a sweeping motion. Ye Tianchen nimbly dodged and maneuvered around the troll. There was no way around it. The Goblin Troll was significantly faster, making it impossible to create any distance. However, despite the Goblin Troll's superior straight-line speed, Ye Tianchen exhibited greater agility. At that moment, the Goblin Troll was thoroughly enraged by Ye Tianchen, spinning in place and emitting furious roars. It perceived the diminutive human before it as nothing more than an irritating insect, unable to land a blow, yet compelled to act. For each of Ye Tianchen's attacks inflicted considerable pain. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the Goblin Troll lunged toward the nearby goblin, seizing it and devouring it whole. Accompanied by the grotesque sounds of chewing, the Goblin Troll crushed and swallowed the creature as if it were a mere biscuit. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tianchen closed the gap and struck once more at the troll's knee joint. Inflicting a wound, he understood that injuring a finger was preferable to severing a hand, and thus he targeted the joint. Alas, the Goblin Troll, a victim of its own cannibalistic skill, had not suffered enough damage to feel the full brunt of its self-inflicted wounds. At that moment, the troll's skill had cooled down. With a roar, it unleashed a fearless charge towards Ye Tianchen. The latter swiftly rolled to evade the attack. However, as he dodged, the Goblin Troll inexplicably halted mid-charge, raising its colossal axe to strike down upon him. With a resounding crash, dust and debris filled the air. The attack struck Ye Tianchen, dealing substantial damage. Shocked, he gazed at the goblin troll, realizing with dismay that it had executed a combo move he had not anticipated, leaving him severely weakened. Even the durability of his helmet had diminished significantly. Hastily, he consumed a health potion, restoring his vitality to 480 points. The refreshing sensation cleared his dizzy mind, and he resumed his evasive maneuvers around the goblin troll, consuming another potion to fully replenish his health. As a minute passed, the goblin troll once again swallowed a goblin. Seizing this moment, Ye Tianchen intensified his assault on the troll's knee joint. Thus, a relentless tug-of-war ensued between him and the goblin troll. With his newfound caution, the troll's combo attacks ceased to pose a threat. Under Ye Tianchen's unyielding barrage, the wound on the troll's knee deepened and widened, blood gushing forth and staining the ground around them. Consequently, the goblin troll's health steadily dwindled. Eventually, after a period of time, Ye Tianchen struck once more at the troll's knee joint, producing a sharp crack. The immense pain elicited a roar from the goblin troll, which then turned and charged towards Ye Tianchen. However, it was a mere moment of restraint. Once unleashed, the goblin giant's leg was shattered, and its colossal form collapsed onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tianchen charged forward, mercilessly delivering fatal strikes. At this juncture, the goblin giant had lost all capacity for resistance, succumbing to Ye Tianchen's relentless onslaught. With a final defiant roar, the goblin giant succumbed completely, crashing to the earth. In the wake of its demise, a radiant blue light, far more vibrant than that of an ordinary goblin, surged into Ye Tianchen's being. Simultaneously, a cascade of iridescent treasures erupted forth, scattering across the ground and leaving Ye Tianchen in a state of exhilaration. The boss had dropped a magnificent bounty. Chapter 17. The first kill of the boss. Server announcement. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 common tier boss, Goblin Troll, earning 10 reputation points and 4,000 experience points. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up Constitution 1, Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Spirit 1, and you have gained 5 points to allocate as you wish. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up Constitution 1, Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Spirit 1, and you have gained 5 points to allocate as you wish. At that very moment, a booming voice resonated, echoing throughout the entire Huaxia server like a thunderclap. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for achieving the first kill of the Myth Common Tier boss, earning 100 reputation points and 10 free attribute points. The announcement resounded 3 times in succession. Instantly, across the myriad of novice villages in Daxia, over 1 billion players fell silent, as if under a spell. Yet, mere moments later, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered, replaced by a cacophony of astonished exclamations. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Has someone really killed a boss so soon? This cannot be true. I can't even handle a single duck, and you tell me someone has already taken down a boss? How is that possible? Damn, are we even playing the same game? He must be on a private server. In every novice village, the once renowned, milestone-level players were equally taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief and shock. They had believed they were far ahead of the other players, yet reality slapped them in the face. In Novice Village 9527, Young Master, isn't that the expert brother? In the level 4 monster area, Air Guzzi stared at Tang Yuan in astonishment. At that moment, Tang Yuan was equally taken aback. His mouth agape. He had already tried to overestimate the prowess of the expert brother, but it was evident now that he had significantly underestimated his strength. He had spent $1 million to purchase the gear sold by the expert brother, just to venture into the level 4 monster area, while the expert brother had already slain a boss. This was truly astonishing. Haha, I am indeed a genius in the investment world. I can't wait to log off and boast to old Tang. Huh. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dreaming Light Dance stood dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. He is extraordinarily powerful. He actually killed a boss. Just then, An urgent voice pierced her reverie. Sister Light, dance. Don't daydream. Xiao Yu is about to be gored by a wild boar. Oh, coming, coming. As Dreamy Dance regained her composure, she hastily rushed to assist. In the novice village 2588, a man was skillfully maneuvering around a massive, grotesque creature. Its sheer size instilled a sense of dread, revealing it to be a boss rivaling that of a goblin troll. At that moment, the announcement of the first kill for an ordinary boss echoed throughout the server. Upon hearing the server-wide announcement, the man's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sea. Damn it, my first kill has been snatched away. The man was named Zhou Tong, and his game ID was Shadowless Demon. Upon entering the game, he had been bestowed with an exceptionally rare supreme-level talent, Godspeed. The most significant feature of this talent was his unparalleled speed attribute, which no one else possessed. While others had to enhance their speed through leveling up or equipment, he could allocate points directly to speed. Furthermore, he could convert speed into attack power. Consequently, Zhou Tong unhesitatingly allocated all his attribute points to speed. With this extraordinary talent, his map traversal speed was unmatched. The monsters could hardly touch him, allowing him to level up rapidly. Even when faced with this formidable boss, its speed paled in comparison. And under Zhou Tong's deft maneuvers, the boss could not land a hit. However, to amass enough attack power to breach the boss's defenses required some time, which led to the current predicament. He had initially believed that with such a powerful talent, he could dominate in myth and wreak havoc, only to find that he could not even secure the first kill of an ordinary boss. It simply illustrated that even among supreme-level talents, disparities existed. Tianchen, was it? Zhou Tong's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with a cold, venomous light, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. You dare to steal my first kill? I shall remember you. Despite having his first kill pilfered, he still considered himself invincible. After all, with his speed, no one could touch him. How could they possibly fight him? Meanwhile, Ye Tianchen remained oblivious to the fact that he had already garnered someone's resentment. He was momentarily bewildered by the barrage of system prompts. It was merely a boss kill. Yet it felt as festive as a New Year celebration, complete with a server-wide announcement. Although he was uncertain of the significance of the reputation gained, the 10 free attribute points were undeniably enticing, especially since leveling up only granted 5 free attribute points. Once the server-wide announcement was made, the name Tianchen swiftly circulated throughout myth. In no time, he became the focal point of attention. The chat box was inundated with requests to add him as a friend. The flurry of notifications dizzying to behold. Reluctantly, he promptly selected the options to disallow friend requests from strangers and to block private messages from unfamiliar players. After completing these actions, the noise subsided significantly, and the world returned to a semblance of tranquility. Next came the exhilarating phase of looting. Observing the goblin troll's plethora of dropped items, Ye Tianchen was filled with exhilaration. It was his first experience witnessing such an abundance of loot from a single encounter. He hurriedly collected all the equipment. Troll bow, level, quality, yellow tier, attribute, strength 30, additional attribute, armor penetration, durability, 100, wearing requirement, 50 points of strength. This is quite reasonable, as one cannot even draw the bowstring without sufficient strength. Unyielding charge skill book. Unyielding charge. Propel the body forward in a straight line for a certain distance, inflicting 150 physical damage on targets in the path, while stunning enemies for 1 second. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Learning requirements, 50 points of constitution, 50 points of strength. This is also quite reasonable, for a low constitution may lead one to charge recklessly and meet their demise. Aside from these 2 pieces of equipment, the remainder are rather mundane. Troll helmet, level, quality, common tier, attribute, constitution 12, durability 100, wearing requirement, 10 points of strength. Troll axe, level, quality, common tier, attribute, constitution 15, durability 100, wearing requirement, 20 points of strength. Troll plate armor, level, quality, common tier, attribute, constitution 15, durability 100, wearing requirement, 15 points of strength in addition. There were merely coins glimmering with silver and gold, which Ye Tianchen naturally collected in their entirety. Chapter 18. Trending at number 1. Oh my! A piece of yellow tier equipment has actually surfaced. A magnificent bow. Gazing upon the attributes of the troll bow, Ye Tianchen could not help but exclaim. The qualities of this item are far beyond that of ordinary grade equipment. Just one piece surpasses the entire goblin set, and even possesses armor-piercing attributes. If this were to fall into the hands of another, they would surely dominate the novice village. However, how could a common tier boss possibly drop a yellow tier item? Master. Upon hearing Ye Tianchen's words, Xiaobai eagerly hopped out to demonstrate her utility. Since this is your first kill of a common tier boss, there's a chance of obtaining a higher tier item. Now makes sense? Understanding the reason behind this, Ye Tianchen turned his gaze to another weapon, the troll axe. To his astonishment, it was a weapon that increases vitality. If others were to see such an item, they would undoubtedly curse in disbelief. What fine weapon! Yet increases vitality instead of strength? How absurd! Nevertheless, for Ye Tianchen, this was the weapon of his dreams. For him, this common tier weapon could grant an impressive 150 points of attack power, surpassing the attribute enhancement provided by the yellow tier troll bow. Next, Ye Tianchen's attention shifted to the solitary skill book. Fearless Charge. It offers damage, control, and mobility. This skill is perfectly suited for him. With this skill, his mother would no longer need to worry about him being kite. Moreover, there were no class restrictions for this skill. Regarding Ye Tianchen's query, Xiaobai replied once more, Master. In myth, all equipment and skills have no level or class limitations. Oh! Ye Tianchen exclaimed in surprise. Does this mean I can learn any skill? Indeed, Master. Xiaobai nodded gleefully. In myth, both equipment and skills are only limited by attributes. As long as you meet the attribute requirements, you can learn any skill. Then my dual cultivation of physical and magical abilities can be realized. Ye Tianchen felt a surge of excitement. Although he was aware that this skill book was undoubtedly valuable, he had no intention of selling such an exceptional skill. To earn money, he needed to elevate his own power first. Thus, he promptly learned Fearless Charge. Strength can be transformed into attack power, and naturally, attack power can also be converted back to strength. Acquiring a skill would be more than sufficient. With the Troll Bow and Fearless Charge in his arsenal, who could kite him now? Following this, Ye Tianchen began allocating his attribute points. Having leveled up twice, he possessed 10 free attribute points, plus an additional 10 as a reward, totaling 20 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated them all to vitality. He then donned the troll helmet and troll plate armor. At last, he could replace that garish green helmet. What a relief! At this moment, Ye Tianchen's attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name, Tianchen, level, 7, occupation, 9 health, 1220, mana, 170, physical attack, 1237, magical attack, 1237, skills, celestial eye technique, enables the observation of monster attributes. The closer the level difference, the more attributes can be viewed. Fearless Charge, rapidly lunges forward in a straight line, inflicting 150 physical damage to targets in the path, while stunning enemies for 1 second. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Supreme Talent, Ultimate Strength. Each point of vitality increases attack power by 1. Spirit Space, Little White Skills, Health Recovery, restores 1 of maximum health per second. Equipment, Troll Axe, Constitution 15, Troll Helmet, Constitution 12, Goblin Leather Pants, Constitution 6, Troll Plate Armor, Constitution 15, Goblin Bracers, Constitution 6, Goblin Boots, Constitution 6. These attributes pertain to the usage of the Troll Axe. Both the Troll Axe and the Troll Bow are two-handed weapons and cannot be equipped simultaneously. Switching to the Troll Bow would significantly reduce health and attack. However, the Troll Bow is a ranged weapon, and a slight decrease in attributes is acceptable, as Ye Tianchen does not intend to sell it. Beep beep, beep beep. At that moment, the alarm clock set by Ye Tianchen rang. The gaming device allows for alarm settings to remind players to log off and replenish their nutrition. Is it already daytime? Hearing the alarm, Ye Tianchen hesitated not, decisively logging off from the game. Sitting up from his bed, Ye Tianchen's eyes shone brightly. showing no signs of fatigue or drowsiness from an all-night gaming session. Instead, he felt invigorated, as if filled with boundless energy, radiating vitality. Indeed, Myth has not exaggerated its claims. The quality of sleep is vastly improved. Just this feature alone is worth far more than 10,000. According to a joint announcement by 5 renowned gaming companies, once players step into the world of Myth, they not only do not experience excessive fatigue, but rather enter a state of deep sleep. Deep sleep is beneficial to the human body, with a typical 20 deep sleep duration considered excellent. Imagine experiencing it throughout the entire night. This allows players to enjoy gaming while also receiving sufficient and high-quality rest, enabling them to awaken refreshed for work the next day. However, this does not imply that players can remain online indefinitely. They must log off periodically to eat and engage in physical activity. Otherwise, their bodies cannot endure to play continuously without logging off. One must acquire a gaming pod worth 1 million. The gaming pod is equipped with specially crafted nutritional liquids from the world's 5 leading companies, providing a comprehensive array of nutrients and ample energy to meet all bodily requirements for normal functioning. Ye Tianchen casually picked up the mobile phone resting on his bedside. The moment he unlocked the device, his gaze was immediately captivated by a text message. Dasha Bank. Your account ending in 3372 completed a transfer deposit of 1,000,000 Dasha coins on February 18th at 7:15 a.m. Current balance 1,000,472,000 1 million. As he beheld the lengthy string of figures on the screen, Ye Tianchen swallowed hard. He pinched his arm forcefully. A sharp sting confirmed the reality of the astonishing events unfolding before him. With a foolish grin plastered across his face, he realized he had earned a 7-figure sum overnight, enough to purchase a gaming pod. Who would believe such a tale? Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Everything he wished for seemed attainable. Gazing at the balance in his account, he could not help but hum a cheerful tune. Initially, he had only dreamt of acquiring a gaming headset, yet he had unwittingly amassed enough for a gaming pod. In all his years, he had never encountered such a sum of money. It felt utterly surreal. I am now a millionaire. With this thought in mind, he resolved to treat himself generously. Today, he would forego a simple meal and indulge in something delightful. Thus, Ye Tianchen descended to a nearby restaurant and ordered a sumptuous 4-dish meal with soup. Didn't that dog of a boss claim he would never eat such a meal in his lifetime? Well, here he was savoring it. As he awaited his meal, boredom enveloped him at the table, when suddenly he overheard the conversation of 2 young men at the adjacent table. Hey, have you seen the news on Dubi? There's a sensational report claiming someone sold beginner gear for $1 million. $1 million? Is that for real? Can beginner gear even fetch that price? It must be a scam. I think it sounds like a scam too. Perhaps the game's officials orchestrated this hype to attract attention. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen's curiosity was piqued. He instinctively grabbed his phone and opened Dubi. Upon entering the page, the very first video that caught his eye was of himself, showcasing the moment he auctioned off his gear. It seemed to be a live recording. The caption beneath the video read, "Beginner gear actually sold for $1 million. Are the wealthy simply too affluent, or has money lost its value?" Glancing again, he noticed that this video had only recently been posted, yet it had already garnered an astonishing 10 million views, its popularity beyond imagination. The comment section was abuzz with activity, accumulating hundreds of thousands of messages in a brief span. These wealthy individuals are utterly foolish, spending $1 million on virtual items. It seems they've gone insane with gaming. A gaming headset fetching 10,000. These gaming companies are unscrupulous. With that kind of money, one could enroll their child in numerous tutoring classes. I implore the government to ban this game. My child has been ruined by it, failing to even graduate middle school. This person has struck it rich, earning $1 million from a stroke of luck with a few pieces of gear. That amount is a lifetime's worth for many. Is the gear-selling magnate present? Could you elaborate on how one acquires such an abundance of equipment? Is there some secret to it? Ye Tianchen shook his head, astonished that selling a few pieces of equipment had propelled him into the trending searches. This phenomenon had sparked extensive discussion within society. Some self-proclaimed experts publicly debated the reasonableness of virtual items being sold for $1 million. Moreover, 2 of the top 3 trending topics were related to him. Another discussion revolved around why Tianchen was able to defeat the boss, with many suspecting he was using cheats and calling for his reporting. He continued to upload videos, most of which centered around the game myth. Other novice villages also had individuals selling equipment, albeit at prices not as exorbitant as Ye Tianchen's. Yet the profits were still considerable. However, upon reviewing the discussions, he noticed that no one had revealed any methods to increase drop rates. Clearly, they were not foolish. The longer others took to discover this, the more they would profit. After composing a message on how to enhance drop rates and sending it to Zhao Zilong, Ye Tianchen proceeded to have his meal. After dining and engaging in some activities, he re-entered the game. Chapter 19. A thank you for the money spent upon entering the game. I was greeted by messages from my 2 friends in the friend list. Master, are you selling the boss equipment? This was from Tang Yuan. May I inquire if you have any in used equipment? This was from Dreamy Dance. I first responded to Tang Yuan, I need the boss equipment. Would you like the gear I replace? Meanwhile, upon reading the message from Tianchen, Tang Yuan frowned. The replaced gear must be the previously acquired level 6 equipment. He had already discerned why Tianchen could amass such a plethora of equipment alone. After battling level 4 monsters, he had uncovered the secret that defeating higher-level monsters increased drop rates, diminishing his need for ordinary gear unless it was of a superior grade that piqued his interest. Thus, he replied, if it's still goblin equipment, I can only offer 11,000 per piece. It seemed he had caught on. Reading Tang Yuan's message, I pondered silently. However, the fact that he was aware of the increased drop rates, yet was willing to offer such a generous price, indicated a genuine desire to cultivate a friendship. Nevertheless, friendship aside, I was keen on earning more, so I promptly messaged Dreamy Dance. I have 3 pieces of that equipment available for sale. What price? She replied, how does 20,000 per piece sound? I inquired cautiously. Beauty aside, business was business, and I certainly would not engage in a losing deal. In truth, this price was already inflated, exceeding that of the last auction for the Blood Hand, which Tang Yuan's offer could not be compared to. Upon seeing the price I quoted, Dreamy Dance let out a subtle sigh of relief. She had anticipated that after the last auction, I would demand an exorbitant price. But it appeared my offer was not significantly higher than that of the Blood Hand. All right, when shall we trade? She agreed readily, fearing she might retract her agreement. I promptly replied now. I needed to return to procure some arrows. Although the novice bow could generate energy arrows automatically, the troll bow could not function without them. Considering running back would be a waste of time, I boldly dashed into a crowd of monsters, resulting in my demise, and returned to the novice village. Emerging from the fountain, I went to the general store to purchase arrows. Regular arrows cost merely 1 copper coin each, and I bought 1,000 without hesitation. After acquiring the arrows, I proceeded to the square to await her arrival. Before long, I spotted Dreamy Dance approaching, jogging lightly, her chest swaying rhythmically, reminiscent of 2 jubilant little rabbits, causing me to stare in awe. As she reached me, I finally averted my gaze and handed her the equipment along with my card number. Thank you for waiting. I will transfer the money to you shortly. She expressed softly with gratitude. She understood that time was of the essence, and she never anticipated that Tianchen would specifically return to the novice village for her sake. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen nearly burst into laughter. Look, she spent money and still felt the need to express her gratitude. No need to mention it. Ye Tianchen replied earnestly, you are one of my 2 closest friends. It is no trouble at all. Upon hearing these words, Menghuan Qingwu felt deeply touched and silently resolved that she would ensure that in future transactions with Tianchen, he would never suffer a loss. Before long, Ye Tianchen received a notification. Your account ending in 3372 has received 60,000 yuan. At that moment, Menghuan Qingwu gazed at Ye Tianchen with eager anticipation and inquired, did that boss you fought drop any spell-related skills? Not yet, Ye Tianchen shrugged. Oh, I see. Dreaming Light's expression fell slightly, and after exchanging a farewell, she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Tianchen was filled with myriad reflections. Just a day prior, he had endured the indignity of being struck on the head with a stainless steel basin for merely a few thousand yuan a month. Yet now, he casually possessed tens of thousands, with his savings exceeding 7 figures. Truly, life is a fickle mistress. Let us seek out more formidable monsters. Ye Tianchen, now having surpassed the goblins in level, naturally looked down upon them. Navigating through the dense forest, he soon arrived at a valley that resembled a celestial paradise. The area was lush with greenery, adorned with vibrant blossoms, and the air was suffused with a refreshing fragrance, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Within the valley, 2 types of monsters were present. Shadow Leopard, level 9, quality, common health, 2100, physical attack, 120 skill. Shadow Creation summons a Shadow Leopard with 30 of the original's attributes for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Drunken Howler, level 10, quality, common health, 2400, physical attack, 140 skill. Drunken Howl takes a deep breath and unleashes a furious howl, dealing 100 physical damage to units within a 3x3 area in front. Cooldown 30 seconds. These attributes were quite formidable for other players. However, for Ye Tianchen, they posed no threat whatsoever. He hefted his ogre axe and struck down upon a Shadow Leopard's head, instantly obliterating it. Critical hit, minus 2,100. As for the Shadow Leopard, Ye Tianchen paid it no mind. With only 30 of the original's attributes, even if it were strike him freely, it could not breach his defenses. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen turned his attention to a Drunken Howler and unleashed his fearless charge. A shadow darted past, and wielding his ogre axe, he executed a swift and powerful swing, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. Accompanied by a chilling sound of the air being cut, the axe cleaved into the Drunken Howler's chest, instantaneously tearing its body apart. Critical hit, minus 2,400. With the fearless charge granting a 150 boost, combined with the critical hit damage from weak point attacks, the damage value soared beyond 3,600 points, far exceeding the health of the Drunken Howler Lion. Thus, with a single strike, it was vanquished, leaving little to be said. Ye Tianchen then equipped the Troll Bow, which significantly reduced his attributes, bringing his health down to 1070 points and physical attack to 1117 points. He adjusted his stance, aiming the arrow towards the distance. As he relaxed his grip, the bowstring emitted a crisp sound, followed by the swift whoosh of the arrow slicing through the air. The arrow surged forth like lightning, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Could I truly shoot so far? Ye Tianchen pondered, recalling that upon leaving the novice village, he had observed others shooting arrows that seemed to fall short of his distance. Master, master. At such moments, Little White would leap forth to clarify. The reason you can shoot arrows over such remarkable distances is due to your inherently high-strength attribute. When you wield a bow or any projectile weapon, this formidable strength translates into an enhanced range bonus. Similarly, if your intelligence attribute is sufficiently high, you will also gain an extended casting distance when performing spells. Should your constitution attribute be elevated, you will receive additional defensive bonuses. Furthermore, a high spirit attribute will expand your spellcasting range. Now I understand. Enlightened, Ye Tianchen once again drew back the bowstring, locking onto a Drunken Howler lion not far away. As the lion lunged towards him, he switched to the troll axe and delivered a decisive blow to its head, terminating its wretched existence. Witnessing this scene, Ye Tianchen laughed heartily. You thought my range capabilities were formidable, but in truth, my melee prowess surpasses it. He could already envision the expressions of future foes who, after laboriously approaching him, would discover that he was, in fact, a master of close combat. However, unbeknownst to him, a troublesome situation was about to descend upon him. Chapter 20, Money Talks. As Ye Tianchen was engrossed in leveling up and honing his archery skills, a crisp notification sound suddenly pierced through his concentration. Momentarily taken aback, he halted his actions and swiftly logged off. Hello? Ye Tianchen answered the call. On the other end, a serious male voice soon echoed. Good day, is this Mr. Yi? This is the Public Security Bureau of Gusu City. You were involved in a mutual altercation yesterday that resulted in a minor concussion for the other party. We request that you come to our bureau at your earliest convenience to discuss this matter. A minor concussion? Ye Tianchen's expression shifted. He immediately recalled the two individuals he had confronted the previous day. How fragile could they be? A concussion from such a scuffle? I emerged unscathed. Understood. I shall be there shortly. After hanging up, Ye Tianchen swiftly gathered his belongings and set off for the bureau. Upon his arrival, he instantly spotted Hui, her head bandaged and looking rather disheveled, alongside the furious female proprietor standing nearby. Upon seeing Ye Tianchen, the woman let out a cold laugh and venomously declared, "You're finished. Let us see how you escape this one. Fool!" Yet, Ye Tianchen paid her words no heed. A minor concussion is hardly a grave injury. How much could they possibly demand? In the past, such a situation would have troubled him. However, times had changed. He was no longer in need. As the saying goes, with money in hand, there's no need for worry. Upon entering the bureau's office, Ye Tianchen was immediately captivated by the officer within. Clad in uniform, she exuded a refreshing vigor, though not as enchanting as a dreamlike dance. She was certainly of a caliber befitting a police flower. "See," came a male voice. "Oh, there's another person?" Ye Tianchen turned in surprise to find a middle-aged male officer. The man's expression shifted, evidently offended that Ye Tianchen had not even acknowledged his presence. While aware of Officer Guo's beauty, the young man's behavior seemed rather excessive. Once everyone had assembled, the male officer cleared his throat and addressed the situation. "We have gathered a general understanding of the events. How do you wish to resolve this?" "Compensation. There must be compensation." Before he could finish, the female proprietor sprang forth, indignantly pointing at Ye Tianchen. "He must pay Hui 100,000. Beside her, Hui glared at Ye Tianchen with fury, exclaiming, "I want him imprisoned. No one has ever dared to strike me." In response, Ye Tianchen let out a derisive chuckle. 100,000? Have you lost your mind? Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you." The female proprietor, hands on her hips and eyes ablaze with anger, bellowed, "Refuse? Very well, then prepare to sit in jail." Her shrill voice seemed capable of piercing through flesh and bone. The woman named Hui, unwilling to be outdone, stretched her neck and chimed in with her sharp, high-pitched voice. "Indeed, we intend to see him imprisoned. How dare he offend us?" Silence. At that moment, the previously taciturn female officer slammed her hand on the table. With her brows furrowed and her eyes wide open, she sternly admonished, "Do you consider this place a marketplace? If the noise continues, I will have you all removed." Guosini had already held a low opinion of the two. One was an event organizer, and the other had initiated the altercation. Now, they had the audacity to demand exorbitant compensation from the victim. Utterly preposterous. Upon hearing the officer's rebuke, the previously arrogant duo immediately deflated like puncture balloons, falling into an abrupt silence. However, though they ceased speaking, their eyes remained filled with resentment, glaring at Ye Tianchen as if they wished to devour him whole. "Now, let me clarify this matter," the male officer began, observing that order had been restored. "First, both of you engaged in mutual combat. Should you refuse to negotiate, you will both be detained per the relevant regulations. Furthermore, a mild concussion is considered a minor injury. Even if you pursue legal action, you will not receive more than 100,000 yuan." At this, Hui, who had been brimming with indignation and unwilling to relent, deflated like a puncture balloon, not wishing to face detention. With the room now silent, Guosini spoke up, "Since you have no viable proposals, I shall suggest one." She turned her gaze toward Hui, stating, "Regarding your compensation, I propose an amount of 18,000 yuan, which is already the highest possible sum. Do you agree?" 18,000? Hui furrowed her brow, finding it somewhat insufficient. Yet, upon hearing that it was the maximum amount, she reluctantly nodded after a moment's hesitation. Considering this figure, Ye Tianchen pondered. It did not seem excessively high. Guosini then directed her attention to the female boss, stating with gravity, "As the event organizer, you must bear 80 of the responsibility, which amounts to 400 yuan owed to Zhang Xiaowei." Ye Tianchen was taken aback. The female officer had not shown favoritism towards the two women, earning his respect. What? The female boss immediately sprang up, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her face twisted in anger as she questioned, on what grounds? However, before she could finish her sentence, Guisini brusquely interrupted her. With a stern expression, she commanded, "Be silent. You have no place to speak here." Guisini's piercing gaze struck the female boss like icy daggers, rendering her instantly mute, too afraid to utter another word. Turning to Ye Tianchen and Zhang Xiaowei, Guisini inquired, "Do you have any objections?" "None." Zhang Xiaowei shook her head. After all, for her, it was merely essential to receive the compensation. The identity of the payer was of little consequence. Who pays is irrelevant, right? I shall withdraw the money. Ye Tianchen rose, finding 3,600 yuan a trifling sum for him at this juncture. Before long, he hurried back to the security office with great fervor. He strode confidently before Zhang Xiaowei, casting a fleeting glance at her before abruptly flinging a stack of bills directly into her face with a vigorous sweep of his arm. The sound of the bills scattering filled the air as they fluttered to the ground, covering the floor in a chaotic display. Ye Tianchen let out a cold chuckle, declaring that this money was merely a token of his generosity, akin to purchasing dog food. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Upon stepping out of the security office, he inhaled deeply the fresh air outside, feeling an undeniable sense of elation. Who would have thought I could experience the thrill of throwing money at someone? Just then, his phone rang once more. Chapter 21, How did you know I made $1 million selling equipment? Aunt? The name on the caller ID was unmistakably his aunt's. Ye Tianchen quickly pressed the answer button. His aunt's voice immediately resonated from the other end. Xiaoqing, I just transferred 2,000 yuan into your account. Though it isn't much, please don't hesitate to spend it on what you desire. Perhaps buy a few new clothes as well. If you need more, just let me know, and I will send you more money. Hearing his aunt's words, Ye Tianchen felt a lump in his throat. 10 years ago, after his parents' tragic accident, his aunt, who was caring for her 2-year-old daughter, did not hesitate for a moment to take him in, raising him with frugality and selflessness. Despite their modest means, she never let him go without, always prioritizing his needs over her own. Taking a deep breath, Ye Tianchen quickly replied, Aunt, haven't I told you that I have money now? There is no need for you to send me more. It's time for me to support you. His aunt countered, You've just started working. How could you have any money? Seeing her disbelief, Ye Tianchen promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to her account, cautious not to overwhelm her with too much. However, even this amount stirred her concern. Xiaoqing, where did you get so much money? You're not involved in anything illegal, are you? Ye Tianchen was momentarily speechless and hurriedly reassured her, Aunt, please don't jump to conclusions. I assure you, this money is entirely legitimate. You can look forward to a life of ease from now on. Though Ye Tianchen spoke with such conviction, his aunt remained skeptical. Even if you do have money, save it for a future wife. This money is of no use to me. Aunt, rest assured, I'm definitely saving for a future partner. This money is my way of honoring you. After much persuasion, he finally succeeded in getting his aunt to accept the 50,000 yuan. Sighing with relief after hanging up, Ye Tianchen wiped the sweat from his brow. Convincing his aunt was certainly no easy task. Just then, his phone rang again. What is happening today? Is everyone calling me? Ye Tianchen thought, slightly exasperated. This time, it was Zhao Zilong on the line. Brother Chun, have you received your birthday gift? What do you think? I received it, and I'm very satisfied. That's great. By the way, it's been ages since we last saw each other. Let us get together. Sure. Where shall we meet? At our usual spot. All right. After hanging up, Ye Tianchen called for a taxi. Before long, he arrived at a barbecue restaurant, known for its generous portions and excellent reviews, a place they frequently visited. Upon entering, Ye Tianchen immediately spotted the robust figure of Zhao Zilong. He was seated at a table, surrounded by bottles of beer and skewers of grilled meat. A broad smile spread across Ye Tianchen's face as he quickened his pace, heading straight toward Zhao Zilong. How did you know I made $1 million selling equipment? Before Zhao Zilong could utter a word, Ye Tianchen, brimming with eagerness, interjected. What? Zhao Zilong taken aback, gazed at Ye Tianchen with a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered. How do you know I made a million selling equipment? Ye Tianchen chuckled and reiterated, his tone imbued with pride. He had already contemplated this line during his journey. The adage a prosperous man should return home, akin to a richly adorned figure traversing the night, resonated with him. Having earned $1 million right after the game's launch, how could he not flaunt it to his good friend? Naturally, this was contingent on them being genuine friends. Otherwise, treachery might loom. Upon hearing Ye Tianchen repeat those words, Zhao Zilong's eyes widened in realization, shock painting his face. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "No way. You are." Just as the words left his lips, Zhao Zilong seemed to grasp something, hastily resuming his seat, though the astonishment within him remained unabated. Lowering his voice, he incredulously continued, "You are the one who made $1 million selling equipment online?" Clearly, he was astounded by this revelation, yet he managed to rein in his excitement. Ye Tianchen, donning a mask to avoid recognition, was not one to expose his friend's identity with loud proclamations. Indeed, observing Zhao Zilong's astonishment, Ye Tianchen chuckled, pleased with the reaction he had anticipated. "Goodness, you are simply incredible." Due to his limited vocabulary, Zhao Zilong struggled to find a more fitting expression to convey his awe, ultimately resorting to the simplistic yet emphatic incredible. He had never imagined that shortly after the game's inception, Ye Tianchen would amass such wealth. No wonder Brother Chen knew the secrets to enhancing drop rates. However, despite Ye Tianchen having already shared the method to increase drop rates, Zhao Zilong, constrained by his innate talents, could not yet challenge higher-level monsters, and thus could not earn any money. Until the steaming barbecue was presented at the table, Zhao Zilong remained somewhat dazed, only to be roused by the mouth-watering aroma of the grilled delicacies. The skewers glistened golden, sizzling with oil, while the grilled fish was crispy on the outside and tender within, exuding a delightful fragrance. The two, unable to resist, eagerly seized a skewer and indulged heartily. At that moment, Ye Tianchen seemingly recalled something, asking, "What is your game ID?" He had yet to add Zhao Zilong as a friend, making communication within the game impossible. Heroic and chivalrous. "All right, I will add you later." As they relished their meal, Ye Tianchen inquired, "How is your internet CAF faring?" "Ah, don't even get me started." At this, Zhao Zilong paused his actions, waving his hand in resignation. With Myth being all the rage, who still goes to internet CAFS? I sold all my equipment, preparing to transition to Myth. With that, he bit into a grilled chicken wing, savoring every morsel. Subsequently, Zhao Zilong, filled with enthusiasm, remarked, "You have truly become remarkable, able to vanquish even the boss. In the future, you must look after me in the game." Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen playfully responded, "What is this? Have you abandoned the ambition of restoring the Han dynasty?" It is worth noting that Zhao Zilong had previously been engrossed in a card game set in the Three Kingdoms period, fervently aspiring to revive the Han dynasty. Now, he was surprisingly shifting his focus to Myth. Zhao Zilong scratched his head and chuckled. "I believe the Prime Minister will surely understand my decision. So, what should I be called? Daddy? The Dies Wunderfrühsong. Haha." Chapter 22. Benevolent Heart of Ye Tianchen. After parting ways with Zhao Zilong, Ye Tianchen returned to the game and searched for the username Xiagon Edan, promptly adding it to his friends list. Zhao Zilong immediately accepted the friend request. "Brother Chun, let's level up quickly and see if we can venture beyond the novice village. I'll take you flying." "Haha, I must hasten my leveling." With Zhao Zilong now among his friends, Ye Tianchen resumed his monster hunting expedition and archery training. For him, the time spent searching for monsters was now more significant than the time spent battling them. Through relentless practice, his aim improved remarkably. After vanquishing another drunken howler lion, he picked up the items that had dropped. Bracelet of the Lion, level 10, quality, common attribute, spirit 11, durability 100, wearing requirement 15 points of spirit, trash equipment. With a mere glance, Ye Tianchen discarded it into his storage bag, allowing it to gather dust. At this stage, very few players possess skills. Most could only rely on basic attacks. Even those with skills often lacked the necessary mana, much like his fearless charge, which rendered mana-regenerating gear useless. Aside from this item, he also acquired 3 additional pieces of lion gear: lion leggings, Constitution 12, lion bracers, Constitution 8, Strength 4, lion leather boots, Constitution 9. Speed 3. Equipping these items raised his health to 1180 points and his physical attack to 1231 points. Thus, Ye Tianchen traversed from the mouth of the valley deep into its heart. As he approached the valley's depths, a deafening howl echoed throughout, reverberating off the walls. Accompanying this howl, the once lethargic and scattered shadow panthers and drunken howler lions seemed to comprehend the call, and one by one, they began to roar at the sky. This sound, could it be a boss? Ye Tianchen mused, intrigued. Bosses signify top-tier equipment and bountiful rewards, his favorite, regardless of whether he could defeat it. The worst outcome would merely be a single death. Ye Tianchen quickened his pace, deftly avoiding other monsters as he raced deeper into the valley. After a considerable run, he finally arrived at the valley's core. Here, he beheld 4 towering, robust pillars that soared into the clouds, resembling celestial supports. In the very center of these pillars lay an exceptionally massive creature. At first glance, it bore some resemblance to the shadow panther, but upon closer inspection, it exhibited traits of the drunken howler lion as well. Its head was held high, and its gaze was cold yet regal, emanating an innate aura of supremacy. Wow, this creature is undoubtedly a boss, Ye Tianchen exclaimed, and after a moment of reflection, he cast a heavenly eye technique towards it. Lion Leopard Beast, level 15 health, 100. 000. Attack power, 2000. Skill 1. Shadow Clone. Creates a clone with 50 of the main body's attributes, lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 2. Lion Leopard Gold Shout. Emits a massive roar, inflicting 150 physical damage to units within a 5x5 area in front. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 3. Clan Summon. When health drops below 30, it will let out a long howl, summoning all nearby shadow leopards and drunken howling lions to battle together. Gasp! Ye Tianchen inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. What in the world is this boss? 100,000 health points, 2,000 attack power. It can create clones and summon minions. Who knows how many minions it can summon? And it possesses a large area damage skill. Is this even fightable? Anyone who approaches would surely be brought to their knees. Upon witnessing the attributes of this boss, Ye Tianchen immediately contemplated fleeing. Even he would be brought to his knees before such overwhelming power. Each of this boss's 3 skills could potentially eliminate him in an instant. This was utterly unmanageable. Huh? Perhaps not. Just as Ye Tianchen was about to turn and leave, he inadvertently caught sight of the unique terrain of the surrounding valley. In that instant, a flash of inspiration struck him, igniting a brilliant idea in his mind. A flicker of excitement crossed Ye Tianchen's face as he dashed to a spot not far from the lion leopard beast and shot an arrow at it. Dash 40! Gasp! Observing the damage dealt, Ye Tianchen was taken aback. This creature possessed remarkably high defense. Is this truly the boss of a novice village? With such a high attack, he could barely breach its defenses. How would others manage? However, being able to break its defenses was sufficient. At this moment, the lion leopard beast had already been drawn into combat. Its speed surpassed Ye Tianchen's by far, and he had no intention of fleeing, instead choosing to await his fate. Just as he returned to the novice village, Ye Tianchen noticed the formidable Deluo blood hand emerging from the spring. His eyes lit up instantly. He had just swapped out 3 pieces of equipment, though Tang Yuan and Dreamy Light Dance likely Wound Tea find them valuable. But the Deluo blood hand was different. Despite his personal distaste, who would turn away from wealth? He could always sell them at a higher price. Boss, wait a moment. Ye Tianchen quickly approached to greet him. It's you? Deluo blood hand turned upon hearing the voice, instantly recognizing Ye Tianchen as the one who had sold him equipment earlier. A glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. What can I do for you? Ye Tianchen lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. Boss, interested in buying equipment? Upon hearing this, Deluo Bloodhand's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Do you still have equipment available? Yes. Ye Tianchen nodded. Boss, I felt quite guilty that you missed out on the gear last time. So as soon as I had new stock, you were the first person who came to mind. Is that truly the case? Deluo Shuesho's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly transforming into joy as he exclaimed, Brother, you are indeed a person of great benevolence. Ah, what can I say? I am simply someone who allows emotions to cloud my judgment. Ye Tianchen sighed lightly, then gazed sincerely at Deluo Shuesho. However, you are aware of the price at which the equipment sold last time. This time, I can offer it to you at a more reasonable rate. What do you say to 40,000 for each piece? Deluo Shuesho pondered for a moment. Compared to the nearly 100,000 per piece price before, this was indeed a very fair deal. Furthermore, the other party had specifically come to him. Having ventured all the way to the spring, how could that not be considered special? The sincerity was abundantly clear. Truly a young man, easily swayed by emotions. All right, I'll take it. Deluo Shuesho declared with a decisive wave of his hand, exuding charisma. Ye Tianchen provided Deluo Shuesho with his account number, but did not intend to add him as a friend. Only after Deluo Shuesho's payment of 120,000 was received did Ye Tianchen hand over the equipment. With great delight, Deluo Shuesho accepted the gear and watched Ye Tianchen's figure gradually recede, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within. Haha, today is indeed my lucky day. I have stumbled upon such a delightful opportunity. Chapter 23. The second announcement across the server. Turbulence stirs within the game. Having ensnared the formidable Deluo Bloodhand, Ye Tianchen hastened to the general store, where he procured ropes and grappling hooks. Simultaneously, he amassed an ample supply of arrows to ensure he would have enough for the impending confrontation. After completing his purchases, he swiftly made his way to the Lion-Leopard Valley. Upon arriving at his destination, Ye Tianchen skillfully employed the ropes and grappling hooks to ascend the steep cliffs bordering the valley. Standing atop the precipice, he gazed down at the lion-leopard beast, whose size had noticeably diminished from a distance. It was evident that it was now quite far away. For others, even with a bow, it would be impossible to strike the beast from such a range. Yet, Ye Tianchen was different. His immense strength afforded him an extraordinary range, allowing him to target the beast even from this height. With a determined pull, Ye Tianchen drew the bowstring taut, forming a perfect arc. As he released his grip, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The sharp whistle of the projectile sliced through the air, narrowly grazing the lion-leopard beast. How awkward. Though my range is sufficient, I have never attempted such a distance before. At this moment, the lion-leopard beast, now agitated, was drawn into a state of enmity. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening roar, then charged toward Ye Tianchen like a tempest. However, upon reaching the base of the cliff, it found itself bewildered, for it could not reach that wretched human. Infuriated, the lion-leopard beast unleashed a wide-area skill, lion-leopard shattering gold song. A powerful sound wave emanated from the beast, sending debris flying and uprooting vegetation in its wake. Yet, due to the considerable distance, this attack had no effect on Ye Tianchen. With the beast now so close, Ye Tianchen could easily unleash his arrows upon it. -40, -40, -40, -80. Ye Tianchen continued to rain arrows upon the lion-leopard beast, occasionally striking its weak points. Initially, the beast paid little heed to the damage inflicted by Ye Tianchen. However, as its health gradually waned, the cumulative effect of the damage began to instill a sense of fear in the creature, prompting it to retreat away from the cliff. As the distance between them increased, Ye Tianchen se ajuranje momentary. Nevertheless, after a brief period, his aim improved once more, and the lion-leopard beast's health steadily diminished. A smile of elation spread across Ye Tianchen's face. If he could penetrate its defenses, he would surely be able to vanquish this boss. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of arrows. With each passing second, amidst the lion-leopard beast's anguished roars, its health continued to plummet. As arrows flew forth, Ye Tianchen's archery skills steadily advanced, with his strikes on the beast's weak points becoming increasingly frequent. Shooting thousands of arrows would undoubtedly enhance anyone's marksmanship. Moreover, Ye Tianchen discovered that the lion-leopard beast could not escape the confines of the four pillars, alleviating any concerns he had about its potential flight. After battling for more than 5 hours, the lion-leopard beast suddenly threw back its head and let out a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens. Accompanying this resounding cry, a frenzy of shadow leopards and drunken howlers within a 500-meter radius surged towards its call. Astonished by the sheer number of over 100 summoned creatures, Ye Tianchen widened his eyes. Soon, under the command of the lion-leopard beast, they charged at him. But their attack range fell short. Sheer numbers were futile against him. "Huh, you can't reach me. La 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 la." This skill was terrifying for other players, yet posed no threat to Ye Tianchen. If the lion-leopard beast could not touch him, what could these smaller monsters do? Ignoring the lesser foes, he continued to unleash a relentless barrage upon the lion-leopard beast. Despite the multitude of smaller creatures, hitting the massive beast was still a straightforward endeavor. Eventually, after another 2 hours, the lion-leopard beast let out a final, defiant roar and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 Chi refinement boss, lion-leopard beast, earning 100 reputation points and 24,000 experience points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Spirit 1, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Spirit 1, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Spirit 1, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Your experience points are full. Please change your class promptly, or you will be unable to level up. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement reverberated throughout the entirety of the Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for achieving the first kill of the Chi refinement boss in Myth, earning 1,000 reputation points and 100 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for achieving the first kill of the Chi refinement boss in Myth, earning 1,000 reputation points and 100 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for achieving the first kill of the Chi refinement boss in Myth, earning 1,000 reputation points and 100 free attribute points. The server announcement echoed 3 times, igniting an uproar throughout the Huaxia server. Are you kidding me? A Chi refinement boss? Our entire guild still struggles against common rank bosses, and this Tianchen has slain a Chi refinement boss? It must be a mistake. Does anyone know the attributes of a Chi refinement boss? I don't know. I've never seen a Chi refinement boss, but they must be far more formidable than a common rank boss. Did you not see the system rewards? They are tenfold compared to those of a common rank boss. 100 free attribute points. Isn't that equivalent to us leveling up 20 times? How on earth can we continue playing this game? This guy must be cheating. Meanwhile, within the various novice villages, the eminent factions and god-tier players were experiencing a profound shift in demeanor, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. They began to suspect whether Tianchen was employing some form of cheating. Otherwise, how could they be so vastly outpaced given their own prowess? Contemplating this, they hastily dispatched individuals offline to officially report to the 5 major companies. In the 95-27 novice village, Tang Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. He had initially believed that uncovering the secret of the master player would narrow the gap between them, yet the chasm had only widened. I must hasten to strengthen my skills. Otherwise, I won't even be able to don the equipment discarded by the master player. Elsewhere, a beautiful woman with short hair approached Dreamy Light Dance with a look of skepticism, lowering her voice to inquire, Sister Light Dance, is this Tianchen the same individual who sells equipment? He is astonishingly powerful, isn't he? Could he be cheating? That seems unlikely, Dreamy Light Dance replied, gently shaking her head. At least, I haven't heard of any hacks in this game. This prompted her to reflect on some matters at home. It appeared that her family intended to reclaim all the gaming helmets from players in Daxia, forcibly terminating the operation of Myth. However, some individuals seemed to oppose this, leading to a stalemate between the two factions. Dreamy light Dance's gaze flickered, lost in thought. Simultaneously, a group of individuals logged into the game across various novice villages. Judging by the aura emanating from their faces, their origins were evidently extraordinary. The CEO of Tingyi Company appeared to be under some form of control. This game seemed far from simplistic. Indeed, if even the developers at Tingyi could not govern this game, how could it be straightforward? Ultimately, our mission is to delve into the intricacies of this game, as it may very well bring significant changes to our lives. How intriguing. The prowess of that Tianchen far surpasses others. Does he possess some hidden knowledge? Is it possible to uncover his true identity? It seems unlikely. Myth is no longer under the control of the 5 major gaming companies, rendering data retrieval impossible. Then we shall investigate gradually. I refuse to believe he will not leave behind some trace. That Tang Fatso has traded with him, hasn't he? Let us ask him for Tianchen's bank account number. The Tang family is not something we can easily manipulate. Merely a nouveau riche, he amounts to nothing. In that case, let us approach Tianchen. He enjoys selling equipment, does he not? By purchasing his gear, we will undoubtedly learn his bank account number. At that point, he will have nowhere to flee. Chapter 24. Laozi declares hostility. Newbie Village 2588. Damn it. While entangled with the lion-leopard beast, Zhou Tong was abruptly incensed upon hearing the server-wide announcement. Damn it, Tianchen, I shall not rest until we are adversaries. His first kill had been snatched away. It is worth noting that Zhou Tong had exerted considerable effort in pursuit of this initial triumph. Through the use of various items, he had barely managed to breach the defenses of the lion-leopard beast, enduring several hours of relentless combat. Just as he had whittled down the formidable boss's health to 30, victory was within reach, only to be cruelly usurped by that detestable Tianchen. 100 free attribute points. Zhou Tong's eyes turned crimson with envy. In stark contrast to Zhou Tong's fury, Zhao Zilong grinned widely upon hearing the announcement, exclaiming, "Haha, my good brother is truly remarkable. Another first kill. Time to level up and ride on my brother's coattails. Congratulations to the master for yet another first kill." Observing the messages from Tang Yuan and dreamlike light dance, Ye Tianchen reciprocated with congratulations, sharing in the joy. After replying to the two, Ye Tianchen's excitement surged as he gazed downwards. With the demise of the lion-leopard beast, the shadow leopard and the drunken roaring lions lost their aggro towards him and gradually dispersed. After dispatching a few minor monsters along the way, Ye Tianchen arrived at the carcass of the lion-leopard beast. Rubbing his hands together, he felt an exhilarating thrill as he approached the rewarding moment of looting. This sensation was utterly delightful. It's incredibly satisfying to defeat a boss. Another bountiful harvest awaits. Ye Tianchen exclaimed, eagerly inspecting the various loot dropped by the lion-leopard beast. King of Beasts armor, level 15, quality, mystic, attributes, constitution 100 additional attribute, block 50 durability 100, wearing requirement, 100 strength. King of Beasts greatsword, level 15, quality, yellow, attributes, strength 60, additional attribute, heavy strike 20, durability, 100, wearing requirement, 70 strength. King of Beasts helmet, level 15, quality, yellow, attributes, constitution 30, strength 12, additional attribute, precision 20, durability, 100, wearing requirement, 70 strength. King of Beasts ring, level 15, quality, yellow, attributes, spirit 43, additional attribute, mana recovery 5 second, durability 100, wearing requirement 50 spirit. Skill book, sweep the 1,000 armies. Wield your weapon to unleash a wave of energy, dealing 100 physical damage to targets within a 3x3 area. Cooldown 30 seconds. Learning requirement 100 points of strength. Skill book, fireball technique, consumes 50 mana, unleashing a fireball that inflicts 100 spell damage upon the target. Cooldown 7 seconds. Learning requirement: 30 points of intelligence. The remaining items consist of some common grade equipment, which, being level 15 gear, possess attributes superior to those of the Lion set. Lionheart bracers. Constitution 17 Lionheart boots. Constitution 17 Lionheart helm. Constitution 5, Strength 12 Lionheart leggings. Strength 17 simultaneously. The Lion Leopard Beast dropped over 10 gold coins. Along with a peculiar item. Lion Leopard Beast Inner Dan. Quest item. Unusable. Inner Dan? What purpose does this serve? With a dismissive scoff, Ye Tianchen collected his belongings and examined all the equipment. The following 4 pieces were perfectly suited for him. Lion King's armor, Lion King's helm, Lionheart bracers, Lionheart boots. As for the Lion King's greatsword, although its attributes appeared significantly superior to those of the troll bow, the benefits it conferred upon Ye Tianchen were far less than those provided by the troll axe. There are also 2 skill books, one for sweeping thousands and another for fireball technique. Now I possess an area attack skill as well. Ye Tianchen felt a surge of excitement and immediately learned sweeping thousands. As for the fireball technique skill book, although Ye Tianchen was capable of learning it, with only 200 mana, he could cast the fireball spell merely 4 times, and its damage enhancement was insufficient compared to shooting a few arrows. Dreamlike Dance had previously inquired whether I possessed any spell-type skill books. Well, let me first see what price she offers. If it's not high, I shall use it myself. With this thought in mind, Ye Tianchen began to formulate a preliminary plan. After donning all the equipment he could utilize, his attributes surged remarkably. Name: Tianchen level, 10 class, none health, 3710 mana, 200 physical attack, 3742 spell attack, 3730 skills, heavenly eye technique. Fearless charge, propels the body forward in a straight line, inflicting 150 physical damage on targets along the path, while stunning enemies for 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill book, Sweeping Thousands, wields the weapon to unleash a gust of energy forward, dealing 100 physical damage to targets within a 3x3 area. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Supreme Talent, Ultimate Strength. Each point of health increases attack power by 1. Elven Space, Xiaobai skill, Life Recovery, restores 1 of maximum health per second. Equipment, Troll Axe, Constitution 15 Troll Bow, Strength 30, Armor Penetration 10. Lion King Helmet, Constitution 30, Strength 12, Precision 20, Lion King Armor, Constitution 100. Block 50, Lion Leggings, Constitution 12, Lionheart Bracers, Constitution 17, Lionheart Boots, Constitution 17. Observing his current attributes, Ye Tianchen's lips curled into a smile. These attributes are utterly explosive. If only I had possessed such high stats before battling the Lion Leopard Beast, I could have spared myself the arduous struggle that lasted several hours. Beyond the attributes provided by the equipment, the system's rewards are quite substantial. A first kill grants an astonishing 100 free attribute points. Aren't the game designers concerned about potential data collapse in the later stages? Shaking his head, Ye Tianchen ceased speculating about the designer's intentions and shifted his gaze toward the teleportation array at the heart of the valley. Is this the teleportation array to leave the novice village? Now that I'm level 10, I should be able to use it, right? With anticipation brimming in his heart, Ye Tianchen reached out to touch it, but nothing happened. Seeing this, Ye Tianchen pondered for a moment before decisively stepping into the teleportation array, yet still, there was no response. What is going on? Is it unusable? Ye Tianchen felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps he should return and consult the village chief. The village chief wields the most authority in the entire novice village, and if anyone is likely to understand the situation regarding the teleportation array, it would undoubtedly be him. Simultaneously, Ye Tianchen sent messages to Tang Yuan and Dreamlike Light Dance. I have acquired yellow tier equipment. Are you interested? If so, return to the novice village. I have also obtained spell-type skill books. Do you want them? If so, return to the novice village. Chapter 25. The indomitable strength of the Lion Leopard Beast, Ye Tianchen returned to the novice village, which was still teeming with players. Ever since those who had experienced the game began to enthusiastically promote it, its influence burgeoned like a snowball, enticing an ever-growing number of individuals to purchase gaming helmets. This influx led to a continual stream of new players entering the game, with even a group of middle-aged players performing a lively square dance in the plaza. At that moment, upon receiving the news, Tang Yuan and Dreamy Light Dance were filled with excitement and quickly returned. Master, about the equipment. Tang Yuan rushed over to Ye Tianchen, his face beaming with eagerness, his hands fidgeting incessantly. In contrast to Tang Yuan's impatience, Dreamy Light Dance appeared somewhat more reserved. However, the anticipation in her eyes clearly revealed her yearning for spell-related skill books. Her innate talent, known as the End of Arts, was a supreme-level gift that augmented her spell attack with each point of spiritual power she possessed. It was evident that her capabilities would be drastically enhanced by acquiring spell skills. Thus, when Ye Tianchen mentioned the availability of magical skills, she hastened back without delay. Observing their enthusiasm, Ye Tianchen wasted no time in retrieving all the equipment and skills from his storage bag, except for the troll bow, laying them out before them. Choose whatever you desire. As they surveyed the array of equipment scattered across the ground, astonishment washed over their faces. They had not anticipated that Ye Tianchen had acquired so many items, and the quality appeared to be quite high. Tang Yuan immediately picked up the Lion King's giant sword, which emanated a faint glow, and examined its attributes. His eyes widened in disbelief, barely able to contain his elation. This sword granted an astonishing 60 points of strength and an additional 20 points of critical strike. Was this truly a yellow-grade weapon? Tang Yuan murmured to himself, gently stroking the blade, exclaiming, "What a magnificent sword! The attributes alone surpass the total of all my equipment combined, truly worthy of its yellow-grade status." Simultaneously, Dreamy Light Dance picked up the Soul Skill Book. Upon reading its contents, an enchanting smile blossomed on her face. Although it was merely a basic fireball spell, its potential to elevate her abilities was unparalleled. Tang Yuan, grinning widely, turned to Ye Tianchen. "Master, I can offer 2 million for this equipment. What do you think?" Ye Tianchen was taken aback, astonished by the lavishness of this wealthy young man, who casually offered a sum exceeding 1 million. Before he could fully recover from his surprise, Dreamy Light Dance chimed in, "I can bid 1 million for that skill book." Ye Tianchen was further astounded. She, too, was a wealthy patron. Her previous claims were evidently not mere boasts, as she was willing to pay 1 million for a fireball spell. In any other game, such a price for a basic spell would surely provoke outrage among the developers. Absolutely. Ye Tianchen was quite pleased with the price. "Do you need any other equipment?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan and Dreamlike Dance began to select additional gear. Ultimately, Tang Yuan chose 5 pieces of ordinary tier equipment: the Lionheart Helmet, Constitution 5, Strength 12, Lionheart Leggings, Troll Plate Armor, Troll Helmet, and Lion's Bracers, offering a total of 500,000. Dreamlike Dance opted for the remaining items, which included a yellow tier Lion King's ring and 3 pieces of ordinary tier equipment: Lionheart Helmet, Spirit 17, Lion's Bracelet, and Lionhide Boots, totaling 1,200,000, with the Lion King's ring alone accounting for 1,000,000. While both the Lion King's Greatsword and the Lion King's ring were yellow tier items, two-handed greatswords and heavy armor typically boasted approximately 30 more attributes than equipment from other categories, justifying their higher price point. Your account ending in 3372 has received a deposit of 25,000,000 yuan. Your account ending in 3372 has received a deposit of 22,000,000 yuan. With the sound of these notifications, Ye Tianchen's face broke into a radiant smile. Another 4.7 million had been credited. How effortlessly this wealth had been amassed. The life of the affluent surely bore its own burdens. He found himself at a loss on how to spend it wisely. By the way, Master Tang Yuan, now adorned his new gear, gazed curiously at Ye Tianchen. "I see you have reached level 10. Shouldn't you be able to leave the novice village now?" Dreamlike Dance, too, turned her attention to Ye Tianchen. Indeed, Ye Tianchen nodded. "However, it appears the teleportation array is inoperable. I was just about to inquire with the village chief. Shall we go together?" "Absolutely." Tang Yuan and Dreamlike Dance responded in unison. They too wished to leave the novice village upon reaching level 10, and it would be prudent to gather information early for their preparations. The trio made their way to the village chief's courtyard. Over time, as the chief ceased to issue quests, fewer and fewer villagers visited. Observing the elderly man reclining in a chair, Ye Tianchen wondered whether he might suddenly pass away at any moment. Approaching the village chief, Ye Tianchen spoke courteously, "Greetings, chief. Could you please advise me on how to depart from the novice village?" "Oh." The village chief, who had been half asleep with his eyes barely open, slowly straightened up at the sound of Ye Tianchen's voice. He scrutinized Ye Tianchen with his murky gaze and, as if realizing something, nodded slightly with a faint smile, saying, "Given your current capabilities, it is indeed time for you to leave our humble village. However, the teleportation array has been seized by a formidable beast, the lion leopard. You must vanquish the lion leopard to utilize the array." Ding. System prompt. Do you accept the quest, slay the lion leopard? Huh? Defeat the lion leopard? Ye Tianchen exclaimed in surprise, choosing to accept the challenge. Ding. System prompt. You have accepted the quest, slay the lion leopard. Kill the lion leopard beast. Quest objective. Deep within the valley of lion and leopard, there resides a formidable beast known as the lion leopard beast, which has seized control of the soul teleportation portal leading away from the village. Your task is to slay the lion leopard beast and return its inner core to the village chief. Quest reward, sect recommendation letter. After Ye Tianchen accepted the task, the village elder produced 2 letters. The lion leopard beast power is exceedingly overwhelming, and with your current abilities, facing it head-on would be an insurmountable challenge. However, do not despair, young one. First, take this initial letter to the owner of the village's general store. He possesses a collection of lethal poisons specifically devised to combat the lion leopard beast. By skillfully employing these toxins in battle, you can significantly weaken the beast's strength, thereby enhancing your chances of victory. The second letter should be delivered to the village blacksmith, who will inform you on how to activate the hidden 4-polar pillar array surrounding the valley. Once the array is successfully initiated, the lion leopard beastkin will be unable to arrive in time to aid their leader. In this manner, you can concentrate your efforts on confronting the lion leopard beast, thus improving your odds of triumph considerably. Chapter 26. Allow me to reside in a villa. I wouldn't mind driving a luxury car. What on earth? Upon hearing the village chief's words, Ye Tianchen was utterly taken aback. The poison could diminish the strength of the lion leopard beast, and those 4 pillars could prevent the minor monsters from entering. What did his arduous effort in vanquishing the boss amount to then? It turns out that the lion leopard beast wasn't defeated directly. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Huh? The village chief was momentarily bewildered by Ye Tianchen's reaction, pondering its meaning. Here, take it. Ye Tianchen retrieved the inner core of the lion leopard beast from his storage bag and handed it to the village chief. Is this truly the inner core of the lion leopard beast? The village chief trembled as he accepted the core, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Ye Tianchen. You actually managed to slay an unweakened lion leopard beast? Yes, what of it? Ye Tianchen looked at the village chief in confusion. Just wait. With that, the village chief turned and dashed toward his house. He moved with such swiftness, like the wind, shedding any semblance of his previous frail and unsteady demeanor. Remarkable. This old man is indeed vigorous for his age. He can still move with such agility. Observing the village chief's swift departure, Tang Yuan expressed his astonishment. In a short while, the village chief emerged from a house, tightly clutching a stone radiating with abundant spiritual energy. Upon reaching Ye Tianchen, the old man halted and smiled, saying, "Young brother, come, place your hand upon this stone." Without hesitation, Ye Tianchen extended his right hand and pressed it against the surface of the spiritually vibrant stone. The moment his palm made contact, an extraordinary event transpired. A dazzling column of white light erupted from the stone, soaring skyward like a colossal dragon piercing the vast heavens. What is happening? What is that light? Is it an explosion? In an instant, all the inhabitants of the 9527 novice village were left in awe, their mouths agape at this sudden spectacle. There must be a great opportunity there. A tremendous opportunity. Hurry, let's go and take a look. Otherwise, someone might seize it. Ha, young brother. Your physique is indeed extraordinary. The village chief, witnessing the entire spectacle, looked at Ye Tianchen with sheer delight, unable to contain himself as he patted his shoulder. No wonder you could defeat an unweakened lion-leopard beast. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden quest. Join a sect. Would you like to continue? Hidden quest. Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled. A hidden quest was indeed splendid. Without a doubt, I shall continue. Young man, I have high hopes for you. After the village chief spoke, he gripped the spiritually rich stone with force, shattering it into dust. In that instant, the skies transformed dramatically. The previously clear sky turned ominous, as if a storm were about to descend at any moment. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified, enveloping one in an inexplicable sense of oppression and suffocation. Suddenly, dazzling bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar that resonated throughout the heavens. Simultaneously, the entire novice village of 9,527 was engulfed by a force so overwhelmingly powerful that it defied description. Goodness, how terrifying! What on earth is happening? Could it be that a colossal entity is about to emerge? Even the wild boars have been startled into scattering everywhere. Everyone, quickly slay the monsters. It appears these beasts have lost the courage to attack. In the next moment, a pitch-black rift materialized in the sky. A pair of exquisite hands, as translucent as jade and seemingly sculpted from mutton fat, slowly extended from that dark fissure. Those delicate hands gently rested on the edge of the rift, then exerted a slight force. With a soft tearing sound, the inky rift, under the influence of those hands, was easily rent open like fragile parchment, creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Following this, an extraordinarily beautiful woman gracefully stepped out from the torn space. Clad in a flowing red garment embroidered with golden cloud patterns, her attire was both simple and regal. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze, while the jade pendant at her waist emitted a faint glow. Her delicate feet, pure and white, were adorned at the ankles with a string of petite golden bells. Each gentle step she took in the void produced a melodious sound, akin to echoes reverberating through a secluded valley. In the distance, the sky appeared to be torn apart by an invisible force, ripples undulating through the air as a brilliant beam of sword light cut across, leaving behind indelible marks. As the radiance faded, the rift in space gradually became apparent. A female, sword immortal clad in white, emerged elegantly from the fissure, her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, simply held up by a jade hairpin, while the remaining strands danced in the wind. Clad in garments as white as snow, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, she resembled a celestial being, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. On the other side, the space suddenly rippled, and the waves swiftly expanded. A vortex quietly formed before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. At that moment, another strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the vortex. Dressed in elegant blue attire, she exuded a fresh and refined aura, her waist cinched with a jade belt, the tassels gracefully swaying, revealing a demeanor of cool detachment. Her skin was as fair as snow, and an innate frost-like pride emanated from her brow, as if she were a timeless beauty meticulously carved from a millennium of ice, breathtakingly stunning and unparalleled. How beautiful! She must be a fairy. Mother, I think I am in love. If only I could marry them, live in a villa, and drive luxurious cars, I would gladly do so. You little rascal. Why are you taking everything for yourself? At least share a little with me. Goodness, the mere gestures of these beings can tear apart space. Is this the power of NPCs? It is utterly terrifying. Everyone was captivated by the three individuals in the sky, some enchanted by their unparalleled beauty, others awed by their formidable power that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. Could it be that they have come in search of me? Ye Tianchen glanced at the village elder beside him. Indeed, we have come to find you. At some point, the three extraordinary beauties had already arrived in the courtyard of the village chief's home. The strikingly beautiful woman in blue elegantly waved her hand, and countless shimmering runes surged forth like a tidal wave. These runes swiftly intertwined, creating a vast luminous curtain that enveloped the entire courtyard. In an instant, the outside world became a blur, as if they were isolated from reality. Observing this, the village elder quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the three enchanting women. I have the honor of meeting the three esteemed leaders. Chapter 27. Only children make choices. Of course, I want them all. Is he truly the one you wish to recommend? The barefoot woman in red, her ruby lips parting, spoke in a melodious tone, yet laced with a hint of doubt and scrutiny. Indeed, Master Qi, he is the one I wish to recommend, the village elder replied with utmost respect. Following this, the elder began to introduce Ye Tianchen, revealing that these three individuals were none other than Qi Chuyin, the master of the true martial sect, Yu Linglong, the master of the Lingxiao sword sect, and Han Shuangxue, the master of the cloud spirit sect. The true martial sect, the Lingxiao sword sect, and the cloud spirit sect are all formidable powerhouses. Ye Tianchen felt a jolt of astonishment. No wonder the entrance of these three was so grand. Tearing through the void itself, it became apparent that they were figures of masterful stature. He hastily employed the heavenly eye technique to discern their attributes, only to be met with a screen filled with question marks. Qi Chuyin, master of the true martial sect. Level, life, attack, skills. Yu Linglong, master of the Lingxiao sword sect. Level, life, attack, skills. Han Shuangxue, master of the cloud spirit sect. Level, life, attack, skills. Upon seeing this information, Ye Tianchen could not help but swallow nervously. Merely being able to see their names suggested their levels far surpassed his own. At that moment, Qi Chuyin glided gracefully forward, her figure ethereal as she appeared before Ye Tianchen in the blink of an eye. As she approached, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Then, Qi Chuyin extended a hand, as pure and flawless as jade, gently resting it upon Ye Tianchen's chest. In an instant, he felt a peculiar energy flow from her palm into his body, swiftly coursing through his meridians. After a brief moment, Qi Chuyin retracted her hand, pouting slightly as she remarked, "This aptitude is rather ordinary, nothing remarkable." Ordinary? Ye Tianchen scratched his head, bewildered as to how this aptitude was determined. After all, he possessed a supreme-level talent. If his talent were deemed ordinary, then what of others? Master Qi. Hearing this, the village elder was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had previously assessed Ye Tianchen's extraordinary aptitude. How could it possibly be deemed ordinary? If the three masters believed he had deceived them, he would find himself in dire straits. Qi Chuyin's beautiful eyes widened as she shot a fierce glare at the village elder, instantly silencing him. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qi Chuyin's words, the elegant swordswoman Yu Linglong wore a bemused smile, saying, "If you believe his aptitude is ordinary, then why obstruct him? Do you perhaps harbor a secret? Step aside. We must assess his aptitude further. I have already stated that his aptitude is ordinary. Why waste time on this? Do you still doubt my character?" Qi Chuyin turned around, glaring at Yu Linglong, as if she had been deeply wronged. However, Yu Linglong remained unfazed by Qi Chuyin's furious reprimand, continuing to smile as she regarded her. At that moment, the silent Han Shuangxue suddenly flickered, darting past Qi Chuyin like a specter, and in the blink of an eye, she stood to the left of Ye Tianchen. With a delicate hand, she gently rested her palm on Ye Tianchen's shoulder. Ye Tianchen once again felt a strange energy coursing through his body. The ancient sacred body is indeed of mediocre talent. Han Shuangxue's cool and unadorned voice drifted through the air, causing Qi Chuyin to freeze in place. "I wonder why you so brazenly obstructed us. It turns out this person is actually an ancient sacred body." Yu Linglong's expression shifted, and she gracefully glided to Ye Tianchen's right side, her fair hand resting upon his shoulder. Immediately, a subtle wave of spiritual energy emanated from her palm, probing into Ye Tianchen's being. Moments later, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes. Indeed, he possesses the ancient sacred body. A body that has been unrivaled in combat since ancient times should certainly join our Lingxiao sword sect. You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Qi Chuyen's brows furrowed sharply. Her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury as she glared at Yu Linglong. For the sacred body, the most fundamental aspect is a powerful physique. Our Jinwu Dao sect has always been renowned for cultivating physical strength. He can only receive the best training under our guidance. The flashy sword techniques of your Lingxiao sword sect are utterly unsuitable for the cultivation of a sacred body. Who says a sacred body can only rely on a mighty physique? The spells wielded by the sacred body are equally formidable. The various mystical arts of our Yunling divine sect are exquisite. I believe he is better suited to join us. Han Zhuang Shui's cold voice also resonated in the air. The sacred body is peerless in offense, undefeated among equals, and can triumph even in adversity. Such a rare talent appears only once every million years. It is one of the most powerful physiques in existence. How could they possibly allow such a genius to fall into the hands of another? In an instant, the three women, each as stunning as celestial beings with distinct auras, found themselves in a fierce standoff, the tension in the air reaching its zenith. Observing the scene, Ye Tianchen finally understood why Qi Chuyen had earlier remarked that he possessed mediocre talent. She aimed to seize him for herself. To his surprise, the other two had also taken notice. Ultimately, the three enchanting sect leaders, each with their own unique charm, simultaneously turned their gazes toward the figure standing in the center. Their faces adorned with a knowing smirk. Now, you must choose who among us will be your master. Gasp! Upon hearing this question, Ye Tianchen inhaled sharply. He had initially thought this to be a grand opportunity, yet it now appeared to be a perilous predicament. Observing the expressions of the three women, Ye Tianchen's heart sank. If he answered incorrectly, would he be torn apart? As if echoing Ye Tianchen's inner thoughts, the system's notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden quest. Join a sect. Please choose your favorite sect. You have three options. Option 1. Join the True Martial Sect. Punishment: to be torn apart by Yu Linglong and Han Shuangxue. Option 2. Join the Lingxiao Sword Sect. Punishment: to be torn apart by Qi Chuyen and Han Shuangxue. Option 3. Join the Yunling Divine Sect. Punishment: to be torn apart by Yu Linglong and Qi Chuyen. Goodness. Staring at the three options, Ye Tianchen felt an intense discomfort. Does it make any difference which one he chooses if he is to be torn apart regardless? Is there truly no option that spares him from such a fate? Since all paths lead to the same dire consequence, Ye Tianchen decides only a child makes a choice. Naturally, I desire them all. Chapter 28. The System of Multiple Masters and Shared Disciples. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the three enchanting sect leaders cast dangerous glances at Ye Tianchen. Ahem. Ye Tianchen cleared his throat twice. My intention is that you might consider the system of multiple masters, sharing a disciple. Sharing a disciple? What does that mean? I could feasibly join three sects simultaneously. Today, I am a disciple of the Jinwu Dao sect. Tomorrow, I may be a disciple of the Lingxiao sword sect. And the day after, a disciple of the Yunling God sect. After a pause, Ye Tianchen continued. If that so-called holy body is truly as formidable as you claim, then once I grow stronger, I could indeed protect all three of your sects. Listening to this, Tang Yuan was utterly astounded by Ye Tianchen's audacity. To think he wished to tread three boats at once. What a fortune he sought to claim. Yet, to his astonishment, the three beautiful sect leaders were genuinely contemplating Ye Tianchen's proposition. Qi Chuyen's beautiful eyes sparkled. Initially, she desired exclusivity, but now that the other two had discovered her intentions, that plan was clearly unfeasible. Ye Tianchen's suggestion, however, appeared to be quite appealing. Qi Chuyen turned to the other two. What do you think? It is acceptable. Han Huangku nodded slightly. I have no objections either. Yu Linglong also affirmed with a nod. For them, as long as the holy body was not monopolized by a single sect, there was no issue. After all, There were no deep-seated grudges among their three factions. Having reached a consensus, the three women each produced a token engraved with the characters Qi Yuan and presented it to Ye Tianchen. In that case, you shall be our shared disciple from now on. This is the personal token bestowed by the sect leaders. Keep it well. Ding. Qi Chuyan's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Current favorability, 10 points. Ding. Yu Linglong's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Current favorability, 10 points. Ding. Han Shuangshue's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Current favorability, 10 points. Upon hearing the system prompt, Ye Tianchen was overjoyed. He had merely approached this with a trial-and-error mindset, yet he had unexpectedly succeeded. Incredible. Tang Yuan's expression shifted to one of admiration. Goodness. Just witnessing the entrance animations of these three beauties indicated that they were undoubtedly formidable figures. And now, the esteemed Tianchen has established connections with all three factions at once. It is truly remarkable. Shall I take him then? Upon seeing the agreement reached, Qi Chuyan turned to the other two. Yes, no problem, take him with you. Both Yu Linglong and Han Shuangxue nodded in agreement. Qi Chuyan was right. For the Holy Body, the most vital aspect was the physique. The Jinwu Dao sect indeed possessed unparalleled advantages and resources in this regard, making it suitable for Ye Tianchen to lay his foundation. Hence they naturally had no objections. Oh! At that moment, Han Shuangxue suddenly turned her gaze toward the side, where Menghuan Qingwu stood, and softly said, "Come here, let me take a look." Me? Upon hearing these words, Dreamlike Dance was momentarily taken aback, yet she obediently approached Cold Frost Snow. Before her, Cold Frost Snow extended a delicate hand, as pure and white as jade, and gently rested it upon Dreamlike Dance's wrist to conduct a thorough examination. Moments later, an unmistakable glimmer of surprise flickered across Cold Frost Snow's previously expressionless face. To her astonishment, it was the primordial spirit body. What? The other two individuals gasped in astonishment and hurriedly moved closer to conduct their own assessments of Dreamlike Dance. Before long, expressions of astonishment also graced their faces. Indeed, it was the primordial spirit body. A smile crept onto Cold Frost Snow's lips, for this was the ideal disciple for her, more suitable than even a sacred body. As she contemplated this, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the token in Ye Tianchen's hand, seemingly contemplating retrieving it. Oh no! Ye Tianchen hastily stowed the token into his storage pouch. What ist? This was something he had painstakingly fought for. How could it possibly be taken back? Nevertheless, seeing Ye Tianchen's swift action, Cold Frost Snow shook her head. She had merely been toying with the idea. Even with the primordial spirit body, who would refuse another ancient sacred body as a disciple? Thus, she produced another token and handed it to Dreamlike Dance. Your current strength is still insufficient. When your power has grown, bring this token to the Cloud Spirit Divine Sect and seek me out. Absolutely. Dreamlike Dance exclaimed in sheer delight upon receiving the token. She had never anticipated that merely observing would yield such significant benefits. What about me? What about me? Seeing both Ye Tianchen and Dreamlike Dance receiving opportunities, Tang Yuan grew anxious. You? The three women, Qi Chuyan and her companions, frowned slightly. While they held little expectation for Tang Yuan, they nonetheless conducted an assessment. To their surprise, an expression of astonishment emerged on their faces. They discovered that although Tang Yuan was neither a sacred body nor a divine body, his aptitude was remarkably commendable. What was happening? A cluster of highly gifted talents had unexpectedly appeared. The three beautiful sect leaders exchanged incredulous glances. Could this be an omen heralding the impending era of great contention? After a moment of contemplative silence, Qi Chuyan regarded Tang Yuan, stating, "Our three sects may not be the best fit for you, but I can recommend a place." As she spoke, she retrieved a crystal-clear jade artifact from her storage ring and handed it to Tang Yuan. "Once your strength has matured, you may present this to the heavenly Jiao artifact sect. This sect is no less esteemed than our three." Haha, thank you, thank you. Tang Yuan quickly accepted the jade artifact, clutching it as though fearing it might be snatched away. Very well, let us depart. It is unwise to linger here. Lu Linglong surveyed the void around them, her expression grave. Without hesitation, she and cold frost snow tore through the fabric of space, leaving the novice village behind. Master, how shall we proceed? After the two departed, Ye Tianchen looked earnestly at Qi Chuyan. Upon hearing Ye Tianchen's question, Qi Chuyan was momentarily taken aback. Then a hint of distress crossed her features. She stroked her chin and murmured to herself, "Oh right, you cannot fly." It suddenly dawned on her that she typically traversed the void solely through her physical form, having made no preparations for any flying artifacts. If only she had thought to borrow one earlier. Qi Chuyan felt a pang of regret. If she possessed a flying artifact, it would have been significantly easier to depart with Ye Tianchen. However, Ye Tianchen seemed unfazed by the situation. With a playful grin, he remarked, "Master, I'm perfectly fine with being just an accessory on you." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Qi Chuyan's long, fair thigh. Such exquisite limbs were a sight to behold. It would indeed be a pity not to embrace them. What am I thinking? Noticing Ye Tianchen's wandering eyes, Qi Chuyan shot him a fierce glare. In an instant, she swiftly grasped his armo Chapter 29, Professional Specialization. The third system announcement. Disciple, there are no outsiders here. Remove your mask so that I may see your face, said Qi Chuyan, floating in the air. She gazed intently at Ye Tianchen's visage as his master. Was it not her right to behold her disciple's appearance? Furthermore, this mask was quite peculiar, so much so that even her cultivation could not penetrate its mysteries. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Tianchen decided to remove the dragon-shaped mask. Qi Chuyan's eyes brightened instantly. He was rather handsome. Why wear a mask at all? She queried. Ye Tianchen thought for a moment before responding. Is it not to avoid trouble and the possibility of others seeking revenge? Ah, I see. Qi Chuyan nodded, then boldly declared, "From now on, you need not wear a mask within the true martial sect. With me as your protector, who would dare to seek vengeance?" She added, "It is not that I must see your face, but as your master, it is rather disrespectful to hide it from me." Soon, the two ascended above a range of towering mountains. "What is this place?" Ye Tianchen inquired, gazing down from Qi Chuyan's grasp. Beneath him lay peaks that pierced the clouds. Shrouded in mist, where magnificent palaces appeared to rise majestically, resembling colossal beasts standing proudly above the clouds. The resplendent glazed tiles shimmered under the sun, reflecting brilliant rays akin to stars descending from the heavens. Massive stone pillars upheld the grand eaves, each intricately carved with dragons, phoenixes, and cloud patterns, exuding a solemn and mysterious aura. Surrounding peaks were adorned with countless caves and tranquil chambers for cultivation, their doors engraved with various enigmatic runes that emitted a soft glow. "This is my true martial sect. What do you think? Quite imposing, isn't it?" Qi Chuyan said, a hint of pride gracing her features as she turned to observe Ye Tianchen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although Tianchen was their shared disciple, his future allegiance would depend on which sect he felt a deeper affinity for. Thus, Qi Chuyan endeavored to enhance Ye Tianchen's appreciation for the true martial sect from every angle. "It's decent," Ye Tianchen replied, nodding. "What, decent?" Qi Chuyan's eyes widened in disbelief at Ye Tianchen's lukewarm assessment. Such an imposing sect merited more than just a decent remark. Irritated, she playfully shook Ye Tianchen quickly. "Say something more complimentary. Otherwise, I might just drop you." "I'll but." Ye Tianchen glanced down at the tiny figures below, a sense of dread washing over him. At such a height, a fall would surely turn him into a mere splatter. "However, I must say, this is the most magnificent sect I have ever encountered. Truly befitting of your esteemed status, master. That is more like it." Upon hearing this, Qi Chuyan beamed with delight. In truth, she had merely been teasing Ye Tianchen and had no intention of actually letting him fall. Continuing, Qi Chuyan lightly touched her jade-like feet, taking Ye Tianchen down to the front of a grand hall. Above the hall, a massive plaque bore the elegant inscription Martial Arts Hall, with 4 powerful golden characters that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Step inside. By entering the martial arts hall, you shall become a true physical cultivator. Ye Tianchen mused that this must be the place for his job change. Very well, he nodded and entered the hall. As he crossed the threshold, the scene before him instantly expanded into a vast openness. The interior of the hall was exceptionally spacious, with ancient and mysterious runes and patterns intricately carved upon the surrounding walls. In the center of the hall stood a dazzling pillar of light, beneath which rested a colossal stone platform. Without hesitation, Ye Tianchen ascended the stone platform, and at that moment, a melodious system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the job change quest. You have 4 options. Option 1. Become a physical cultivator. Each point of constitution converts to 20 points of health. Option 2. Become a weapon cultivator. Each point of strength converts to 2 points of physical attack. Option 3. Become a spell cultivator. Each point of intelligence converts to 2 points of spell attack. Option 4. Become a medical cultivator. Each point of spirit converts to 20 points of spiritual power. Oh, the moment has finally arrived. Class specialization. Ye Tianchen observed the 4 distinct options, each profession offering specific enhancements. However, aside from those with his unique talent, ordinary individuals would likely refrain from extreme allocation, as it would impose significant limitations. The physical cultivator was akin to a traditional MMORPG tank, typically focusing on constitution and strength. The weapon cultivator resembled a warrior, emphasizing strength with either constitution or agility as a secondary focus. The spell cultivator paralleled a mage, primarily investing in intelligence with precision as a secondary trait. The medical cultivator was comparable to a priest, focusing on spirit with either constitution or intelligence as a secondary attribute. Ye Tianchen did not hesitate and directly chose to become a physical cultivator. Moreover, he had no other options, as all other selections were grayed out on the panel, rendering them unavailable. Ding! You have chosen to become a physical cultivator. Would you like to reallocate your free attribute points? Can I really reset my points? Ye Tianchen was somewhat astonished. This was a considerate feature for spell cultivators, especially in the early stages when they lacked skills and could only rely on basic attacks. Even spell cultivators would need to invest in strength to level up. However, he had already maxed out his allocations and had no need for a reset. Initial attributes could not be modified. Ding! Congratulations on successfully transitioning to a physical cultivator. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the entire Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for successfully changing classes. As the first player in Myth to undergo a job change, you are awarded 1,000 prestige points and 100 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for successfully changing classes. As the first player in Myth to undergo a job change, you are awarded 1,000 prestige points and 100 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for successfully advancing his class. As the first player in Myth to achieve this milestone, he has been rewarded with 1,000 reputation points and 100 free attribute points. The consecutive announcements reverberated through the server like boulders cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of excitement. After a brief moment of astonishment, the players of the Huaxia server fell back into an eerie silence. However, this stillness was short-lived, soon shattered by a chorus of awe, skepticism, and envy. How astonishing is this Tianchen? How many times has he appeared on television? Could he possibly be a GM? Oh, great one, I humbly seek your favor. I am adept at providing warmth. At this moment, it seemed as though the entire Huaxia server had been galvanized by Ye Tianchen. Even the slightest discomfort could not deter them, and they all began to strive fervently. In an instant, a fervent wave of leveling up swept across the Huaxia server. Chapter 30. All Muscles and Bravery. At this moment, Ye Tianchen was utterly astonished by his own attributes. He allocated the 100 free attribute points awarded by the system once more to his constitution, and with the subsequent doubling, his health points approached the terrifying figure of 10,000, while his attack power also neared the same. Against a boss like the lion leopard beast, he now needed merely to shoot a dozen arrows to vanquish it. Just then, Ye Tianchen received 2 notifications. Your account ending in 3372 has received 10,000,000 yuan. Your account ending in 3372 has received 10,000,000 yuan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 zeros. 10 million. Ye Tianchen was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Who had transferred this money to him? At that moment, 2 new messages popped up in the chat window. Brother Tianchen, you should have received the money by now, right? Thanks to you, I was able to obtain that jade artifact, and this is my token of gratitude. Dreamy dance. I truly appreciate you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have experienced such a great fortune. It turned out that the money was sent by the 2 of them. Ye Tianchen suddenly realized it. He couldn't help but privately marvel at their thoughtfulness. He hadn't even mentioned this matter, yet they had proactively and generously presented him with such a substantial gift. Wow, 20 million. He had only made a few million from selling equipment. Now, he truly had no shortage of funds to spend. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Tianchen exited the martial hall. How does it feel? Have you experienced the benefits of physical cultivation? Looking at the refreshed Ye Tianchen, Qi Chuyan beamed with a charming smile. Those sword cultivators and spell cultivators are so frail. A single punch could dispatch them. Unlike us physical cultivators, we possess formidable physiques, vibrant vitality, and tremendous combat strength. Physical cultivation is undoubtedly the most powerful path in this world. Would you not agree? Indeed, absolutely. Physical cultivation is the strongest path in the world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen it. Ye Tianchen quickly nodded. He had gained some insight into his master's personality, knowing she would not tolerate any criticism of her. Thus, he endeavored to speak only in praise. Furthermore, Qi Chuyan was the true leader of the true martial sect, the most powerful figure within it. Qi Chuyan was delighted, and his flattery could only benefit him. He had likely grasped the most significant support in the true martial sect. But wait, Qi Chuyan's legs were not merely robust. On the contrary, they were slender, fair, and long. Ding! Qi Chuyan's affection for you has increased by 10. Current affection, 20 points, not bad, not bad. You indeed have a discerning eye. Hearing Ye Tianchen's words, Qi Chuyan's smile blossomed even brighter. If it had been anyone else, Qi Chuyan might have deemed it mere flattery. But Ye Tianchen was different. He was a once-in-a-millennium ancient sacred body. Could his words be compared to those of others? Follow me. With that, Qi Chuyan gracefully raised her hand, grasping Ye Tianchen's arm. In the next instant, she twirled and soared into the air, whisking Ye Tianchen deep into the heart of the true martial sect. Before long, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded ahead, revealing 18 towering celestial mountains that seemed to pierce the heavens. These majestic peaks ascended skyward, as if linking earth and sky, their summits enveloped in vibrant, ethereal clouds that rendered the scene dreamlike, resembling a realm of immortals. The mountain at the center stood out as particularly colossal and striking. From a distance, one could discern a magnificent palace perched atop this mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. At the base of these celestial mountains lay a vast, level plaza, where at that moment, thousands of disciples had gathered. The majority of these disciples were male, their upper bodies bare as they devoted themselves to the rigorous practice of various martial arts techniques. Each individual was drenched in perspiration, yet none showed any sign of halting their endeavors. Ye Tianchen cast a casual glance and noted that most of the disciples were tall and muscular. The sight of over 1,000 such robust figures was quite overwhelming. He quickly turned his gaze towards the beautiful master, seeking a more pleasing view. Upon noticing Qi Chuyan, a stout and towering figure among the disciples was the first to react, his voice booming as he announced, "I pay my respects to the sect leader." As his words echoed, the other disciples followed suit, respectfully bowing to Qi Chuyan. Qi Chuyan nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over each disciple before settling on the robust figure. And she gently remarked, "Elder Lu, no need for such formalities. You may continue your practice." "As you command, sect leader," Elder Lu replied with reverence. However, when his eyes inadvertently fell upon Ye Tianchen, curiosity sparked within him. Who is this? Qi Qiuyin offered a faint smile. This is my newly accepted direct disciple. At her declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The expressions on the faces of the 1,000-odd disciples reflected sheer disbelief. Could it be? This lad has actually become the sect leader's sole direct disciple? Just look at his delicate features. He appears to be nothing more than a pretty boy. What merits does he possess to be the sect leader's chosen one? Although they refrained from voicing their thoughts aloud out of respect for the sect leader's authority, the hostility in their gazes made it evident that they were far from accepting Ye Tianchen's status as the sect leader's direct disciple. After all, they labored tirelessly each day without achieving such recognition, while a mere pretty boy was granted the honor. They were indignant. In their hearts, they resolved to challenge this direct disciple of the sect leader, eager to assess his capabilities and worthiness. The Jinwu Dao sect was a martial-oriented school, and according to its traditions, mutual sparring among peers was commonplace. As long as no fatalities occurred, the sect typically turned a blind eye, observing the disciples' expressions. Qi Qiuyin remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot thrive. Only through competition can growth be attained. Ye Tianchen, of course, was utterly indifferent. Although these individuals appeared quite real, each possessing their own distinct personalities and emotions, they were ultimately nothing more than a mere assembly of NPCs. Would he fear a horde of NPCs? Absurd. Master, are all the members of our sect so robust? After leaving the square, Ye Tianchen inquired of Qi Qiuyin. Qi Qiuyin, understanding his thoughts, elucidated, not entirely. As one's cultivation level ascends, one naturally returns to simplicity, and one's physique becomes indistinguishable from that of ordinary people. Ye Tianchen's gaze suddenly took on a peculiar expression. Then, Master, does that mean you? Upon hearing this, Qi Qiuyin brows furrowed sharply as she cast a stern glare at Ye Tianchen. I am not like them. My constitution is unique and does not require passing through that stage. I see. Before long, the two ascended to the highest celestial mountain and entered the grandiose palace, the Jinwu Hall. Upon stepping into the Jinwu Hall, Ye Tianchen was immediately enveloped by a profound sense of solemnity. This Jinwu Hall is where sect meetings are typically held, Qi Qiuyin remarked softly. She then guided Ye Tianchen through the hall towards an exquisite palace at the rear. From this day forth, you shall cultivate in this palace, Qi Qiuyin stated, halting her steps and turning to face him. With a graceful gesture, she produced a storage ring. Subsequently, she tossed it to Ye Tianchen. This storage ring contains a vial of elixirs, sufficient for you to ascend to the Qi refining stage. I shall return to see you tomorrow. With that, Qi Qiuyin gracefully vanished from sight. Ye Tianchen examined the storage ring, discovering it to be a remarkable piece with 100 compartments, offering a volume of 100 cubic meters. How generous! The mere value of this storage ring was substantial. Next, he retrieved a jade vial from within and, upon uncapping it, beheld 10 golden, smooth elixirs nestled inside. Huanglong pill. Rank, mortal. Effect, experience 100, limitation, developing resistance after consuming a certain quantity, no effect after further consumption. Oh, a pill that grants experience? Ye Tianchen exclaim in astonishment. This jade vial contained 10 Huanglong pills, which could provide a total of 1,000 experience points, while he currently required merely 1 point to level up. With this thought, Ye Tianchen promptly poured 1 Huanglong pill in his mouth. Chapter 31. An analysis of the game by Jianghu by Xiaoxing Ding. The system notification reads, Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the Qi refining stage. Constitution 50, Strength 25, Intelligence 25, Spirit 25. Ding. The system notification reads, Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10. You have gained 50 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 11. The global leaderboard is now accessible. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resonated throughout the entirety of the Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for reaching level 11 and unlocking the global leaderboard. earning 1,000 reputation points and 100 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for reaching level 11 and unlocking the global leaderboard, earning 1,000 reputation points and 100 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianchen for reaching level 11 and unlocking the global leaderboard, earning 1,000 reputation points and 100 free attribute points. In response, players on the Huaxia server expressed their growing weariness since the game's launch. Every server-wide announcement has been about this Tianchen. Could there not be a hint of novelty? I truly suspect this individual is the planner's favorite child. Does the planner's favorite child receive such treatment? Clearly, it is the CEO's beloved offspring. Is there truly no other talent in our illustrious Huaxia? Must this Tianchen always claim the top position? This individual already possesses Xian-level equipment. How could one not secure the top spot? By the way, what level of equipment is Xian? I observe that Xian ranks higher than Huang on the leaderboard. Huang should be the tier immediately following Fan. Thus Xian must be at least 2 tiers above Fan. Goodness, I do not even have a complete set of Fan-level equipment. Yet this person already possesses Xian-level gear. How can the disparity between individuals be so vast? Ye Tianchen also glanced at the leaderboard, which currently featured only 3 categories, 1 for levels, 1 for equipment, and 1 for reputation. On the level leaderboard, Ye Tianchen stood alone. As for the equipment leaderboard, aside from Ye Tianchen's Xian-level armor, all other entries were Huang-level gear. On the reputation leaderboard, Ye Tianchen led with an impressive 3,210 reputation points, far ahead of the next highest player, a certain Mo Ying Wuzong, who possessed a mere 110 points, less than a fraction of Ye Tianchen's total. Allocate the points. Ye Tianchen now had 150 free attribute points. Unexpectedly, after level 10, each level gain would provide an additional 50 free attribute points and 40 fixed attribute points, a 10-fold increase. The attribute bonuses resulting from this elevation in realm are indeed remarkable. Ye Tianchen promptly allocated all his attribute points to Constitution, resulting in a dramatic transformation of his attributes. Name: Tianchen Sect, True Martial Dao Sect, Lingxiao Sword Sect, Yunling Divine Sect. Level 11 Realm. Initial stage of Qi refinement. Occupation: Body Cultivator. Life: 13. 620. Spiritual Power: 550. Physical Attack: 13. 687. Magical Attack: 13. 675. Skills: Heavenly Eye Technique, Fearless Charge, Sweeping the Army. Supreme Talent: Limitless Strength. Spirit Space: Xiaobai Skill, Life Restoration. Equipment: Troll Axe, Lion King Helmet, Lion King Armor, Lion Leggings, Lion Heart Bracers, Lion Heart Boots. Alas, such attributes are utterly outrageous. Ye Tianchen was astounded by his own capabilities. Previously, in the novice village, his life points were merely over 3,700. Yet, shortly after leaving the novice village and having only leveled up once, his life points surged by nearly 10,000. With his current attributes, he could dispatch that lion leopard beast in just 4 strikes. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen consumed the remaining Huanglong pills and then logged off, removing the gaming helmet. Ye Tianchen took out his phone to check his balance. Ha ha ha. Gazing at the long string of numbers on his phone, he couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Over 24 million. At this rate, if he relied solely on working for others, even if he abstained from eating and drinking and toiled for 100 years, he might not amass such wealth. Now I shall never lack for money in this lifetime. In his excitement, Ye Tianchen began to survey the somewhat cramped rental apartment around him. At this moment, the small space became increasingly displeasing to his eyes. It was time to purchase a larger house. Afterward, Ye Tianchen ventured to a restaurant, ordering several delectable dishes to treat himself. While waiting for the food, he began scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a video produced by a user named Jianghu Baixiaoxing captured his attention. In the footage, Jianghu Baixiaoxing spoke animatedly to the camera, discussing the currently popular game, Myth. Hello, everyone. Today we shall have an in-depth discussion about the wildly popular game Myth. Upon entering the game, each player is granted a unique talent. Undoubtedly, Those fortunate enough to possess powerful talents will naturally gain a significant advantage in the gaming world. Jianghu Baixiuxing's voice was rhythmic and captivating. Some talents provide substantial early game advantages. I know of one individual who possesses a G-level talent, innate divine strength. The effects of this talent are extraordinary, as it grants a staggering increase of 1,000 points in attack power. Such a character effortlessly slaughters monsters in the novice village as if slicing through vegetables. But alas, despite this ferocity, he still faltered when confronting a Qi refinement period boss who had defenses impervious even to him. However, that Tianchen was able to defeat a refining Qi stage boss. I truly wonder how he accomplished such a feat. Did he exploit a game bug, or are we to hope for an explanation from the developers? At this juncture, Jianghu Baixiuxing intentionally left his audience in suspense. After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, allow me to share a little trick with you. When attacking monsters in the game, if you manage to strike their heads or hearts, vital areas, you will trigger a weak point attack mechanism, thereby inflicting double damage. So, my fellow adventurers, be swift and vigilant in battle, seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to your foes." One critical point to note is to never attempt to inform NPCs that they're merely characters within a game. I once endeavored to do so, and what transpired? To the NPCs, my words sounded like insults, and they promptly eliminated me. Additionally, some of our commonly used gaming terminology, when overheard by NPCs, will automatically be translated into terms they comprehend. Lastly, concerning the enhancement of drop rates, after our team's tireless testing and verification, we discovered that defeating monsters of a higher level can indeed increase drop rates, though one must at least be 2 levels above the monsters. Finally, a piece of advice for all novice players: allocate all your free attribute points to strength. I cannot emphasize this enough. Allocate all your free attribute points to strength. It is of utmost importance. Failing to do so will leave you unable to breach the defenses of monsters at level 3 or above. What a thorough summary. After watching the video, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but express his admiration, and then he opened the comment section. The first pinned comment was from someone named Duokai Doi. "Are you all just brainless? Can't you defeat the boss? Why not consult the village chief?" Duokai Doi? Surely this isn't Tang Yuan, Ye Tianchen pondered. Yet it seems Tang Yuan, knowing he was capable of defeating the boss, is now attempting to shield him with such remarks. The second pinned comment read, "Jianghu Baixiuxing, since defeating higher-level monsters increases drop rates, why not have high-level players weaken him first, then let low-level players deliver the final blow?" Jianghu Baixiuxing replied, "That won't work. We tested it, and the drop rate is determined by the player with the highest contribution. It's far too time-consuming. It's better to defeat them yourself." Following this were various other comments. Damn it, the game designers are truly incompetent, making the monsters so powerful that a player's initial attributes are inferior to that of a chicken. Who would believe it? I was killed by a dirt chicken twice. Exactly, and the dirt chicken is faster than I am. I couldn't even escape. Reading these comments, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but chuckle. Dirt chicken? What a distant creature. Chapter 32. The turmoil and reality in the heart of Kyoto. A resounding thud echoed as an elderly gentleman clad in a meticulously tailored Zhongshan suit slammed his palm onto the wooden table before him. His face was a canvas of fury. These scoundrels are utterly outrageous. This myth game is distinctly anomalous, completely beyond our control. It poses a potentially catastrophic threat to the safety of our people. He proposed the withdrawal of the gaming headsets to safeguard the populace. Yet to his astonishment, they all opposed him. The audacity to gamble with the lives of so many ordinary individuals in pursuit of uncovering the secrets behind this game is simply preposterous. Standing beside him, a middle-aged man observed the agitated elder with a grave expression. He spoke slowly. "Father, please calm yourself. At this juncture, your anger is futile. It is an unavoidable circumstance. For years, those prestigious families have intermarried, weaving a complex web of relationships that is deeply entrenched. Even we find our grip on them has waned." Hearing these words, the elder's face flushed with indignation as he muttered incessantly, The tail cannot outgrow the body. How can we endure this indefinitely? Throughout history, the majority of fallen dynasties have succumbed to the overwhelming influence of these families. They exploit the common folk while deceiving the central authority, leading to empty treasuries and a populace in despair. The middle-aged man continued to counsel, "Father, in my humble opinion, it may be wiser to temporarily acquiesce to their wishes. Meanwhile, we can discreetly dispatch our own people to investigate the depths of this game, thus allowing us to reign in those families." After a prolonged silence, the elder finally sighed deeply. "Alas, it seems we have no choice. As the saying goes, dynasties may flow like water, but the power of the families remains steadfast. Over time, as a nation endures, these families, with their rich legacies, accumulated wealth, and extensive networks, tend to expand their influence. Some have weathered the storms of multiple dynasties, remaining unyielding to this day. The phrase, "a century's dynasty, a millennium's family," is not mere hyperbole. The Great Xia has thrived for over 200 years. To maintain a degree of control over the nation is indeed commendable leadership. After a moment of reflection, the elder spoke again. "I hear that Qingwu is also playing this game?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Indeed, she mentioned that she seems to have awakened a rare talent. 1 in a million, placing her among the most formidable players." "Ah, what a pity for her," the elder exhaled softly. The middle-aged man quickly offered reassurance. "Father, do not blame yourself too harshly. Qingwu has expressed her willingness to contribute. Moreover, despite the game's enigmatic nature, no significant dangers have yet come to light. Alas, it is our inadequacy that weighs heavily." A hint of guilt crossed the elder's face. They are unable to reclaim their gaming helmets and are absurdly asking their daughter and granddaughter to embark on a perilous journey, while there may be no immediate danger. Who can predict what the future holds? By the way, regarding the game you mentioned, the elder suddenly seemed to remember something. "We have already investigated," replied the middle-aged man. "For them, acquiring a bank card number makes it exceedingly simple to trace an ordinary person. The individual is named Ye Tianchen, orphaned and raised by his aunt, having committed no wrongdoing, merely displaying the impetuousness of youth." That's good, the elder nodded. "Those influential families are quite active. They may target him, ensure someone discreetly watches over him, and if those families truly come for him, provide protection. Dad, rest assured." At the Tang Group's headquarters, on the top floor of the building, Tang Yuan reclined comfortably on a plush leather sofa, a glass of chilled beverage in hand, raising it to his lips with a self-satisfied grin. "Old Tang, I told you my investment acumen is remarkable, didn't I? Look at the substantial gains I've reaped this time." "Ha ha, little brat, do you speak to your father in such a manner?" A portly man in his 40s glared at Tang Yuan. Given his physique, it was evident that he was indeed his father. "However, it seems you genuinely possess some talent." "Tang Wan-san Polopet Dao Besai Tang Yuan." "I recently received a piece of news. This myth game is not as straightforward as it appears." "Oh, what do you mean?" Tang Yuan stay. Intrigued, Tang Wanshan began to elaborate. While the specifics remain unclear, the upper echelons of Tingyi Group have undergone a complete overhaul. Moreover, regarding the account you previously transferred funds to, I dispatched someone to investigate. And guess what? What? Tang Yuan's curiosity piqued. "Someone is watching over him," Tang Wanshan continued. "And it's official personnel. They likely hail from the Meng family." "The Meng family?" Tang Yuan's expression sharpened. "Indeed, it is the Meng family," Tang Wanshan chuckled. "Thus, I plan to have you establish a guild in myth as a pilot project for our Tang family's entry into this realm. You should proceed boldly. I am aging. The future of the Tang family should be entrusted to you." "What? You want me to take over the Tang family?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan leaped up. The Tang Group's business spans across the Great Xia and boasts considerable overseas assets, truly a commercial empire. Others would be thrilled to take the reins of such a dynasty. Yet, Tang Yuan repeatedly declined. "No, please no. I wish to continue living freely. Besides, you are in the prime of your life. How can you retire now? Allow me to handle expenditures while you focus on profits." In the game, in a moment of ethereal grace, dreamlike dance extended her hand, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy coalesced in her palm. Subsequently, a blazing fireball erupted forth, racing toward an approaching drunken howler lion. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck the lion's vital point. In an instant, flames erupted, and the creature emitted a pained howl before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile graced dreamlike Dance's face. The acquisition of the fireball spell had bestowed upon her an unprecedented enhancement of power, a geometric surge, one might say. Merely a few pieces of equipment purchased from Tianchen had augmented her magical attack by an astounding 700 points. Coupled with her own crafted gear, she had assembled a complete set that enhanced her spirit, illuminating the magnitude of her current strength. Moreover, the fireball spell's range far surpassed that of arrows, rendering it remarkably easy for her to strike at weak points. Additionally, her elevated intelligence extended her casting distance, ensuring that the drunken howler lion would be felled before it could even approach her. The sole drawback was its considerable mana consumption. With just one vial of mana, she could cast over 20 fireballs. However, this was a trivial concern for her. Should her mana run low, she could simply replenish it with potions. Should funds be insufficient, she could procure more, especially with her family support, allowing her to spend freely. Was this game truly uncomplicated? She was eager to discover just how intricate it could be. Previously, she felt powerless regarding her family matters, but now that she could finally contribute, Dreamlike Dance was determined to excel. Meanwhile, within the transmutation hall of a certain city, Zhou Tong stared at the class selection options before him, seething with frustration. Why? Why was there no class that offered agility bonuses? What could possibly be the reason? Ugh. Chapter 33. The Millennium Spirit Essence. The True Martial Emperor Scripture. After finishing his meal, Ye Tianchen spent a few hours engaging in light activities. Although the gaming helmet could induce profound slumber, excessive sleep was hardly beneficial. Moreover, resting on a hard bed for extended periods would inevitably lead to backaches and general discomfort. It appeared that purchasing a spacious home and a gaming pod should be prioritized in the near future. However, for the time being, that notion would have to be set aside. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Investing in expensive items within a rental space could easily attract unwanted attention. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Tianchen picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Zilong's number. Zilong, do you know of any good properties available? Having been in the workforce for several years, Zhao Zilong was undoubtedly more knowledgeable about such matters than Ye Tianchen himself. Are you looking to buy a house, Brother Chun? What's your budget? Zhao Zilong inquired. Budget? Around 10 million, I suppose, Ye Tianchen replied after some thought. If I'm going to buy, it should be of decent quality. I'm not short on funds at the moment. On hearing this figure, Zhao Zilong on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback. 10 million? Brother Chun, didn't you just earn $1 million? I made a bit more recently, Ye Tianchen chuckled. He was willing to compromise slightly on location, as long as the property itself was of good quality. He understood that the price difference based on location could be substantial. Properties in bustling city centers were often priced several times higher than those in less desirable areas. However, since he did not need to commute for work or attend to business affairs, living alone meant that a less central location would not pose a significant issue. All right, Brother Chen, I've got it. After hanging up, Ye Tianchen re-entered the game. Wait, why has my experience suddenly increased? Habitually, he opened the panel to check. Ye Tianchen noticed that his experience had risen from 999-20,000 to 1599-20,000 since going offline. Could it be that idling could still yield experience? Maintaining his seated position, Ye Tianchen observed that he gained a small amount of experience every 30 seconds or so, amounting to approximately 300 experience points per hour. To his surprise, it was indeed possible to gain experience while idling. However, he soon rose to his feet, realizing that this method of experience accumulation was far too slow. At the current rate, reaching level 12 would likely take several days. He could achieve far greater efficiency by actively hunting monsters instead of merely idling. With this thought in mind, Ye Tianchen began to wander around the Grand Palace. Before long, he stumbled upon a neatly arranged collection of books in a corner of the palace. Opening the tomes, he quickly acquired a general understanding of the background of the game myth. The world they inhabited was known as the Kanglan Realm, an expansive and boundless land teeming with countless forms of life. The entire Kanglan realm is broadly divided into 4 great continents, each boasting an astonishingly vast expanse that an ordinary person, even over the course of a lifetime, would find insurmountable to traverse. Among these, the Jinwu Dao sect resides in the Zuling Xinzhou, recognized as one of the most prestigious sects within that realm, harboring countless masters within its ranks. In the realm of mythology, there exist 9 distinct realms of cultivation: the Qi refinement period, foundation establishment period, golden elixir period, nascent soul period, spirit transformation period, void return period, integration period, great ascension period, and tribulation crossing period. Correspondingly, there are also 9 tiers of equipment, ranked from low to high as follows: yellow tier, Xian tier, earth tier, heaven tier, wilderness tier, flood tier, cosmos tier, universe tier, and semi-mortal artifact. At this moment, Qi Chuyin suddenly appeared within the palace, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with a hint of pride. How about it? Is your cultivation speed not significantly enhanced within this palace? Well, it's all right, Ye Tianchen replied, curling his lip. Such experience was of little consequence to him. Upon hearing this, Qi Chuyin immediately felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Raising her voice slightly, she remarked, "This palace is equipped with a top-tier gathering spirit array. For someone at your Qi refinement stage, you could elevate your level in just a few days. Are you not satisfied with that? This is one of the most esteemed cultivation sanctuaries in the entire Kanglan realm. Countless individuals outside would give anything for the chance to cultivate here." Ye Tianchen was taken aback, realizing the preciousness of this place. Reflecting on the cultivation novels he had perused in the past, a few days to level up was indeed something everyone would envy in a cultivation sanctuary. However, he was different. He was a player. He could level up by defeating monsters. Why would he need to toil through cultivation? Observing Ye Tianchen se apparent disdain, Qi Chuyin could only sigh. Truly, the ancient sacred body is beyond compare. Not even this revered sanctuary is worthy of your regard. Then what about this? With a gentle smile, Qi Chuyin slowly opened her fair palm, revealing a glistening yellow pill that lay quietly within. This pill, smooth and round, exuded a rich medicinal aroma. It was the Millennium Spirit Heart Pill, a top-tier yellow-tier elixir capable of enhancing one's physique, a rarity in the outside world. Upon seeing it, Ye Tianchen felt a surge of desire. Millennium Spirit Heart Pill. Tier. Yellow. Effect. Physique 100 permanent. Restriction. Each subsequent pill consumed will have its effect halved. A permanent attribute-enhancing elixir. Ye Tianchen immediately reached out to take it, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." However, just as Ye Tianchen was about to touch the pill, Qi Chuyin swiftly retracted her hand with a wry smile. It's not that simple. This exquisite elixir is not a common item. Most of what circulates in the outside world are inferior, medium, or superior pills, while high-grade pills are exceedingly rare. You must understand, the more the same type of pill one consumes, the weaker the effects become. Thus, this top-tier elixir is indeed precious. Ye Tianchen withdrew his hand, slightly disgruntled, and rubbed his nose. He understood Qi Chuyin's intentions. After consuming a low-quality elixir, should one partake in the same type of elixir again, even if it is of the highest grade, the effect will be halved. For instance, if you consume a low-grade Millennium Lingxi pill, which grants an increase of 10 attribute points, the next time you ingest a top-tier Millennium Lingxi pill, it will only enhance your attributes by 50 points instead of 100. Therefore, only by consistently consuming top-tier elixirs can one achieve the maximum attribute enhancement. Ye Tianchen gazed at Qi Chuyin and inquired how he might obtain such a pill. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Chuyin replied, "You must undertake a difficult quest in the Qi refining stage. Upon completion, this elixir shall be yours." Qi Chuyin had thoughtfully deliberated on this approach. She could easily expend resources to elevate Ye Tianchen's power, but that would merely foster a combat-inept individual, squandering his innate potential, a futile endeavor. Thus, Qi Chuyin opted to cultivate Ye Tianchen through this means. Ding! Qi Chuyin has issued the quest, Millennium Lingxi Pill. Do you accept? Accept. Ding! You have accepted the quest, Millennium Lingxi Pill. Millennium Lingxi Pill, quest details. Complete a task of difficult level or above, including difficult level. Quest reward, Millennium Lingxi Pill. Next, Ye Tianchen produced 2 jade slips emanating a faint ethereal glow and presented them to Ye Tianchen. These contain the core techniques of the true martial sect, along with a secret skill. Study them diligently. Ye Tianchen accepted the jade slips and perused their contents. The information materializing before his eyes. Skill book, Bloodline Source. Bloodline Source, upon use, grants 100 additional health and a supplementary health cap for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Learning requirement, 500 points in Constitution. This is excellent. Upon witnessing the skill's effect, Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. An increase of 100 in additional health. His innate talent was intricately linked to health points. Utilizing this skill could nearly double his attack power. Moreover, the supplementary health cap implies that any additional health lost during the skill's duration can be restored. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen turned his attention to the other jade slip. True Martial Emperor Scripture, first layer of 9. Effect 1. Maximum health 10. Effect 2. Health regeneration 100 per second. Learning requirement, 500 points in Constitution. An increase of 10 to maximum health is quite commendable. The percentage enhancement grows stronger over time. Ye Tianchen promptly learned both jade slips, causing his health to soar to nearly 15,000. Sensing the sudden surge in Ye Tianchen's vitality, Ye Tianchen could not help but express a flicker of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Although this was merely the first layer of the true martial emperor scripture, it seemed implausible that one could master it with just a glance. She had spent several days practicing before achieving even a modest level of proficiency. Is this what a once-in-a-million-years sacred body entails? Extraordinary. Ye Tianchen could not restrain her thoughts. What was that? Ye Tianchen raised his head, gazing at Ye Tianchen with a look of confusion. Nothing. Ye Tianchen curled her lips and then tossed a blue talisman to Ye Tianchen, saying, "Here, take this. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, make sure to flee swiftly." Ye Tianchen received the talisman and, upon examining it, was instantly filled with joy. Instant teleportation talisman, rank, earth level, effect, upon use, randomly teleports to a location up to 100 kilometers away. Limitation, can only be used once. Thank you, Master. Ye Tianchen hurriedly expressed his gratitude. This is the advantage of having powerful connections. Earth-level items are given without hesitation. Chapter 34. Do you know who I am? Ye Tianchen arrived at the task release square. The square was bustling with robust, bare-chested men, some there to accept tasks, while others came to submit them. Haha, I've just hunted down another fish-eye demon. I finally have enough contributions to exchange for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Once I advance to the Foundation Establishment stage, I shall become an inner sect disciple. Jingchong laughed heartily after completing his task. His words rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into water, drawing glances of envy from those around him. Some individuals immediately gathered, their faces beaming with smiles as they congratulated him. Congratulations, senior brother, with your youth and talent. Your future is bound to be limitless. Faced with their flattery and praises, Jingchong couldn't help but feel elated, his heart swelling with pride. It is well known that the treatment afforded to inner sect disciples far surpasses that of outer sect disciples. Not only do they receive greater monthly resources for cultivation, but they also enjoy more opportunities to learn advanced martial techniques in the martial arts hall. Most critically, only inner sect disciples are eligible to exchange for the sect's core techniques, a coveted goal for countless outer sect disciples. To ascend to the rank of inner sect disciple, one must contribute significantly to the sect and also break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Naturally, progressing further to become a core disciple would be even more advantageous, as the core techniques available to them are more comprehensive. However, to attain the status of a core disciple, one must reach the Golden Core stage. Beyond core disciples are the sect's stewards, who hold even higher status and possess greater strength. Jingchong's prowess among the outer sect disciples was notable. He should have advanced to the foundation establishment stage long ago. Yet, he was not content with mere advancement. Simple breakthroughs would only render him a mediocre foundation establishment disciple, easily surpassed by others. Thus, he sought to exchange for the foundation establishment pill before making his breakthrough, enhancing the foundation for his future cultivation. At last, he had accumulated enough contribution points for the exchange. However, the joy of being congratulated quickly dissipated with the arrival of an unexpected figure. The newcomer bore a pitch-black token hanging from their waist, prominently engraved with the character Ye Tianchen knew precisely what this signified. This was a direct disciple recently accepted by the sect leader. Direct disciples are not judged by cultivation level. They are typically chosen for their exceptional talent by the sect's elders or hall masters. Yet, as he observed the approaching direct disciple, Ye Tianchen felt a surge of discontent. The individual appeared delicate and unblemished, showing no signs of the rigorous training that typically marks a cultivator's journey. This person must have relied on connections to gain their status as a direct disciple. Ye Tianchen paid no heed to the respectful bows of the disciples, instead leisurely walking towards a massive wall crafted from exquisite white jade. The wall was adorned with wooden plaques of various colors, arranged from top to bottom, each hue representing a different level of difficulty. The green card corresponds to simple tasks. The blue card signifies ordinary tasks. The purple card denotes difficult tasks. The red card represents dangerous tasks, and the black card indicates nightmare-level tasks. For simple tasks, there's a mere 0.001 chance of demise. Ordinary tasks carry a 1 chance of fatality. Difficult tasks come with a 20 risk of death. Dangerous tasks present a 40 probability of perishing, while nightmare-level tasks entail a staggering 60 chance of meeting one's end. While the rewards may be enticing, one must exercise prudence. Ye Tianchen glanced over the tasks and noted that simple tasks primarily involve gathering herbs in relatively safe locations, albeit time-consuming, with the only conceivable peril being the chance of being casually struck down by a passing, formidable individual. Ordinary tasks, however, require venturing into mountain ranges where ferocious beasts lurk, in search of somewhat rare herbs, thereby increasing the likelihood of encounters with these creatures. Difficult tasks are guaranteed to involve combat, while dangerous and nightmare-level tasks are even more treacherous, with the slightest misstep potentially resulting in grievous injuries or even death. Nevertheless, the sect would not assign tasks with certain fatal outcomes. Such assignments would be given to those of higher capability to prevent needless sacrifices. Surveying the options, Ye Tianchen boldly selected a nightmare-level task. Nightmare-level task, Qi refinement stage. Exterminate evil and uphold justice. Task description: 32 households in the village of Xinghua, near Jinwu City, have been ruthlessly slaughtered. The perpetrator practices demonic arts, and the victims have been drained of their life essence in a horrific manner. Task objective: locate the murderer and eliminate them on the spot. Task reward: 100 low-grade spirit stones, 200 contribution points to the sect. Though Qi Chuyan had only requested that Ye Tianchen complete a difficult task, he was determined to pursue the most rewarding option. After all, what a challenge it would be to undertake such a journey. As a player, was he afraid of death? Not at all. His only concern was whether the rewards were substantial enough. Upon claiming the black wooden plaque, other disciples of the sect exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. He actually chose a nightmare-level task. Was he not courting death? He was merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement. Did he believe that being the direct disciple of the sect leader rendered him invulnerable? I suspect the sect leader bestowed upon him some life-saving treasure, which has emboldened his arrogance. Alas, such recklessness will squander a precious artifact meant for survival. Let us keep our voices down. If he overhears us, we, the outer disciples, might find ourselves in dire straits. At that moment, standing a short distance away, Ye Tianchen was consumed by jealousy. He had diligently toiled for years, only daring to accept difficult tasks. Yet this newly arrived direct disciple of the sect leader, who appeared to be at the initial stage of Qi refinement, brazenly accepted a nightmare-level task relying on some life-preserving artifact granted by the sect leader. It was utterly absurd. Thus, Ye Tianchen could not restrain himself any longer. Some individuals, relying on their status as the sect leader's direct disciple, act with reckless abandon, foolishly undertaking a nightmare-level task. Alas, it seems the life-saving treasure bestowed by the sect leader will be squandered. I truly cannot fathom what merits he possesses to be chosen as the sect leader's direct disciple. Such actions not only display his incompetence, but also bring shame to the sect leader. He did not lower his voice, and as a result, many people heard him, including Ye Tianchen. Ye Tianchen, with a look of astonishment, gazed at Ye Tianchen. Has this person always been so audacious? While others kept their thoughts to themselves. Why must you speak so recklessly? If Qi Qiuyin provided herself with a means of protection, what business is it of yours if she chooses to use it? Is it your possession that you deem it wasteful? Such an overwhelming possessiveness over another's treasures is rather excessive, is it not? And to suggest that it reflects my inadequacy? To bring shame upon the sect leader? Who do you think you are? Ye Tianchen, incensed, strode directly up to Ye Tianchen. Do you know who I am? He demanded. Ye Tianchen, perplexed, nodded. Yes, you're the sect leaders. Knowing that, you still act so arrogantly. Before Ye Tianchen could finish his sentence, Ye Tianchen delivered a resounding slap. Crack. Weakness attack. Minus 28,500. With a sharp sound, Ye Tianchen was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Chapter 35. The left hand of virtue, the right hand of reason. After tracing an arc in the air, Ye Tianchen crashed heavily to the ground, rolling over a dozen times before he could finally stabilize himself. At this moment, he was in a pitiful state. His right cheek was grotesquely swollen, resembling a ripe pig's head. Blood filled his mouth, continuously flowing down his chin and staining his front with a vivid crimson hue. Covering his swollen face with his hand, he stared wide-eyed in terror at Ye Tianchen. He could hardly fathom that this individual, who appeared to possess merely the nascent stage of qi cultivation, wielded such terrifying power. Ye Tianchen, undeterred, struck him again with a resounding slap to the other side of his face. Weak point attack. Minus 28,500. Ye Tianchen soared into the air once more, landing heavily several feet away. Just a moment ago, he had been so boastful. Now, where was his bravado? The sect leader had remained silent, and yet he had dared to speak out, perhaps believing himself to possess greater insight than the leader. Now Ye Tianchen's face was a mask of blood, utterly disfigured, swollen to the size of a large pig's head. Ye Tianchen slowly crouched down, extending his right fist, and taunted, "You question my virtue. Can you discern what is inscribed upon my fist?" "What inscription?" Ye Tianchen gazed in horror at the fist, seeing nothing inscribed upon it. "Virtue." Ye Tianchen delivered a powerful punch to Ye Tianchen's face. Weak point attack. Minus 28,500. You cannot even see such a grand character. No wonder your words lack virtue. With that punch, Ye Tianchen emitted a muffled groan and immediately lost consciousness. Ye Tianchen stood upright, disregarding the unconscious Ye Tianchen, and proclaimed loudly, "I, Tianchen, have always relied on virtue to win others over. Who else dares to oppose me? Step forward." The crowd fell silent, too intimidated to respond. The once formidable Ye Tianchen had been effortlessly subdued by someone at the nascent stage of qi cultivation. Was this the true caliber of the sect leader's favored disciple? Yet, amidst the silence, a defiant voice emerged from the crowd. "Isn't this a bit excessive? Just because you're the leader's favored one, you feel entitled to assault others?" He merely spoke a few words. "You dare speak up?" Ye Tianchen replied with a cold smile. If he couldn't restrain himself from speaking, well, my inability to restrain my hand. Before he finished speaking, Ye Tianchen flickered and appeared before the instigator, delivering a resounding slap across the individual's face. Weak point attack. Minus 29,000. With a sharp crack, the individual flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. "I am addressing you lot. Rather than focusing on honing your physical prowess, you squander your time with petty schemes. No wonder you lack strength." At that moment, not far above, a stunningly beautiful woman stood quietly, observing the scene. Ah, this disciple proves to be quite entertaining. Qi Chuyin gazed with great interest at the unfolding scene below, a subtle smile gracing her lips. These individuals were indeed deserving of a good scolding, each with such convoluted thoughts that it was no wonder they remained stagnant at the outer gate. As she spoke, she delicately lifted her jade-like hand, forming a fist as if pondering a whimsical notion. After a moment, it seemed as though she had conceived a delightful idea, and she suddenly burst into a melodious laugh. Perhaps I should attempt to win them over with virtue? However, one cannot rely solely on virtue. Reason must also play a part. Then let it be virtue with the left hand and reason with the right. Notification. Qi Chuyin's affection for you has increased by 10. Current affection level, 30 points, alas. What a calamity. Ears lurk behind the walls. Upon hearing this notification, Ye Tianchen quickly realized that Qi Chuyin was stealthily observing from an undisclosed location, seemingly quite supportive of him. Yet, being spied upon is hardly a favorable circumstance. Time to make my escape. With that, Ye Tianchen swiftly departed from the mission square. At the edge of the square, two robust men stood silently, resembling iron towers. Each bore a purple token at their waists, signifying their esteemed status as direct disciples of the sect leader. As they watched Ye Tianchen's retreating figure, one of the men remarked, "This Tianchen possesses commendable strength, yet he is a tad too lenient. A disciple who speaks so recklessly and lacks respect should be promptly dealt with." The other concurred, "Indeed, if one wishes to challenge, let them do so directly. In our Jinwu Dao sect, such matters are trifling. What merit is there in mere gossip? They ought to remember that calamity often arises from careless words." After a moment of silence, the first speaker suddenly turned to his companion, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "When do you intend to challenge him?" "I am currently at the foundation establishment stage. I shall not bully him. If he manages to break through to foundation establishment before I reach the golden core stage, I shall accept his challenge." Alas, what a pity. As Ye Tianchen walked along, he wistfully summoned the information regarding Ying Jingchong. Ying Jingchong, Elite, Sect, Jinwu Dao Sect, Level, 20 Realm, Peak of Qi Refinement Health, 105,000, Physical Attack, 1, 300, Skills, Fierce Tiger descends a mountain, shattering extremes, immovable as a mountain. This is the data on Ying Jingchong. His health is comparable to that of a lion-leopard beast, and his defense surpasses it. However, his attack and speed are somewhat lacking, truly befitting an elite monster of level 20. Regrettably, he cannot be slain. Ye Tianchen shook his head. The Jinwu Dao sect likely harbors many elite monsters, and if they were all defeated, numerous treasures would surely be obtained. Yet, Ye Tianchen knew he would never pursue such a course. Should he do so, Qi Chuyin would undoubtedly hunt him down without mercy. Before long, Ye Tianchen arrived at the teleportation array. To his surprise, it required spirit stones. As he stepped into the array, he was taken aback to discover that teleporting to Jinwu City demanded 5 low-grade spirit stones, with the cost adjusted based on the distance. Upon recalling that the rewards for his tasks were also spirit stones, Ye Tianchen swiftly realized that the primary currency had shifted. Wouldn't the major powers that had been acquiring ordinary coins find themselves at a complete loss? Ye Tianchen sent messages to Tang Yuan and Minghuan Qingwu, informing them that after reaching level 10, the main currency would now be spirit stones. In the spirit of reciprocity, it was hardly a significant matter to share such news with these two generous individuals. Upon receiving the information, they promptly replied, "Thank you, Brother Tianchen, and thanks. I understand." Subsequently, Ye Tianchen activated the teleportation array. In the storage ring that Qi Chuyin had given him, there were 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which would suffice for the time being. Chapter 36, Kidalong, Kidongqiang, Xinghua Village. This quaint village, once filled with laughter and joy, is now shrouded in an eerie silence. The roads that should have been bustling with life lie deserted, and even the blooming apricot flowers seem to have lost their vitality, their petals wilting and falling lifelessly. The entire village appears to have been stripped of its soul, evoking a chilling sensation. Not far from Xinghua Village, amidst a concealed grove, two figures lurk in the shadows. A middle-aged man with a square face gazes gravely at the younger, shadowy figure beside him, lowering his voice as he speaks. Dongxiang, this task is far from simple. The blood-refining foundation pill is of utmost importance. We must not allow any missteps. If we fail, we shall surely face dire consequences. The master will not let us off easily. Rest assured, elder brother, there will be no room for error. The shadowy man replied confidently. I have already set traps within the village. When the disciples of the true martial sect arrive, they will undoubtedly seek my trace, thus falling into the snares I've prepared. Even if they are blessed with life, they will surely suffer greatly. Upon hearing this, the square-faced man let out a slight sigh of relief, but maintained his cautious tone. Still, it is wise to exercise caution. After all, they are disciples of the true martial sect. The shadowy man, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. Elder brother, worry not. What can the disciples of the true martial sect do? Do they possess 3 heads and 6 arms? To find us, they must first contend with the corpses. Without disturbing those bodies, they cannot locate us. This is a blatant strategy. There is no solution. The 2 men, named Kidalong and Kidankiang, are brothers sent by the Bloodfiend sect to refine the blood-refining foundation pill. The concoction of this pill requires an immense expenditure of life force as its primary ingredient. It is well known that cultivators of physical strength often possess formidable and vigorous life force. Thus, even aware that their actions may invite the pursuit of the true martial sect, they are compelled to risk their lives to attract the disciples of the sect in order to fulfill their mission and secure the promised rewards from their master. Kidankiang has even taken special measures with the villagers' corpses, leaving behind certain items to ensure that even the disciples of the true martial sect will find no advantage. A grand ancient city stands magnificently, its towering walls rising 100 feet into the sky, resembling a slumbering dragon coiled upon the horizon, its imposing presence awe-inspiring. This is the true martial city, the largest city within the jurisdiction of the true martial sect. The skies outside the city are occasionally streaked with swift flashes of light as numerous cultivators capable of flight gracefully descend at the city gates. True Martial City is a realm where both immortals and mortals coexist, consistently managed and maintained by designated personnel from the true martial sect to uphold order. Within this city, there are clear and stringent regulations. Flying and fighting are strictly prohibited. Any violations will result in corresponding penalties. Those who commit minor offenses are typically detained in the true Martial City prison for a few days. More serious offenders may be sent to the mines for several months, while the gravest transgressions result in the forfeiture of one's cultivation or immediate execution. Thus, the common populace tends to refrain from engaging in reckless behavior within the city. Upon emerging from the teleportation array in true Martial City, Ye Tianchen found himself momentarily taken aback. The streets were a bustling tapestry of vehicles and pedestrians, a throng of individuals moving in a seemingly unending tide. Each face bore a unique expression and demeanor. Some wore serene smiles, others hurried with anxious countenances, while groups of 3 or 5 shared laughter and conversation amidst the vibrant chaos. The atmosphere was undeniably lively, evoking a sense of stepping into an entirely different realm. Ye Tianchen couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. In the novice village, the scarcity of NPCs rendered the experience somewhat subdued. However, amidst the multitude present now, the vibrancy was strikingly apparent. This bustling environment bore a striking resemblance to a modern metropolis, save for the antiquated attire adorning the inhabitants. Were these 5 major gaming companies truly capable of crafting such a remarkable virtual world? What kind of technology was required to sustain the seamless operation of such an intricate digital realm? With a heart brimming with wonder and curiosity, Ye Tianchen gradually regained his composure and began to immerse himself in the city. He made his way to a shop, spending 1 gold coin to acquire a map of the vicinity surrounding true Martial City. Although the primary currency had transitioned to spirit stones, conventional coins still held value in the mundane realm. Upon unfurling the map, Ye Tianchen quickly located the position of Xinghua village. This was Xinghua village? As he beheld the numerous desiccated corpses scattered throughout the village, he felt as though he had stepped into a macabre film. Surely, the perpetrators would not be foolish enough to linger in a village replete with cadavers. If they were that unwise, they would likely have been eliminated long before his arrival. Yet, the deliberate traces left behind were undeniably suspicious. Xiaobai. Ye Tianchen had no intention of disturbing the bodies. Instead, he called out to Xiaobai. Master, I am here. Upon hearing the summons, Xiaobai swiftly emerged from the spirit realm, employing a wide-area perspective to survey the village's surroundings. This ability had been bestowed upon Xiaobai when Ye Tianchen advanced to the Qi refinement stage, commonly referred to as the mini-map. Very well, Master. Xiaobai nodded obediently, closing its eyes to concentrate and initiate the wide-area perspective. After a brief moment, a virtual map gradually materialized before Ye Tianchen and Xiaobai. As the mini-map unfolded, Ye Tianchen's gaze was drawn to the upper left corner, where two red dots appeared. Typically, green dots signify friendly entities, while red dots represent adversaries. Those two must be the culprits, Ye Tianchen deduced. After all, who would linger in a village filled with withered corpses? Generally, perpetrators tend to return to the scene of their crime. With this thought in mind, Ye Tianchen set off in the direction of the red dots. How peculiar. The actions of the true martial sect should not be this sluggish, he pondered. Amidst the eerie silence enveloping the village, Qi Dongxiang expressed his bewilderment. Something feels amiss. We should depart from this place, he urged, a subtle unease shadowing Qi Delong's demeanor. Yet in that very moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. Qi Delong's eyes widened in alarm, his pupils constricting sharply, and he instinctively retreated with remarkable swiftness. A resounding crash echoed as a figure collided violently with a nearby tree, shattering it into fragments that scattered like confetti. Terror gripped Qi Dongxiang's gaze. Before him loomed what appeared to be a Lion King. Ye Tianchen, vide din a colossal ave, delivered a devastating blow to Qi Dongxiang's chest. Weak point attack, minus 44,350. A sickening crack reverberated through the air as bones splintered. Qi Dongxiang's body convulsed violently, his chest caving in as a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, propelling him backward like a severed kite before he crashed heavily to the hard ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Who are you? Qi Delong demanded, fury and shock intermingling as he confronted the man clad in lion-patterned armor. He glanced at his brother, who was now gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. From Ye Tianchen's perspective, Qi Dongxiang was afflicted with a debilitating debuff, hemorrhaging at a rate of 500 per second. In less than 10 seconds, Qi Dongxiang succumbed to his injuries. So weak? Ye Tianchen observed Qi Dongxiang's stats with a hint of incredulity. Qi Dongxiang, Elite, Sect, Blood Fiend Sect, Level 20, Realm, Peak Qi Refinement Health, 52,000, Magical Attack, 2. 500 Skills, Ghost Hand, a mere 50,000 health for an Elite, though his attack power was indeed substantial. Alas, high damage output avails nothing if one is dead. With a fearless charge followed by a precise weak point attack, Ye Tianchen had plunged Qi Dongxiang into a state of near death, inflicting a grievous bleeding debuff that made survival nearly impossible. Had Ye Tianchen not been present, Qi Delong might have employed medicinal elixirs to prolong his brother's life, but such a possibility was evidently out of reach now. You wretch, you have slain my brother. I will make you pay with your life. Chapter 37. By my grandmother's leg. You scoundrel, you actually killed my brother. I demand your life. Qi Delong roared, a golden aura emanating from his body as he charged towards Ye Tianchen. Preposterous. You can kill others, yet I cannot retaliate? Ye Tianchen cast a glance at his data. Qi Delong, Sect, Blood Slaughter Cult, Level 22, Realm, Early Foundation Establishment Life, Attack, Skills. Due to Qi Delong being over 10 levels higher, he could only discern this limited information. Ye Tianchen was perplexed as to why he did not gain experience from slaying Qi Dongxiang. Was it because he was not yet deceased? Yet, Seeing Qi Long rushing towards him compelled him to set aside such thoughts temporarily. Qi Long's speed surpassed his own. Fleeing was futile, and he had no option but to confront him head-on. Ye Tianchen activated the bloodline source, instantly doubling his vitality. 2500. Qi Long's fierce punch struck Ye Tianchen's raised arm. A wave of pain surged through him, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. After reaching level 10, pain sensitivity had increased to 25, a five-fold escalation compared to before. However, this gradual increase was still bearable. Had someone chosen a 100 pain sensitivity for realism from the outset, it would have been quite harrowing. Come at me. After withstanding Qi Long's strike, Ye Tianchen swung his massive axe with all his might, cleaving down upon Qi Long's head. 24,000. A resounding clang echoed, like metal striking metal. Ye Tianchen felt as though he had struck diamond. Was there truly no weak point? His defense hovered around 6,000. Could be due to that golden aura? The golden glow surrounding Qi Long was evidently a form of defensive secret technique. Nevertheless, witnessing Qi Long's health diminish by more than a tenth eased Ye Tianchen's mind. He was capable. He could withstand 10 of Qi Long's attacks, while Qi Long could not endure 10 of his. Moreover, he had the advantage of healing. Little White, come forth to heal. At Ye Tianchen's call, Little White swiftly perched atop his head, providing healing. With Ye Tianchen's current nearly 30,000 health points, coupled with Little White's healing and his own life regeneration, he could recover approximately 400 health points per second. In this ebb and flow, Qi Long was undoubtedly no match for him. Indeed, as their battle raged on, Qi Long's previously confident countenance began to darken, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was astounded to realize that, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was unable to defeat his opponent. He had unleashed a defensive secret technique, significantly augmenting his defense. Even other early Foundation establishment cultivators would struggle to breach his protection. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this individual's attacks were so formidable. Entirely unlike those of a Qi refinement cultivator. Faced with this relentless assault, he could hardly withstand it. Each blow felt as though it struck at his very arteries. Power cleave. At that moment, Ye Tianchen let out a loud shout, startling Qi Long, who quickly took a defensive stance above. However, what Qi Long could never have anticipated was that Ye Tianchen was merely shouting for show. Instead, he swung his massive axe horizontally, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged forth with ferocity. Damn it, you lack martial ethics. You actually deceived me. Qi Long seethed with rage. Little did he know that while Ye Tianchen's shout was a feint, he had employed the technique horizontal cleave of the mountain instead of power cleave of Huashan. Under the impact of this sweeping energy, Qi Long was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, and the protective golden light surrounding him vanished. Now, Qi Long was genuinely terrified. Thus, he rose and did not charge again. Instead, he turned and fled. Witnessing Qi Long's retaliate, Ye Tianchen chuckled. If Qi Long had engaged him, there might have been a chance of victory. However, fleeing meant certain death. Ye Tianchen equipped his ogre bow, drawing it taut to unleash an arrow. The reason he had not used arrows before was due to the dense thickets obstructing his view. Now, however, the surroundings were open and clear. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the desperately fleeing Qi Long. A dull thud echoed as the arrow pierced through his chest, causing his body to convulse violently before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Ding! Qi Long has been slain, earning 220,000 experience points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and gained 50 free attribute points. By defeating Qi Long, who was at the Foundation Establishment stage and benefiting from an 11-fold experience bonus. Ye Tianchen ascended 3 levels, and he was nearing the experience cap for level 14. Oh, it truly dropped power cleave of Huashan for me? Picking up the spiritual stones and 2 equipment items dropped by Kid along. Ye Tianchen was momentarily taken aback to find that he held in his hands a skill book for power cleave of Huashan. However, at that moment, he had no time to examine the attributes of the skill book or the other equipment. For just ahead, the corpse of the previously deceased Kedonkyang began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The once whole body gradually shriveled, swiftly turning into a terrifying mummified corpse. Simultaneously, the air around was thick with an inescapable blood mist, a pungent scent of blood assaulting his senses. Amidst the blood mist, a low, guttural roar of a beast could be faintly discerned. As the mist slowly dispersed, Ye Tianchen finally beheld the form hidden within. A colossal blood beast emerged before him. Its visage was grotesque and fearsome, with 2 protruding fangs gleaming ominously, and its blood-red eyes radiated ferocity and savagery. It possessed a pair of colossal claws, sharp as blades, yet lacked a lower body. Ye Tianchen cast a heavenly eye technique, unexpectedly revealing the attributes of the boss. Blood Soul Beast, level 20, realm, peak of Chi refinement, health 400, 000, attack 2, 600, skill 1, blood refinement. Upon use, absorbs 100 of the target's health. No cordon. Restriction. Must be used when the target is unable to resist. Skill 2, Blood Arrow Technique. Emits a blood arrow from its mouth, dealing 200 magic damage to the target. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 3, Generating. Oh, is this the second phase of Qi Dongxiang? Ye Tianchen gazed at the boss in surprise, though it seemed rather lackluster. Aside from its health, the other attributes were quite poor, and the skills left much to be desired. Facing such a boss, there would be no unexpected challenges. Moreover, Ye Tianchen noticed that this boss was even slower than he was, making it akin to a living target. Thus, he engaged in a tug-of-war with the boss amidst the woods, occasionally turning back to shoot a couple of arrows, and dodging the blood arrow technique from time to time. In truth, dodging was unnecessary. Even if hit, the boss's skill cooldown allowed his health to automatically restore to full. This was undoubtedly the easiest boss Ye Tianchen had ever faced. However, just as the boss was on the brink of death, its grotesque face suddenly twisted and contorted violently, transforming in the blink of an eye into that of a middle-aged man. The visage of the middle-aged man appeared exceedingly grim, and as he opened and closed his mouth, a deep voice emerged. "Young one, if you depart now, I shall let the past be bygones." What nonsense! Ye Tianchen shot an arrow at the blood soul beast's face, instantly provoking a surge of blood mist. The blood mist roared, "Young one, you are inciting my wrath." "Indeed, I am inciting you, so what? Come and fight me." Ye Tianchen unleashed arrow after arrow, swiftly depleting the blood soul beast health bar. "Very well, young one, I shall remember you." With this ominous proclamation echoing from the blood mist, a thunderous boom resounded as the blood mist erupted, and the blood soul beast, after emitting a final, woeful wail, exploded in a cacophony. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on defeating the level 20 Chi refinement boss, Blood Soul Beast, earning 100 reputation points and 36,000 experience. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and awarded 50 free attribute points. Chapter 38, The Beauty of Numbers. After vanquishing the Blood Soul Beast, Ye Tianchen ascended to level 15. Having defeated 2 creatures, he had remarkably advanced 4 levels. However, these 2 foes were slain at 6 and 11 levels above his own, showcasing his extraordinary capability to transcend levels. Few among his peers could achieve such feats. It is noteworthy that advancing a single level necessitates a minimum of 100 attribute points, and during the foundational stage, one might acquire even more. Moreover, these adversaries were not akin to the simplistic creatures found in novice villages. They possessed intellect. They could deceive, ambush, and even summon allies, behaving almost like sentient beings. Other players often struggle to best an opponent of equal level in one-on-one combat, let alone face those of a higher tier. Yet, despite his newfound level, a hint of displeasure lingered on Ye Tianchen's face. How dare an NPC threaten me? NPCs should patiently await players to farm them for equipment and items. The audacity of being intimidated by one was intolerable. Blood Fiend Sect, you shall not be forgotten. Ye Tianchen resolved to investigate the location of this Blood Fiend Sect and confront them directly. For now, it was time to reap the rewards. After allocating his newfound attribute points to his constitution, he approached the location where the Blood Soul Beast had perished. Ah, what is this? Ye Tianchen picked up a pill from the ground. It was a vivid crimson, adorned with intricate, web-like blood-red patterns. Blood Refinement Foundation Pill. Unrefined. Effect. None. A useless pill? Ye Tianchen felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Blood Refinement Foundation Pill discovered. Would you like to channel vitality to continue refining? The prospect of further refinement sparked excitement in Ye Tianchen's eyes as he promptly selected to proceed. Please choose the amount of life force to be channeled per second. Ye Tianchen opted to channel 300 points of life force per second. Subsequently, he summoned Xiaobai to assist him in healing. Given his current health, coupled with Xiaobai's own regeneration, they exceeded 300 health points per second, making the 300-point channeling ideal without the risk of being drained to death. As he absorbed increasing amounts of life force, the sanguine patterns on the Blood Refinement Foundation pill became increasingly vibrant and pronounced, resembling agile crimson serpents dancing across its surface, emanating a faint, blood-hued radiance. Time passed, and approximately an hour later, the once rough Blood Refinement Foundation pill had transformed into a smooth, lustrous orb akin to a blood-red jewel. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully refined the Blood Refinement Foundation pill. Upon hearing this notification, Ye Tianchen felt a surge of exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he eagerly examined the attributes of the Blood Refinement Foundation pill. Blood Refinement Foundation pill. Effect: Constitution 1000, Strength 250, Intelligence 250, Spirit 250. Restriction 1. Must be consumed during the breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, and each person may only consume one. Restriction 2. Cultivation speed reduced by 50. Upon witnessing the effects of the Blood Refinement Foundation pill, Ye Tianchen's eyes widened in astonishment. Such an increase in attributes. This elixir was truly remarkable. Just one pill could enhance his base life value by 20,000, along with a plethora of other attributes. The restrictions seemed negligible to him, as he had no intention of idly grinding for levels. However, this pill could only be used during the breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, and he still had a considerable distance to cover. Ye Tianchen then proceeded to examine the remaining loot. Skill Book, Blood Arrow Technique. Blood Arrow Technique. Consumes 150 spirit power to unleash a blood arrow from the mouth, inflicting 200 spell damage on the target. Cooldown 1 minute. Learning requirement, 200 points in Constitution. The emergence of this skill thrilled Ye Tianchen. It was the highest damage-enhancing skill he had encountered thus far, boasting an impressive 200. Feeling that he lacked sufficient means, and with ample resources at his disposal, he promptly learned the Blood Arrow Technique. Next, Ye Tianchen turned his attention to the remaining equipment. Blood Soul Necklace, Level 20, Quality, Yellow Grade, Attribute, Constitution 93. Additional Attribute, Lifesteal 10, Durability, 100, Wearing Requirement, 50 points in Strength. Blood Soul Cloak, Level 20, Quality, Yellow Grade, Attribute, Constitution 99, Additional Attribute, Life Regeneration 15, Durability 100, Wearing Requirement, 50 points in Strength. There were also 3 pieces of common grade equipment: Hemolytic Bracers, Level 20, Constitution 1, Strength 10, Spirit 11, Hemolytic Leggings, Level 20, Speed 23, Hemolytic Ring, Level 20, Constitution 12. Intelligence 10. As the Blood Soul Beast was not a first kill during the Chi refinement stage, it did not drop any Mystic grade equipment. As for the items dropped by Kid Along, they included a skill book and a piece of mystic-grade equipment. Skill book, Mountain Splitter, swinging the weapon in hand, deliver a powerful strike, unleashing a force that deals 150 physical damage to targets in a straight line. Cooldown 1 minute. Learning requirement, 100 points in strength. 100 battles leggings, level 22, quality, mystic grade, attribute, constitution 200, additional attribute, block 70, durability, 100, wearing requirement, 150 points in strength among all the equipment. Ye Tianchen could utilize everything except for the hemolytic bracers and hemolytic leggings. He immediately donned the new gear, and his attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Name, Tianchen Sect, Jinwu Daozong Lingxiao Sword Sect Yunling Shinzong. Level, 15 Realm, Mid-Stage Shi Refinement. Occupation, Body Cultivator. Reputation, 3,310 Life, 28,886 Spiritual Power, 1050. Physical Attack, 28993. Magical Attack, 28981. Life Recovery, 115 second. Cultivation Technique, Jinwu Emperor Scripture, First Level, Maximum Life 10. Life Recovery 100 second. Skills, Heavenly Eye Technique, Fearless Charge, Sweeping Thousands. Blood Source, upon use, grants an additional 100 life and life cap for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Blood Arrow Technique, consumes 150 spiritual power to unleash a blood arrow from the mouth, inflicting 200 magical damage on the target. Cooldown 1 minute. Mountain Splitting Strike, wielding the weapon, delivers a powerful strike, generating a wave of energy that inflicts 150 physical attack damage along a straight line. Cooldown 1 minute. Supreme Talent, Limit of Strength. Spirit Space, Little White Skill 1, Life Recovery. Skill 2, Wide Angle Vision, reveals all units within a certain radius. Equipment, Troll Axe, Constitution 15 Troll Bow, Strength 30, Armor Penetration 10, Lion King Helmet. Constitution 30, Strength 12, Precision 20, Lion King Armor. Constitution 100, Block 50, Battle-Tested Leggings. Constitution 200, Block 70, Lionheart Bracers. Constitution 17, Lionheart Boots. Constitution 17, Hemolytic Ring. Constitution 12, Intelligence 10, Blood Soul Cloak. Constitution 99, Life Recovery 15, Blood Soul Necklace. Constitution 93, Lifesteal 10. Upon witnessing the newly acquired attribute data, Ye Tianchen could not suppress a laugh. How little time had passed since his departure from Jinwu Daozong. His attributes had nearly doubled. It was truly a marvel of numerical beauty. Chapter 39. What should we do if they call? Removing his helmet, Ye Tianchen rubbed his growling stomach, which had long been clamoring for sustenance, and promptly descended the stairs to partake in a meal. Meanwhile, in the game, the first wave of players to reach level 10 had surged into the main city in droves. Most of these players were endowed with exceptional talents in the early stages, allowing them to swiftly escape the novice village. Presently, the number of players from the Great Xia had surpassed 300 million. It was hardly surprising that such a vast player base would yield a group of formidable talents early on. In the jurisdiction of the Yunling Divine Sect, within Yunling City, Meng Qingwu emerged from the transmutation hall with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Her attributes had doubled post-transmutation, significantly enhancing her strength. Perhaps she could now draw closer to Tianchen. Gazing at her friend list, she marveled at the name of a level 15 player, exclaiming internally at his remarkable prowess. It was astonishing that he, who had yet to log off, was leveling up even faster than those utilizing gaming pods. Previously, she had visited the Yunling Divine Sect and had taken Han Shuangxue as her master. However, as the sect only allowed her to transmute into a mage, she was unwilling to comply. Her talent was intrinsically linked to the spirit, compelling her to choose the path of a healer, which offered the greatest spiritual enhancement. Thus, she had come to Yunling City to undergo her transmutation. Though she had transformed into a healer, she was undeterred. After all, skill acquisition was not restricted by profession. She could still learn damage-dealing abilities. Her ambition was to become the most formidable healer. At the Tianjin Artifacts Sect, Tang Yuan gazed at the sprawling expanse of gold, jade, and an array of invaluable gemstones scattered across the ground, involuntarily swallowing hard. This sect appeared to be exceedingly affluent. Just then, a soft scoff reached Tang Yuan's ears. He turned in astonishment to find an elderly man, rosy-cheeked and sporting a round belly, suddenly materializing before him. The old man reclined leisurely on a cloud as white as snow, clutching a petite wine gourd. Occasionally, he tilted his head back to savor a sip of fine wine, his face radiating bliss and contentment. After emitting a loud belch, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted toward Tang Yuan. With bleary eyes, the old man regarded him with a hint of disdain, saying, "Little fatty, let me tell you, these are merely mundane objects." Nothing of consequence, he then took another hearty swig of wine. Tang Yuan recognized the extraordinary nature of this individual upon his entrance, and promptly clasped his fist in greeting. "Greetings, senior. Ah, at least you possess some manners, showing respect to your elders." The old man nodded slightly, his gaze now genuinely focused on Tang Yuan. With keen interest, he inquired, "Little fatty, what brings you to my Tianchen artifact sect?" Energized by the question, Tang Yuan quickly produced a jade artifact and replied, "Senior, this is a treasure given to me by the immortal maiden of Zhenwu Dao sect, the jade immortal of Lingxiao sword sect, and the frost immortal of Yunling divine sect. They instructed me to bring this to Tianchen artifact sect." Tang Yuan resolutely raised the grand banner of the three sect masters. Although the jade artifact was a gift from Qi Chuyin, the other two were present at that time, so it could be said to be a collective gift from the three of them. Oh, upon hearing this, the old man was momentarily taken aback. He raised his hand, and the jade artifact soared into his grasp. Following this, he summoned a white cloud and approached Tang Yuan, seizing him with a firm grip. After probing for a moment, a radiant joy erupted in the depths of the old man's eyes, leading him to laugh heartily. "Ha ha, the Tianchen artifact sect is destined for greatness." With fervent eyes, he gazed at Tang Yuan and asked, "Young lad, do you wish to take me as your master?" He continued, "Rest assured, being my disciple will not be in vain. You could be a direct disciple of the sect master." A direct disciple of the sect master? Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and immediately employed a celestial eye technique, revealing the name of the individual before him, Qin Taiduo, the sect master of the Tianchen artifact sect. Tang Yuan was instantly astonished, pondering how wealthy one must be to name oneself Qin Taiduo, which implies an abundance of wealth. Overwhelmed with curiosity, he couldn't help but inquire, "Master, is our sect very affluent?" "Remove that is," the elder interjected, extending a finger towards the distance, gesturing for Tang Yuan to look in that direction. "Our Tianchen artifact sect's wealth is not a matter of mere possession. Do you see that over there?" Tang Yuan followed the elder's finger and was nearly blinded by a vast expanse of spiritual light. "Umph." The elder proudly raised his head, nostrils flaring. "With the financial power of our Tianchen artifact sect, we could easily purchase the entire Zhenwu Dao sect, Lingxiao sword sect, and Yunling divine sect." "Wow, our sect is that formidable?" Tang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Did that mean he had joined the most powerful sect? Not even the Tianchen could compare? Overjoyed, Tang Yuan eagerly pressed on. "Then, master, why don't we buy the Zhenwu Dao sect, Lingxiao sword sect, and Yunling divine sect?" "Ridiculous. What if they retaliate?" The elder shot Tang Yuan a reproachful glance. He was certain that if he suggested purchasing the Zhenwu Dao sect, Lingxiao sword sect, and Yunling divine sect in the morning, by noon, he would be pummeled by Qi Chuyin, Yu Linglong, and Han Shuangxue until he was unrecognizable. Though, in truth, his actual mother had long since passed away. So it was merely a matter of wealth. Tang Yuan quickly grasped the status of the Tianchen artifact sect, but rather than feeling disheartened, he found joy in it. Wealth is wonderful. He thought to himself, "I absolutely adore being rich." In reality, he was affluent, so this felt like a return to his roots. Tang Yuan then inquired, "Master, what exactly does our sect do?" Qin Taiduo smiled faintly, effortlessly uttering two words, "Artifact refinement." Tang Yuan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Artifact refinement? That's splendid. My innate talent, heavenly craftsmanship, is specifically meant for artifact refinement. Meanwhile, in a desolate wilderness, kill him. Eliminate this brat. Amidst the cacophony of furious roars and growls, a band of sinister figures, resembling ravenous wolves, relentlessly pursued the fleeing silhouette ahead. As they dashed forward, their shouts echoed with a palpable fury, as if they were determined to tear the unfortunate soul before them into 1,000 pieces. Zhou Tong, while sprinting with all his might, cursed inwardly, lamenting his ill fortune. Casting a glance over his shoulder at the throng behind him, he felt tears welling up in his eyes. To make matters worse, he had chosen a class devoid of agility enhancements. Facing mere monsters felt akin to provoking a hornet's nest, and now, having slain one, an entire horde had emerged to hunt him down. Fortunately, his speed was remarkable. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise by now. He dared not shoot arrows backward as he once might have, for in his current predicament, his strength paled in comparison to that of his pursuers. "Boss, this guy is running way too fast. It seems we can't catch up." One of the men gasped, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Another remarked, "Despite his lowly strength, he sprints with such speed. Could he possess some special talent?" Hearing this, the leader's eyes brightened with intrigue. Special talent? Hadn't the master recently issued a quest to seek out such gifted individuals? With this thought, the leader's resolve strengthened. The reward for this quest was substantial. He called out urgently, "Hey, young man ahead, please pause. We mean no harm. We wish to present you with a grand opportunity. Do not flee." Zhou Tong scoffed at these words. Just moments ago, they were clamoring for his demise, and now they were offering him a great chance? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Noticing Zhou Tong's unwavering pace, the leader's frustration mounted. Gritting his teeth, he produced a talisman. A flicker of regret passing through his eyes as he gazed upon it. There was no time for hesitation. One must sacrifice to gain. Without further ado, he activated the talisman. In an instant, a surge of formidable power erupted from it, enveloping the leader in its embrace. Harnessing this newfound strength, he propelled himself forward with the speed of a released arrow, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Tong. "Damn it, am I about to explode?" Zhou Tong lamented, tears of despair welling up. What kind of misfortune had befallen him? It felt as though the entire world conspired against him. Chapter 40. A Toast to the Fallen. Brother Chun, while enjoying a meal, Ye Tianchen answered a call for Zhao Zilong. As he continued to savor his food, he inquired, "What is the matter? Have you found a house so soon?" "Not at all," Zhao Zilong quickly refuted. "Brother Chun, I have reached level 10 and can now leave the novice village." Initially, he intended to share this news with Ye Tianchen in the game, but upon noticing Ye Tianchen had logged off, he decided to call directly instead. "You've reached level 10? That is quite impressive. What is your talent?" Ye Tianchen expressed his surprise. "My talent is a godly one, Gunslinger. Increases damage by 500 when using firearm weapons." "What do you think?" Zhao Zilong chuckled. "Not bad. That talent is quite remarkable." Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled. A percentage increase remains formidable even in later stages of the game. Naturally, Zhao Zilong felt elated at Ye Tianchen's praise. Previously, he had felt frustrated for not acquiring firearm weapons, but now he could finally hold his head high. However, sensing Ye Tianchen's tone, Zhao Zilong immediately recalled something and asked in astonishment, "Is that so? Do you possess an even higher talent, Brother Chen?" "Indeed, my talent is the supreme level talent, truly worthy of being Brother Chun," Zhao Zilong exclaimed in admiration. No wonder Brother Chun thrived in the game. Regaining his composure, Zhao Zilong eagerly inquired, "Brother Chun, which city are you in? I shall come to join you." "I am in Jinwu City." "Great. Brother Chun, I will rush to Jinwu City at once." With that, Zhao Zilong hung up the phone. However, not long after, Zhao Zilong called again, "Brother Chun. Jinwu City ISNT listed in the teleportation options. Jinwu City ISNT available?" Ye Tianchen was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Let us not rush. Check online to see what others are saying." In truth, Ye Tianchen himself was quite perplexed by this situation, as he had never utilized the teleportation array from the novice village. He opened Dubi and discovered a video posted by the renowned Jiang Hu Xiaoxing, whom he had previously followed. Now, he was aware of some of Jianghu Xiaoxing's achievements. Before the launch of Myth, Jianghu Xiaoxing had amassed millions of loyal fans due to his exceptional gaming skills and unique commentary style. He was keen on exploring a variety of games and meticulously crafted a series of game analysis videos. These videos were designed to aid novice players in their immersion into the game and were immensely popular among the gaming community. With the launch of Myth, Jianghu Xiaoxing intended to continue his previous approach. This time, he summarized the following points. First, those still in a novice village should heed this. According to our team's experiments, each main city available for teleportation corresponds to a powerful sect, each excelling in different domains. Therefore, it is advisable for everyone to determine their desired career path before selecting a corresponding city associated with their chosen sect. Otherwise, they may encounter significant disadvantages later on. Upon concluding this point, the knowledgeable sage of the martial realm presented a chart delineating the attributes and characteristics of various professions. He subsequently revealed several charts depicting the mainstream professions within different sections. Due to time constraints and limited resources, the charts I have created are not yet comprehensive. Thus, I hope that the broader online community can provide information for a fee, aiding in the enhancement of these charts to assist novice players newly embarking on their journey in Myth. Regarding the second point, the game world of Myth comprises 4 continents, which are currently isolated from one another, preventing players from teleporting between them. The cities available for teleportation from the novice village are contingent upon the continent, with different players on various continents having access to different cities. Consequently, players wishing to leave the novice village to reunite with friends may experience some disappointment. Nevertheless, our team will actively explore methods to reach other continents, and we are confident that progress will soon be made. We will promptly inform all players of any developments. So we kindly ask for your anticipation. Moving on to the third point, it appears to me that the novice village serves as an introduction to the game, with the true adventure commencing upon reaching the main city. Firstly, the experience distribution has changed. It is no longer solely awarded to the player who delivers the final blow, but rather distributed according to individual contributions. Secondly, concerning the issue of death, in the eyes of NPCs, a player's demise is regarded as a severe injury. Furthermore, after leaving the novice village, death incurs a penalty. While players do not lose levels, their overall attributes are reduced by 30, meaning that after 4 deaths, their attributes will be entirely depleted. This condition cannot be remedied through healing spells. Players must complete quests to earn contributions in exchange for specialized healing potions. Therefore, I advise everyone to exercise caution while undertaking quests. Upon hearing the sage's elucidation, Ye Tianchen experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident that Zhao Zilong was not on the same continent as him. Ye Tianchen called Zhao Zilong, saying, "Zilong, we are on different continents. Please continue leveling up after leaving the novice village. I will figure out a way to reach the other continents to find you." On the other end of the line, Zhao Zilong responded succinctly, "All right, Chengge, I will await your good news." After concluding the call, Ye Tianchen opened the comment section. Master, where can I change professions? Where can I join a sect?" The sage of the martial realm replied, "You can change professions in the profession hall of the main city. As for joining a sect, those with a sect recommendation letter may directly report to the sect. Those without must undertake an entry quest in the main city. There are multiple entry quests issued by different sects in the main city. Completing any one of them will allow you to join a sect. Certainly, the difficulty of joining a sect varies according to its strength, with the most challenging tasks being those assigned by the grand sects that govern the principal cities. I had my suspicions. Initially, Ye Tianchen was perplexed as to how others could obtain a sect recommendation letter when there was only one lion leopard beast. It appears there are indeed alternative methods. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen continued to browse videos. Suddenly, a clip surfaced, its popularity rivaling that of his previous equipment selling video. "Brothers, I have uncovered a monumental secret. Once you enter the brothel, you can remove your pants." The allure of such a title was undeniable. Upon clicking the video, it elaborated on how the individual discovered the brothel after leaving the novice village, detailing the process of disrobing and more. For a fee, one could applaud the NPCs. I have personally tested this, and the authenticity is guaranteed at 100, indistinguishable from real-life applause. Furthermore, it is merely a collection of data, devoid of any health concerns or fears of being apprehended. Upon opening the comments section, it was indeed a buzz. What is the big deal about removing pants? What is a brothel for? What does applauding entail? This is knowledge reserved for adults. Children should stay away. Impressive. How did you discover this? I must log into the game to verify its truth. No way. Dude, can a game like this even pass the review? I am a poet. My wine and verses weave through splendid escapades. After watching this individual video, Ye Tianchen was left utterly astonished. He had never imagined someone could be so leisurely as to wander into a brothel rather than seizing the opportunity to level up after leaving the novice village. Truly, the members of the disrobing faction remained steadfast to their original intentions, their goals remarkably pure. Chapter 41. The Arrogant Society. After some time had passed, Ye Tianchen re-entered the game. As soon as he logged in, he opened the leaderboard to check the standings. The prestige rankings remained unchanged, with Ye Tianchen still far ahead, and he occupied all 4 positions on the equipment leaderboard. As for the level rankings, the top contenders were as follows. 1. Tianchen, level 15, mid-stage Chi refinement. Body cultivator 2. Anonymous player, level 12, early stage Chi refinement, blade cultivator 3. Shadowless demon, level 12, early stage Chi refinement, sword cultivator 4. Riding a pig to see the world, level 12, early stage Chi refinement, mage 5. Most fond of beast milk, level 12, early stage Chi refinement, body cultivator 6. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus god, level 12, early stage Chi refinement, sword cultivator 7. Ancient moon Fan Yuan, level 12, early stage Chi refinement, goo cultivator 8. Mother says long names attract fools, level 12, early stage Chi refinement, mage 9. Tang Song Yuan Ming Qing, level 12, early stage Chi refinement, blade cultivator 10. Dreamlike light dance, level 12, early stage Chi refinement. Healer, she is actually caught up. Ye Tianchen gazed at dreamlike light dance on the leaderboard, somewhat astonished. When he had sold her the fireball technique, her level was insignificant. He never expected her to now grace the leaderboard as a healer. And what of this anonymous player? Is it truly possible to remain anonymous? Ye Tianchen scoured the options but found no means to do so. Never mind, he thought. It's best to focus on leveling up. He had already wasted too much time offline. Hastening towards Jinwu City, Ye Tianchen assumed that all those on the leaderboard, aside from himself, were players in gaming pods, free from the constraints of offline activities and meals. Jinwu City. The grand doors of the class change hall slowly parted, and a throng of individuals poured forth. Among the crowd, a young man clad in azure-patterned armor stood out, surrounded by admirers, as if he were the sun in a constellation of stars. President, which sect shall we undertake a joining mission for? Inquired a robust man wielding a great sword, approaching the armored figure with respect. Need you even ask? Now that we're in Jinwu City, we shall, of course, join the Jinwu Dao sect. The man in azure armor, known as Aoshi Tiantian, shot an impatient glare at the questioner. Aoshi Tiantian's talents were particularly suited to the Jinwu Dao sect, which was why he had been transported to Jinwu City. From this Jinwu Dao sect, I shall ensure that the name of Aoshi reverberates throughout the realm of myth. Upon hearing this declaration, the surrounding crowd immediately echoed their agreement. Indeed, with your prowess and talents, President, conquering the realm of myth will be but a trifling matter. Encouraged by their words, Aoshi Tiantian felt increasingly elated and secretly reveled in the thought of achieving great feats in myth. Just then, a figure suddenly darted past him in haste. Clad in a golden lion-patterned armor and donning a dragon head mask, the individual exuded an imposing presence, with a blood-red cape billowing behind. His equipment is astonishingly exceptional. Aoshi Tianxia was utterly surprised. Among all the individuals he had encountered, this one undoubtedly possessed the finest gear. He immediately realized that the person before him was a master. Currently, his prestigious guild was recruiting, and they were in dire need of such talent. Thus he called out, "Wait, Ye Tianchen turned his head, looking at Ye Tianchen with curiosity. Are you calling me? Indeed, it is you I am addressing. Ye Tianchen confidently blocked Ye Tianchen's path and said, Your equipment appears impressive, suggesting you possess considerable skill. Would you be interested in joining our guild? Upon realizing that he was being recruited, Ye Tianchen promptly replied, Not interested. Ye Tianchen chuckled, recognizing that a master would naturally have a touch of pride. He continued, How about this? If you join Ye, I will offer you a monthly salary of 200,000. What do you say? 200,000? Ye Tianchen was somewhat taken aback. Such a salary was exceptionally high, as few in Xia earned that much monthly. Precisely. Sans signe Ye Tianchen surprise. Ye Tianchen felt a surge of pride. He knew that no one would turn down an offer of money. His plan was astute. First, he would lure this individual with a high salary. Then once the ranks of masters grew, he could lower the pay or simply dismiss him. However, he was swiftly met with a rebuttal. Not interested, Ye Tianchen stated before turning to leave. Setting aside the fact that he had already earned 25 million from playing Myth for a short time, he had no need for such trivial amounts. Observing the arrogant demeanor of the man before him, Ye Tianchen was disinclined to engage further. Working under such a pompous individual would likely subject him to various indignities. Ye Tianchen was momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for rejection. He quickly shouted after Ye Tianchen, Is 200,000 insufficient? How about 300,000? 50,000? As he watched Ye Tianchen walk away without a backward glance, Ye Tianchen's expression darkened, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. At that moment, someone approached Tianchen. President, this kid truly lacks appreciation and dares to reject you. I believe he is merely a pretty face, useless in reality. He had expected this comment to elevate his status in Ye Tianchen's eyes. Instead, he was met with a resounding slap. Smack! Ye Tianchen struck him across the face, roaring, Do I need you to remind me? Speak another word of nonsense, and I'll have you thrown out immediately. The man staggered back, nearly falling, as he quickly covered his stinging cheek, trembling as he retreated. I apologize, President. It was my mistake. Watching Ye Tianchen's departing figure, Ye Tianchen coldly commanded, Keep an eye on him. As soon as he leaves the city, report to me immediately. His gaze was icy. Just because of superior equipment, he dared to disregard him. It was simply courting death. His real name was Lin Tian, the sole heir to the Lin Corporation in reality. Thus, he has always spent money extravagantly and without restraint, often hosting lavish gatherings that cost millions, surrounded by countless friends. However, recently he has heard some whispers. His so-called friends have been speaking behind his back, suggesting that he merely relies on his father's wealth. Looking down upon him with disdain, this infuriated Lin Tianchen. He promptly leveraged his connections, ensuring that those individuals' family businesses faced ruin. Subsequently, he entered the realm of myth. If it weren't for that old man forbidding me from engaging in business matters, even the Tang group would find itself beneath my feet. With this thought, Lin Tianchen's face contorted with indignation. All along, his father has perceived him as nothing more than a frivolous heir, bestowing upon him a generous allowance each month while never permitting him to partake in business affairs, leaving him feeling belittled. Therefore, Lin Tianchen is determined to achieve great success within myth, compelling that old man to regard him with newfound respect, and to hand over the Lin family enterprise sooner rather than later. As for Ye Tianchen, he hardly considered him worthy of his attention. Born atop the pinnacle of privilege and indulged by his mother, there's been nothing he desired that he could not obtain. The audacity of that man to refuse him was intolerable. If that is the case, then let destruction be his fate. Chapter 42. A dismal situation regarding the recent incident. Ye Tianchen paid it no mind. Given his current attributes, what difference did it make if there were many people around? Who could withstand even a single strike from him? Even the most formidable of tanks would falter, for he himself was likely the most powerful tank in the realm of myth, incapable of enduring his own attack. Other players, even with all their points allocated and donning equipment that maximize their vitality, would be fortunate to boast health points in the range of 5 to 6,000. 7 to 8,000 would be considered extraordinary, yet still utterly incapable of withstanding a blow from him. As for defense, the vast majority of players could scarcely breach his formidable defenses. The few who would find it impossible to contend with his nearly 20,000 health points. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Tianchen chuckled softly and continued on his path. His destination was a place known as the Tianji Pavilion, marked on the map, where one could acquire information unknown to the common folk, perhaps even details regarding the Blood Fiend sect. As he journeyed, he passed by a bustling brothel. The front was teeming with people, lively and animated. Above, numerous young women adorned in vibrant attire leaned against the railings, brandishing fragrant handkerchiefs and playfully waving to the passers-by below, their laughter ringing out intermittently. As he walked by, Ye Tianchen cast a glance, and a memory surfaced of a video he had seen online. If the claims made by that individual were indeed true, then the brothels in myth were far superior to those in reality, free from the threat of arrest and the worry of disease. However, Ye Tianchen held these superficial charms in disdain. Moreover, he found such matters quite repugnant. Even if he were to spend a lifetime with a charming companion, he would never venture into such establishments. Before long, Ye Tianchen arrived at an elegant and exquisite pavilion. Upon entering, however, it was not the serene atmosphere he had envisioned. Instead, it resembled a typical tavern, filled with a cacophony of noise. A group of musicians played their instruments, strumming lutes and blowing flutes, while patrons engaged in lively conversation. Yet, all eyes were evidently drawn to the storyteller positioned centrally within the room. The tales he recounted were not mere folk stories, but rather recent extraordinary happenings within the realm of Zuling Shenzhou. For instance, the leader of the Tianjun Qi sect, Qian, had recently taken on an exceptionally talented disciple and, in his joy, declared a year-long tax exemption for Tianjun City. The Ice River sect's master being was confronted by a vengeful foe who unleashed a fiery lotus technique, grievously injuring him. The master of the demonic path, Xiaoyao, was rumored to have found a worthy successor, much to his delight. Additionally, the fairy of the Yulan sect, Lanhua, had recently broken through to the void return stage, significantly enhancing the sect's strength. Of course, there were also less serious tidbits to be heard. Lin Langtian of the Qinghe Lin family was revealed to be a woman, currently embroiled in a tumultuous affair with the eldest son of a branch family, entangled in a web of love and hate. The leader of the Golden Blade sect was caught visiting a brothel by his wife, who promptly administered a thorough reprimand with a small whip, delivering a total of 81 strikes. The unscrupulous alchemist sold 1,000-pound divine oil that was, in fact, merely chili oil, rendering individuals bedridden for half a year. Achu, in the Harmony sect, a youth, more beautiful than any woman, touched his nose and scoffed, "Another person is cursing me." Yet, he remained utterly unfazed. A barrel of divine oil for a mere low-grade spirit stone. Would one prefer chili oil over celestial nectar? That would indeed be reprehensible. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but lament the treachery of substituting divine oil with chili oil. And what of that esteemed disciple from the Tianjun sect? Could it be Tang Yuan? It was no wonder he thought so. Qi Chuyan had previously remarked on Tang Yuan's commendable talents, gifting him a jade piece to present to the Tianjun sect, where it was unsurprising he was accepted as a disciple by the sect master. Shaking his head, Ye Tianchen ascended to the second floor. The storyteller merely scratched the surface of the news. If one truly sought such information, it was readily attainable. To uncover harder-to-obtain intelligence, one must venture to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, the atmosphere transformed into one of serenity and elegance. At an antique table by the window sat a man clad in white, gently fanning himself with a folding fan, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of mystery. Seeing this, Ye Tianchen hastened to sit opposite the white-clad gentleman. "What information do you require?" The man in white inquired, still smiling gently. "Do you know the whereabouts of the blood slaughter cult's lair?" Ye Tianchen cut to the chase. Threatened by an NPC, his sleep had been restless, and his meals unappetizing. He needed to eliminate the threat. The blood slaughter cult? The white-clad gentleman smiled slightly, of course. We at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion are privy to all matters. The blood slaughter cult cannot escape our knowledge. Where is it? Ye Tianchen pidesit egeli. The man in white lightly tapped the table. To learn this information, you must first assist me with a task. What is it? The gentleman slowly closed his fan. In Yuchang Town, to the west of Jinwu City, there is a scoundrel who calls himself the fortune teller. He has been misusing the name of our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to swindle the populace, severely tarnishing our reputation. Therefore, I hope you can journey to Yuchang Town and eliminate this rogue, restoring honor to our pavilion. Ding. Do you accept the quest? Eliminate the fortune teller. Accept. Ding. You have accepted the quest. Eliminate the fortune teller. Quest. In Yuchang Town, west of Jinwu City, there is an individual known as the fortune teller, who misappropriates the name of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to deceive and rob. Please eliminate the fortune teller to restore our pavilion's reputation. Quest reward. The location of the blood slaughter cult's lair. Is the fortune teller particularly formidable? With the quest accepted, Ye Tianchen inquired, somewhat puzzled. Not all. His strength is merely at the chi refinement stage, the white-clad gentleman replied, shaking his head. Then why do you not take matters into your own hands? Ye Tianchen inquired once more. The man in white chuckled softly and elucidated at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. We merely discern the secrets of fate and refrain from engaging in such acts of violence. Ye Tianchen was taken aback. To issue violence, yet issue tasks for others to carry out was akin to the principle of a gentleman keeping his distance from a butcher. One may not see the slaughter, yet the meat remains on the table. After receiving the assignment, Ye Tianchen did not linger. He promptly exited the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and set off towards Yuchang Town. At the western city gate, two players covertly observed the entrance. Upon witnessing Ye Tianchen leave the city, they hastily reported back. President, that individual has exited through the west gate. Inside a nearby tavern, a sycophantic lackey was relaying the latest intelligence to Lin Outyin. Oh, he has left the city? Upon hearing this, Lin Outyin sprang to his feet, swiftly gathering his companions. Let's follow him. I intend to make him aware of the consequences of crossing me. Chapter 43. Outside Jinwu City, under siege. As Ye Tianchen ventured a short distance from Jinwu City, the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced the silence. He swiftly leapt backwards to evade two sudden arrows. Almost immediately, he noticed a group of several dozen individuals surging towards him with an imposing demeanor, surrounding him menacingly. The leader, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction, sneered, "You think you can leave after offending our guild leader? Not so easily. Our guild leader?" Ye Tianchen pondered, perplexed about when he had crossed paths with such a figure. "It is I." A cacophony of noise erupted from behind, and as Ye Tianchen turned, he was met with the sight of 100 or more people advancing toward him, encircling him entirely. In the center of this throng stood Ao Shurtion. It became apparent that he had long set a trap at all four gates of Jinwu City, waiting to intercept Ye Tianchen upon his exit. "Ah, it is you?" Ye Tianchen realized, recognizing the man he had inadvertently offended. He had not anticipated that this individual would harbor such a grudge. His mere refusal to join the Ao Shurjia would provoke retaliation. "Indeed, it is I. Surprised, are you?" Lin Outyin crossed his arms, beaming with arrogance. "You refused my invitation to join Ao Shurjia, so now you shall meet your demise. Thinking your superior equipment makes you invincible? Today, I shall strip you of it and reveal your true insignificance." "I indeed did not foresee this," Ye Tianchen replied calmly, observing him with a composed demeanor. "But I did not expect you to dare come seeking your own demise." "What?" Lin Outyin's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd jest imaginable. "Seeking my own demise? Ha ha ha." Initially taken aback, he soon erupted into laughter, pointing a trembling finger at Ye Tianchen due to the intensity of his amusement. "I seek my own demise? Is that not the most comical thing you've ever heard? Ha ha ha." His entourage of followers joined in, echoing his laughter. Could he possibly be foolish enough to think he can take on nearly 200 of us just because he has decent equipment? Utterly laughable. A single spit from each of us could drown him. Their derision for Ye Tianchen was unabashed and palpable. Lin Outyen eventually ceased his laughter, fixing Ye Tianchen with a cold gaze. You still fail to grasp the gravity of your situation. It is you who fails to comprehend the situation. Before Lin Outyen could finish, Ye Tianchen charged forward fearlessly. With a sweeping strike, he shouted, suddenly swinging his giant troll axe. In an instant, a formidable wave of energy surged forth from the weapon, sweeping across the battlefield. There was no need for grand proclamations against such a band of minor adversaries. Upon witnessing Ye Tianchen rushing forward, the two underlings beside him initially intended to assist Lin Outyen in fending off the assault. However, they were unprepared for the area of effect nature of Ye Tianchen's attack. The sheer magnitude of his assault was insurmountable. No one could withstand it. In an instant, the group of over a dozen individuals ahead was obliterated, including Lin Outyen, whose equipment was left scattered across the ground. The guild leader had perished. He had slain the guild leader. Vengeance for the guild leader. As they beheld Lin Outyen's swift demise, the remaining members were left in utter shock. They had not anticipated Ye Tianchen's ferocity, which had resulted in the abrupt elimination of their leader. Panic ensued among them, for if they failed to vanquish Ye Tianchen, they would undoubtedly face scorn and reprimand upon their return, risking not only their wages, but potentially their very livelihoods. Thus, a throng of enraged individuals surged forward, intent on eliminating Ye Tianchen. With a mighty strike, Ye Tianchen remained undaunted, unleashing another wave of energy. However, the vertical nature of his attack only managed to fell 5 or 6 adversaries. Simultaneously, the onslaught from the members of the AO Sure Guild began to rain down upon him, with damage numbers incessantly appearing above his head. A guild cannot consist solely of damage-dealing classes, leading to the realization that the tanks and healers could hardly penetrate Ye Tianchen's defenses. Meanwhile, the strikes from weapon and magic classes inflicted minimal damage, often amounting to mere hundreds. Despite being surrounded by nearly 200 foes, few could actually land a blow on him. Within the realm of myth, there exists no mechanism to disable friendly fire. This implies that even allies from the same guild could inadvertently inflict damage upon one another. Therefore, only those in close proximity could engage Ye Tianchen effectively. His defenses were remarkably high. What kind of extraordinary equipment must he possess? My attacks are futile against him. Could the tanks and healers refrain from crowding forward? You cannot breach his defenses, so why push ahead? I am here to absorb damage. I am here to heal you. He dispatches foes in an instant. You are merely hindering my ability to absorb damage and provide healing. Retreat. Damage dealers, step up. Control the situation. Even if we perish, we must strike him once more. Ye Tianchen lacked any skills to break free from control, and for a moment he found himself ensnared, his health dwindling. Panic surged within him. Could he truly be on the verge of defeat? Fortunately, they had only just entered the main city, and there were few capable of control skills, preventing a complete control chain from forming and granting Ye Tianchen a fleeting opportunity. At that moment, his skill sweep the army finished its cooldown, and he immediately activated it. The crowd had become even more densely packed, and with a single sweeping motion, he felled nearly 30 foes. Those who had attempted to control him were specifically targeted, resulting in significant casualties among their ranks. This turn of events made it all the more impossible for AO Sure Guild to establish a control chain, plunging them into despair. Their hopelessness only deepened when Ye Tianchen summoned Xiao Bai to heal him, exacerbating their sense of impending doom. He not only possesses an astonishingly high defense, but also an outrageous attack power. Moreover, he can even heal himself. How on earth can we fight against him? Tell me, how can we possibly contend with such a foe? It's over. It's truly over. Our 200 members are utterly unable to defeat just one of him. This is beyond humiliating. Our guild is on the brink of annihilation. We must flee at once, or we will undoubtedly be wiped out. Flee. The guild leader has already been taken down. If you don't sacrifice yourself, how will you explain this to him later? Ah, indeed. Then, let us charge forth and meet our fate. Thus, a throng of individuals boldly surged towards Ye Tianchen, embodying a spirit of defiance against death. Ye Tianchen, however, showed no mercy, dispatching this group with ruthless efficiency. As he surveyed the ground strewn with shimmering equipment, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Was this a gesture of camaraderie from the guild? Yet, once he collected all the gear, his smile faded. For among the spoils, there was but a single piece of yellow-tier equipment. The rest were all common-grade items. What a pathetic display. Is this all they have to offer? Such disgraceful loot? And they call themselves a guild? Gazing at the sole piece of azure yellow-tier armor, Ye Tianchen scoffed, for his own armor was far superior. Sigh. Well, it's a gift, so one should not refuse it. Shaking his head, Ye Tianchen turned and departed. Chapter 44. Is your fortune-telling authentic? What are you saying? He single-handedly annihilated all 200 of you. Lin Outyin gazed incredulously at the group before him, nearly driven to madness. Had he squandered his resources on a band of inept individuals? Are you all merely swine? Even swine wouldn't fall so swiftly to a single adversary. Could you not have fled? Yet, confronted with Lin Outyin's ire, those beneath him merely scoffed, pondering the verbal onslaught awaiting them upon their return. Better to perish than face his wrath. After all, they could shoulder the blame together. At that moment, someone from the crowd mustered the courage to step forward and explain, "President, please temper your anger. We were powerless." That person was Tianchen. Upon hearing this, the others quickly realized, recalling the system notification that had indicated Tianchen as their slayer, and a chorus of agreement ensued. Indeed, President Tianchen is the foremost figure in mythology. His prowess is only to be expected. Absolutely. Tianchen has appeared on television numerous times, receiving countless attribute points as rewards. It's no wonder we were unable to contend with him. Tianchen, Lin Outyin froze momentarily, realizing he had not paid attention to the identity of his killer. Upon checking the system notification, it indeed confirmed that he had been vanquished by Tianchen, causing Lin Outyin's emotions to gradually stabilize. So, it was Tianchen. How unexpected that he was also in Jinwu City. Lin Outyin nodded thoughtfully. Yet, almost instantly, his expression darkened, his eyes betraying an unmistakable glimmer of envy. What could Tianchen do? He was merely brazen, relying on his early game talents. Who granted him such audacity? The foremost figure in mythology? Who bestowed that title upon him? Lin Outyin scoffed disdainfully, for his own talents were far beyond mere early game abilities. Once he had developed, he would assuredly eliminate Tianchen. Damn it! With a wave of his hand, he declared that they should let Tianchen bask in his arrogance for a while. Once they had sufficiently developed, they would seek out his troubles. Furthermore, they needed to recruit more individuals. If 200 could not defeat him, then they would gather 2,000, 20,000, even 200,000. He had no shortage of resources. Meanwhile, Ye Tianchen arrived at Yuchang Town. Shortly after entering the town, he stumbled upon a fortune-telling stall. Above the stall fluttered a banner emblazoned with the words Tianji Pavilion, Oracle of Fate, claiming to discern the world's secrets over 500 years, drawing considerable attention. At that moment, several players were surrounding the stall, vociferously protesting. Damn it, you deceitful fortune-teller! How dare you provide us with false information? Are you seeking death? Refund us immediately. That is our hard-earned money. Quick, return our funds. The fortune-teller, a venerable old man, remained unperturbed amidst the uproar. He stroked his white beard and spoke in a calm, measured tone, as an oracle. I adhere to a strict policy. Once a transaction is completed, refunds are not entertained. I kindly ask you all to leave. Upon hearing this, the players erupted with fury. Damn it! If you refuse to refund us, we shall unleash our wrath upon you. With that, several individuals brandished their weapons, prepared to take action. At that moment, the so-called fortune-teller took the initiative. With a swift gesture, a blazing fireball erupted from his palm, instantly obliterating one individual. Before anyone could react, a sharp shard of ice shot forth, piercing through another's body and claiming yet another victim. Goodness, his attacks are astonishing. He is a level 20 creature. We cannot defeat him. Retreat quickly. The fortune teller's consecutive eliminations left the remaining individuals in a state of terror. Observing their fear, he sneered, "Humph. If I, the fortune teller, lacked genuine skill, how would I dare traverse the world? Were I devoid of power, I would have long been vanquished by those I deceived in the past. Is that so? Then how about you predict my fortune?" At this moment, Ye Tianchen stepped forward, placing a pouch of spirit stones upon the divination table. The two remaining players hastily advised, "Brother, this fellow is nothing but a charlatan. Do not seek his divination." "Ah, it seems you are asking for trouble." The fortune teller's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at the two players, then turned to Ye Tianchen with a beaming smile, paying no heed to their nonsense. "What would you like me to predict?" Ye Tianchen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the so-called fortune teller. "Is your divination accurate? Need I even say? As a fortune teller, would I sell you false information?" The fortune teller, wide-eyed, pounded his chest in assurance. "Very well, but if it proves false, I shall not pay." Naturally, the fortune teller grinned, though inwardly he thought, "Once I sell the information, I shall find a place to hide. Surely, they cannot track me down." As the fortune teller pondered his escape, Ye Tianchen interjected, "Then predict whether you will meet your demise shortly." The fortune teller's countenance darkened. "Are you here for divination, or to provoke me? What? Are you afraid to answer?" Ye Tianchen crossed his arms, gazing at him provocatively. "Humph, what is there to fear? I proclaim that I shall not die." The fortune teller realized that Ye Tianchen was indeed seeking confrontation and decided to strike first. He quickly gestured to unleash the fireball spell, feeling a surge of confidence. "I am merely waiting for the cooldown. What are you waiting for?" Suddenly, Ye Tianchen delivered a resounding slap to the fortune teller's face. In an instant, the fortune teller was sent flying, spinning through the air multiple times before crashing to the ground, losing every single tooth in the process. "Alas, it seems your fortune-telling skills are rather lacking. Are you not on the verge of death?" Ye Tianchen strolled leisurely to the fallen fortune teller, teasing, "How about you predict your own fate?" Having assessed the fortune teller's attributes earlier, he recognized him as merely a level 20 ordinary creature, woefully weak, and a single slap had left him gravely injured. The fortune teller gazed at Ye Tianchen in horror, realizing that such a blow had nearly cost him his life. This individual was undoubtedly someone he could not afford to provoke. Thus, the diviner, disregarding his own wounds, crawled and knelt upon the ground. Fervently bowing his head as if pounding garlic, in a state of utter panic he exclaimed, "I foresee my imminent demise. I beseech you, spare my wretched life." This time, your calculations are indeed quite accurate." Ye Tianchen chuckled, delivering a swift kick to the diviner's chest, sending him to the afterlife in an instant. The two players who had previously urged Ye Tianchen stood in stunned disbelief. Just moments ago, the level 20 monster that had effortlessly dispatched their two companions was vanquished by this individual with a mere slap and a kick. This person is extraordinarily formidable. Could he truly be a player, or is he an NPC in disguise? Ye Tianchen paid no heed to their astonishment. After retrieving the diviner's belongings from the ground, he turned and strode away. With the diviner eliminated, he could finally seize the position of the Blood Fiend sect. Chapter 45. I am not suitable. Upon returning to the Heaven's secret pavilion, Ye Tianchen promptly presented the relic of the fortune teller to the gentleman in white. The efficiency of this young master is indeed commendable. To accomplish the task with such swiftness is truly admirable. The gentleman in white, upon witnessing this, revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. Without hesitation, he produced an exquisite silk pouch from his bosom and handed it to Ye Tianchen. Within this pouch lay the precise location of the blood slaughter sect. Excellent. Ye Tianchen opened the pouch, revealing a piece of yellowed parchment that lay quietly within. It meticulously detailed the position and route to the blood slaughter sect's lair. By following the guidance of this map, he could undoubtedly locate their stronghold. At that moment, the gentleman in white cautioned, "Young master, the blood slaughter sect is no trivial matter. It harbors more than one Foundation establishment practitioner. If you intend to take action, it will be prudent to exercise caution." Surprised by the gentleman's warning, Ye Tianchen was taken aback, additional intelligence was indeed a pleasant surprise. He nodded in gratitude. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he inquired, "By the way, may I ask, have you heard of the Blood Refinement Foundation Establishment Pill? What is its efficacy?" The Blood Refinement Foundation Establishment Pill? The gentleman in white, upon hearing Ye Tianchen's question, momentarily froze, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. However, he swiftly regained his composure and replied in a measured tone. The Blood Refinement Foundation Establishment Pill can be described, without exaggeration, as the most extraordinary among all Foundation Establishment Pills. Even the finest Foundation Establishment Pills pale in comparison. Should someone succeed in breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage using this pill, their strength would not be considered weak among many who have reached that stage. However, he continued, despite the pill's remarkable effects, its side effects are equally terrifying. Once ingested, the user essentially forfeits their cultivation potential, rendering any future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Thus, it is typically the case that only those with poor innate talent and little hope for the future would dare to take the risk of consuming the Blood Refinement Foundation Establishment Pill. I see. Ye Tianchen nodded. This aligned closely with the system's description. Nevertheless, for him, the speed of cultivation was of little consequence. As long as the augmented attributes were the highest, that would suffice. He then turned and descended the stairs. The Blood Slaughter Sect. Grandpa is coming. Following the map's directions, Ye Tianchen traversed mountains and valleys. Goodness, the Blood Slaughter Sect is indeed quite distant. Ye Tianchen couldn't help but express his frustration. The map was simply too vast, and he could only rely on his 2 legs for the journey, which was hardly commendable in terms of speed. Alas, when will I be able to fly? He reminisced about the time when Qi Qiuyan had carried him back to the true martial sect. Though she had lifted him by his armor, it was still akin to flying. If only he could soar, the journey wouldn't be so slow. At last, after a considerable passage of time, Ye Tianchen suddenly discovered a peculiarly shaped mountain peak not far ahead. This mountain peak resembled the menacing head of a wolf, proudly gazing skyward, exuding a formidable presence. Finally, he had arrived at Wolf Head Mountain. According to the markings on the map, the Blood Shack Church was concealed within this very mountain. The mountain was flanked on 3 sides by steep, perilous cliffs, with only a narrow, rugged path leading upward from the front. Ye Tianchen ventured forth along this path. However, after not traveling far, he stumbled upon several corpses sprawled haphazardly across the trail, their attire suggesting they were bandits. Startled, Ye Tianchen wondered what had transpired. Had someone already launched an assault on the Blood Shack Church? With this thought, he quickened his pace. As he neared the mountainside, he indeed heard the clamor of battle and immediately peered over. Not far away, a group of players found themselves besieged, engaged in combat with a band of NPC mountain bandits wielding heavy blades. At the forefront stood a burly man brandishing a hefty shield, flanked by 2 warriors, 3 mages, and a healer. "Jiege, I'm not cut out for this," a young swordsman shouted hoarsely. Concurrently, the healer cried out, "Captain, your health is depleting too rapidly. I can barely keep up." At that moment, Zhang Jie was steadfastly defending against the bandits' onslaught. Hearing his companion's shouts, he furrowed his brow. Alas, he had been too careless. Clearing the minor foes had been effortless, yet he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such a multitude of bandits. The situation was grim. They were on the brink of annihilation. With this in mind, Zhang Jie bellowed, "Attack with all your might. Take down as many foes as you can. If we fall, we shall not do so in vain." However, just then, a figure in a black robe, observing their desperate resistance, swiftly performed a hand gesture and unleashed a mud spell. Came a startled cry as the voluptuous healer, unable to evade in time, was struck in the chest by a clump of mud, sending ripples through her health bar. Witnessing this, Zhang Jie felt a surge of urgency. Their party had but 1 healer. If she perished, the others would likely not endure for long. Not far away, after discerning the situation, Ye Tianchen cast a revealing spell upon the NPCs. Bandit, faction, flying wolf village, level, to health. Attack. Upon witnessing the information regarding these NPCs, Ye Tianchen's brow furrowed. Flying Wolf Village? Was it not the Bloodshack Church? Had that individual provided him with false information? Contemplating this, he directed his revealing spell toward the one who had cast the spell. Upon observing the information of this individual, Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it appeared that the location was accurate. The Blood Fiend sect was undeniably present here. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected association with the Flying Wolf Village. Contemplating this, Ye Tianchen promptly nocked an arrow, preparing to rescue these individuals. His intentions were not born out of nurturing disposition. The fellow from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had warned that the Blood Fiend sect was not merely comprised of a single Foundation establishment cultivator. Should he recklessly charge in, he could very well find himself besieged by multiple Foundation establishment practitioners, risking his own demise. Therefore, it was prudent to exercise caution and allow this group to serve as a means to scout ahead. With his resolve solidified, Ye Tianchen released the bowstring. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the arrow slicing through the air resonated as a feathered shaft shot forth. Chapter 46. I've done it again. To hell with it. Jia Kong formed a hand gesture, preparing to eliminate the medical practitioner. He had been dispatched to assist Wolf Stronghold in resolving the current crisis. Once he dealt with the healer, the mission would be nearly complete. Observing this scene, Zhang Jie and his companions, encircled by bandits, could do nothing but fret anxiously. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed across the air as an arrow, like a bolt of lightning, shot forth and embedded itself directly into Jia Kang's skull, piercing through. Jia Kang barely had time to emit a complete scream of agony. He merely felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his forehead, followed swiftly by a haze enveloping his consciousness, as his body uncontrollably toppled backward onto the ground. Witnessing this, Zhang Jie and his companions were momentarily stunned. One arrow had taken him down? How could this be? Even when attacking a mere common bandit, it would take them 10 seconds to finish the job. Yet this higher-tier blood evil cultist had been dispatched in an instant. That was a creature with 14,000 health points. For a moment, Zhang Jie and his companions stood aghast, halting their movements. Fortunately, the bandits were also thrown into disarray by Jia Kang's demise. Otherwise, they would have lost several members in that instant. Captain, don't just stand there. A powerful ally has come to our aid. Let us eliminate these monsters, exclaimed the beautiful healer, her excitement palpable as she turned to see Ye Tianchen drawing his bow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie and his companions felt invigorated. The sword cultivator among them shouted in delight, I've done it again. With such a formidable ally on their side, it seemed they would not face total annihilation this time. Swoosh, 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 as arrows rained down. One bandit after another fell into pools of blood, each struck down instantly. Before long, the bandits besieging Zhang Jie and his comrades lay defeated, sprawled across the ground in disarray. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the bandits, Zhang Jie and his companions were filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, the bandits had nearly led to their demise. Yet with the arrival of their ally, they had proven utterly ineffectual. Zhang Jie hastily gathered the fallen bandits' belongings and led his companions to stand before Ye Tianchen. Up close, they were struck with awe. Ye Tianchen was clad in heavy golden lion-patterned armor. Adorned, why are you here, to complete a mission? Ye Tianchen inquired. Indeed, boss, Zhang Jie quickly nodded in response. We accepted a task to eliminate the bandits at Filong Village, but we didn't expect to encounter so many bandits here. That makes sense, Ye Tianchen realized. The Wolfhead Mountain is quite distant from Jinwu City. Without a mission, Zhang Jie and his companions likely wouldn't have ventured here. Then what brings you here, boss? At that moment, a healer with the game ID Milk White Snow stepped forward, curiously asking, Are you also here for a mission? Not at all. Ye Tianchen shook his head. An NPC threatened me, and I came to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie and the others widened their eyes. No mission? You traveled this far just because of a threat? Is the boss truly so leisurely? After a brief silence, Zhang Jie asked then, Is there anything we can assist with? I need your help to scout the path, Ye Tianchen stated plainly. Of course, if you are unwilling. I want to press the matter. Not all. If it weren't for you, we would have been wiped out just now. Zhang Jie pounded his chest emphatically. Rest assured, Boss, scouting the path is no problem. Zhang Jie's thinking was clear. It was merely a matter of scouting. If they died, it would be no great loss. But earning the favor of this formidable boss was undoubtedly worthwhile. Then Zhang Jie proposed, "How about we add each other's friends, boss?" "Sure," Ye Tianchen nodded. Since they had agreed to assist him, adding his friends was a trivial matter. Soon, Ye Tianchen added each of them as friends one by one. "Wow, boss! So you're the renowned Tianchen." At that moment, Milk-White Snow exclaimed in delight upon seeing Ye Tianchen's ID. The others quickly gathered around. Having appeared on television numerous times, the name Tianchen was well known throughout Huaxia's gaming community. They were no exception. No wonder he is so impressive. He is indeed Boss Tianchen. I can't believe I've encountered Boss Tianchen. What a stroke of luck. However, upon seeing the 7 peculiar IDs that had just appeared in his friend list, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Milk-White Snow, Black-Headed Turtle, Pink Head, Turkey Flavor Snack, Impressive Slippery Mushroom, Old Second Year, Tourist 352-4354. Your names are truly. It was astonishing that this group had come together with such bizarre names. Alas, misfortune at home. Zhang Jie, the burly man, covered his face with his hand. These individuals are too vulgar. I am ashamed to be associated with them. Your name isn't much better, is it? Ye Tianchen retorted. Isn't at the pot calling the kettle black? I couldn't help it. Zhang Jie sighed in exasperation. I spent an hour trying to choose a name, and every one of them was taken. In the end, I just gave up and picked something at random. At this moment, Milk-White Snow excitedly moved closer. She was flushed with excitement, her hands flailing animatedly, her lips uttering a litany of words. Esteemed one, you are my fan. Oh dear, that is not right. Spit. It should be that I am your idol. That doesn't seem quite right either. Regardless, esteemed one, may I request a photograph? Her exuberant, tongue-tied demeanor elicited amusement from the others. After such a commotion, the atmosphere among the previously unfamiliar crowd transformed into one of ease and joy, fostering a harmonious exchange among them. At that moment, Zhang Jie raised his arm and called out, "Brothers and sisters, let us embark on our journey to pave the way for the venerable Tianchen." In response to his rallying cry, the group immediately rallied, stepping forward in unison along the mountain path. Meanwhile, Ye Tianchen, wielding the colossal troll bow, remained at the rear of the procession, maintaining a vigilant presence. Chapter 47. This entry is a trap. On the rugged mountain path, Ye Tianchen pulled back his bowstring, releasing arrow after arrow. The feathered projectiles shot forth like lightning, each one inevitably claiming a life. Zhang Jie and the others stood in stunned silence, having anticipated this reconnaissance mission to be fraught with peril. To their astonishment, it was turning out to be remarkably effortless. They need only bend down to collect the spoils. Truly, the prowess of the illustrious Tianchen was beyond comprehension. With a single arrow capable of dispatching an opponent, one could only wonder at the magnitude of his power. Not only that, but the accuracy displayed by the master was astonishing. Each shot found its target with lethal precision. It was simply incredible. If only I possessed even half of Tianchen's marksmanship, my own circumstances would surely be different. Brother Jie, look, we have unearthed a piece of yellow-grade equipment, exclaimed the sword-wielding youth, Turtle, as he picked up an item radiating a soft glow. Most crucially, it was a sword. His hands trembled with excitement, and he swallowed hard. What are you up to? Zhang Jie shot him a disapproving glance, swiftly snatching the sword away. Do you intend to pilfer the spoils of our esteemed Tianchen? Those monsters could scarcely withstand a single arrow from him. Do you truly believe you could endure such an assault? Upon hearing this, Turtle's expression fell, and he could only gaze longingly at the sword, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Observing his forlorn demeanor, Zhang Jie shook his head in exasperation. All right, you lot wait here. I'll take the equipment to Tianchen and see if I can procure this sword. With that, Zhang Jie made his way towards Ye Tianchen. Ding! Defeated a level 13 blood cultist, gaining 300 experience points. Ugh! This experience is pitiful. Ye Tianchen goody mudget. Having reached level 15, The meager rewards from these lowly blood cultists were hardly worth his time. The mountain bandits offered even less, merely a handful of experience points. Such trivial amounts were akin to a drop in the ocean for Ye Tianchen. To expedite his leveling, he would need to tackle foes of a higher caliber. Tianchen, look, this is the loot from the monsters, every piece intact. Zhang Jie approached Ye Tianchen, displaying all the gathered equipment. Ye Tianchen merely glanced at the items and waved his hand dismissively. No need, keep it for yourselves. Zhang Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. Thinking Ye Tianchen had overlooked the yellow-grade item, he held up the sword, moving closer. Esteemed one, this is a yellow-grade weapon. I am aware, Ye Tianchen replied, patting Zhang Jie on the shoulder. Take it. Consider it a reward for your efforts. It was merely a level 13 yellow-grade weapon. Such low-tier equipment had significantly depreciated in value with the influx of level 10 players from the novice village, worth at most a few tens of thousands. For Ye Tianchen, such an amount was inconsequential. Moreover, they were risking their lives to pave the way for him. He ought to grant them some measure of benefit, after all. Really? The sudden surprise caught Zhang Jie off guard, and he immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Lord Tianchen. Thank you, Lord Tianchen." Upon returning to his team, Zhang Jie hurled his sword towards the black-headed turtle. The turtle, flustered, managed to catch it, his face beaming with joy. "Ha, Brother Jie, you really bought it? You are truly a great brother." "It wasn't me who bought it," Zhang Jie replied, shaking his head. "It was a gift from Lord Tianchen." "What? A gift for me?" The turtle's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lord Tianchen is indeed generous. I almost want to become his underling." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Well, go ahead then. I'm not stopping you." "Hey, don't say that, Brother Jie." The turtle quickly sidled up to Zhang Jie with a playful grin, saying, "I want to be someone else's underling, but they might not accept me. I'd rather be your underling." Another senior swordsman, an elder sophomore, couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected of Lord Tianchen, a yellow-grade weapon given so casually. If only Lord Tianchen were a woman, I would pursue him immediately." The turtle scoffed. "What if he is a man? Can't I pursue him? Haven't you heard that saying? Same-sex love is true love. Opposite sex is merely for procreation. You people from Suzhou are truly something. I am impressed." The elder sophomore gave a thumbs up. In no time, the entire team was filled with laughter and joy. They continued their ascent until they finally reached the summit of Wolf Head Mountain. Before them lay a cluster of somewhat rugged, yet sturdy buildings. Above the entrance, a massive plaque hung, ornately inscribed with the words Flying Wolf Stronghold. Despite the name, Ye Tianchen felt no concern. Based on their previous encounters with monsters, it was highly likely that the Bloodslaughter sect was hidden within this Flying Wolf Stronghold. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent their followers to assist the bandits. With this thought in mind, Ye Tianchen whispered, "Xiao Bai, activate the wide area perspective." "Understood, Master." Xiao Bai unfurled the minimap, revealing a general overview of the Flying Wolf Stronghold. Goodness! Upon seeing the densely packed red dots on the minimap, Ye Tianchen was astonished. There must be at least a few hundred monsters here. At that moment, the 7 green dots representing Zhang Jie and the others were already approaching the Flying Wolf Stronghold. Fire! Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from within the stronghold. In an instant, countless arrows rained down like a tempest, overwhelming Zhang Jie and his companions. "Watch for cover, everyone!" Zhang Jie shouted urgently, raising his shield to protect his teammates from the incoming arrows. "Competing in archery with me? You think you can?" Seeing this, Ye Tianchen stepped forward, drawing his bow and releasing a flurry of arrows. Ding! Slain a level 10 Flying Wolf Stronghold archer, gaining 13 experience points. Ding! Slain a level 10 Flying Wolf Stronghold archer, gaining 13 experience points. Ding! As Ye Tianchen relentlessly drew his bow, a flurry of arrows was unleashed upon the level 10 archers of the Flying Wolf Stronghold, each finding its mark with a resounding cry as the archers fell to the ground, lifeless. With the casualties mounting among the archers, the bandits finally discerned the source of the ambush. "Shoot over there," shouted one particularly observant bandit, pointing towards Ye Tianchen's position. Upon receiving the command, The bandits quickly aimed their arrows, attempting to retaliate against him. However, in the next moment, they stood dumbfounded. Despite their frantic efforts to draw their bows and unleash their arrows, the distance was simply too great. Their projectiles could not reach Ye Tianchen, while he effortlessly struck them down. Damn it! Our range is completely insufficient to reach him. What should we do? Panic began to spread among the bandits. Just then, another bandit had a sudden inspiration and cried out, "Quick! Take cover!" The bandits hastily ducked behind the wooden barricades. However, before they could catch their breath, a loud thud resonated as an arrow pierced through the wooden wall, sending one bandit flying several meters, resulting in his immediate demise. This scene left all the bandits in stunned disbelief. 666. This guy isn't even pretending anymore. Run, run. This guy is invincible. In an instant, the bandits lost all will to fight and frantically scattered in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jie and his companions opened the gates of the Flying Wolf stronghold and surged inside. Chapter 48. I miss you. Master, a grave matter has arisen. In the deepest recesses of the Flying Wolf stronghold, a blood-clad disciple, visibly distressed and panicked, stumbled forth and knelt before the Blood Slaughtermaster. His face was etched with terror as he tremulously exclaimed, "Something has happened." The Blood Slaughtermaster, initially seated upon a stone platform with his eyes tightly shut, exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. Upon hearing the frantic call, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of ferocity flashing therein, and spoke in a deep voice. "What is so urgent? Is it the righteous ones, those hypocrites, who have come to confront us?" As he spoke, he rose slowly, hands clasped behind his back, his presence growing increasingly formidable. "And no, it is not them." The blood-clad disciple shook his head. "It is a few Qi refinement stage cultivators." At this revelation, the Blood Slaughter Master's expression darkened. Mere Qi refinement stage characters warrant such alarm? He snorted derisively, his tone laced with disdain and anger. "Does my blood slaughter sect fear such insignificant beings?" Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the Blood Slaughter Master, the blood-clad disciple trembled and hastily clarified, "My lord, please quell your anger. It is not just those few Qi refinement cultivators. Behind them lies an extremely formidable archer. This individual possesses divine marksmanship, never missing his target, and has nearly decimated the mountain bandits of the Flying Wolf stronghold." The Blood Slaughter Master spoke with a grave tone. "How fearsome can a mere archer be? Did those lowly disciples fail to impede them?" "My lord, it is as you discern. The lowly disciples have all perished, and even several mid-level disciples have been lost," the blood-clad disciple reported, his head bowed. Upon hearing this, the Blood Slaughter Master was visibly stirred. "Is that so? It appears this individual is indeed no ordinary foe." After a moment's contemplation, the Blood Slaughter Master decisively commanded, "Send all mid-level disciples to confront them, and I shall dispatch a few high-level disciples as well." Upon hearing this, the blood-clad disciple was filled with joy. "The Master is wise. I shall not fail in my mission." After the blood-clad disciple departed, the Blood Slaughter Master retrieved a communication talisman from his robe, pulsating with an enigmatic glow, and crushed it without hesitation. In an instant, a wave of mysterious energy radiated from the Blood Slaughter Master, swiftly expanding outward. Before long, 3 formidable figures approached, all of whom were Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators. The Blood Slaughter Master's gaze swept over the 3, finally settling on 2 of them, and he spoke solemnly, "You 2, circle around to the back of that archer and eliminate him." "At your command, Master," they replied in unison, one taking to the skies on a flying sword, while the other rode a skeletal steed, soaring into the air with a rush. Kikik. Observing their departing figures, the Blood Slaughter Master chuckled with satisfaction. "You may have slain mid-level disciples, but if you think I shall merely send high-level disciples next, you are gravely mistaken. I shall send 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators directly. How will you fare against that?" Ding! Slain a level 15 mid-level disciple. Gained 500 experience points. Ding! Upon vanquishing a level 17 advanced cultist, I acquired 1,400 experience points. Ding! Slaying a level 19 advanced cultist yielded 3,600 experience points. Ding! Defeating a level 20 advanced cultist granted me 5,000 experience points. While the experience gained is commendable, I remain somewhat unsatisfied. Despite the considerable amount of experience obtained thus far, it pales in comparison to the experience amassed by a certain Kitalong. Sigh. It has only been a day since Kitalong's demise. I miss you. Master Tianchen. Here are the items dropped by the monsters, Zhang Jie remarked, presenting the equipment dropped by both intermediate and advanced cultists to Ye Tianchen. Naturally, Ye Tianchen accepted them. While the lower-tier yellow equipment could be relinquished, the intermediate and advanced items were far more precious, and he resolved to keep them, lest he be taken for a fool. Just then, Ye Tianchen noticed two small red dots on the mini-map rapidly emerging from the Flying Wolf stronghold, swiftly making their way towards his position. He glanced at the towering, steep cliffs on either side, pondering whether these two were indeed flying towards him. His suspicions were soon confirmed. From atop the steep cliffs, a flash of sword light accompanied by a skull hurtled toward him, hovering not far above his head. The individual atop the skull spoke. My surname is Li. I was born entirely white, hence I am called Zhang Yan. The one riding the flying sword added, I am surnamed Zhang. I was quite handsome at birth. Thus I am called Ye Tianchen. The duo looked down upon Ye Tianchen, declaring, You, young man, have provoked our blood-fiend sect. It seems you have kicked a steel plate. Are you prepared to face your doom? What the hell? Flying monsters. This is bad. Master Tianchen is in danger. Zhang Jie and the others stared wide-eyed at the two foundation-building cultivators in the air. Such formidable foes surely posed an insurmountable challenge, even for Master Tianchen. However, Ye Tianchen was utterly unfazed and found their names amusing. Your parents truly have quite the imaginative flair in naming you. Presently, he could see their statistics. One was a level 21 sword cultivator, and the other a level 23 spell cultivator. Indeed, their names were peculiar, reflecting the creativity of their parents. You seek death. The word from Ye Tianchen ignited immediate fury in Ye Tianchen and Zhang Yan. Having sensed Ye Tianchen's aura, they were incensed that a mere mid-stage, chi, refining character dared to mock their names. Ye Tianchen formed hand seals mid-air, and his flying sword swiftly soared into his grasp. He then wielded his long sword, tracing a large circle in the air. In an instant, 10 sharp sword shadows, conjured from spiritual energy, surged forth towards Ye Tianchen. As they passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a series of piercing, shrill howls. On the other side, Zhang Yan, unwilling to be outdone, sought to cast his spells. However, seizing the moment, Ye Tianchen decisively activated the source of his bloodline, resulting in an instantaneous surge of vitality. In the next moment, Ye Tianchen abruptly turned towards Zhang Yan, unleashing a crimson blood arrow from his lips. What? Zhang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator would dare to retaliate against two foundation establishment cultivators. Caught off guard, Zhang Yan was utterly unable to evade the attack. With a dull thud, the blood arrow effortlessly pierced through Zhang Yan's chest, emerging from his back. Critical hit. Minus 168,000. You. Zhang Yan gazed incredulously at Ye Tianchen, his eyes laden with shock and resentment. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he believed that even if he wasn't renowned for his vitality as a body cultivator, he should not be so easily vanquished by a chi refinement cultivator. Yet, the reality was one he could not deny. With his life force completely depleted, Zhang Yan plummeted from the air, his fallen equipment scattering around him, glimmering with light. Chapter 49. I long to escape, yet I cannot. Ding! You have slain Zhang Yan, a level 23 foundation establishment cultivator, earning 240,000 experience points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and you have received 50 free attribute points. Simultaneously, 10 Fier sur Shadows Truk Ye Tianchen. Each sword shadow inflicted approximately 1,000 damage, and in an instant, Ye Tianchen lost a total of 10,000 health points. However, Ye Tianchen was utterly unperturbed. With nearly 60,000 health points, losing 10,000 was merely trivial. He summoned Xiao Bai for healing and then turned his gaze towards Li Qianchen. He felt no surprise at Zhang Yan's swift demise. He had originally targeted Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan possessed a higher level and greater attack power, posing a more significant threat, and thus was the primary target for elimination. Moreover, Ye Tianchen had calculated his own capabilities. With close to 30,000 health points, both his physical and magical attack values were nearing the same figure. Activating Bloodline Source nearly doubled his attack, and with a 200 magical enhancement from Blood Arrow technique, plus another enhancement from targeting weaknesses, his potential damage output could reach a terrifying 240,000 points. Such daunting damage was comparable to the experience points provided by Zhang Yan. As a fragile mage, Zhang Yan had been caught off guard without employing any protective spells, making his instant annihilation rather expected. Now, he only needed to confront Li Qianchen. What? Gazing at Zhang Yan's corpse, Li Qianchen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It was known that Zhang Yan's strength surpassed his own. How could he be dispatched in a single blow by a mere qi refinement cultivator? What kind of qi refinement was this? Fear swiftly engulfed Li Qianchen's heart. He could no longer afford to consider anything else. In a flurry, he summoned his flying sword, desperate to flee. Although being frightened away by a qi refinement cultivator was somewhat humiliating, it was far better than losing his life. Golden Bind. At that moment, a beam of golden light, unnoticed by Li Qianchen, ensnared him, binding him tightly. You seek death. Li Qianchen glared furiously at the pink-robed cultivator who had cast Golden Bind, incredulous that a mere initial stage qi refinement cultivator dared to attack him. Yet, Ye Tianchen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Given the speed at which the two Foundation establishment cultivators had fled, he had assumed he would miss the opportunity to strike. Now, with the binding in place, the timing was impeccable. Although this control would not last long, it was more than sufficient for Ye Tianchen. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly drew back his bowstring and released an arrow. In less than 30 seconds, with the effects of Bloodline Source still active, his attack approached 60,000. Although Li Qianchen was a swordsman, he was 2 levels lower than Zhang Yan and bore a similar health pool, rendering him incapable of withstanding several arrows. As the first arrow flew forth, Li Qianchen frantically channeled all his spiritual energy, desperately attempting to break free from the binds. At this moment, he merely wished to sing a line. I long to escape, yet I cannot. As the second arrow was released, terror flickered in his eyes as he pleaded for mercy from Ye Tianchen. The third arrow struck, and Li's body fell lifelessly from the air. Ding! You have slain Li, a level 21 foundational cultivator, and gained 49,000 experience points. Haha! Observing Li's corpse plummet to the ground, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but chuckle. Delightfully, he collected the equipment dropped by the two and approached Zhang Jie and the others. Wow! Tianchen is truly amazing. Zhang Jie and the others marveled. The two flying monsters were evidently far superior to the others, yet he was able to dispatch them with such ease. At that moment, the milky white Shuizi spoke up. I just used the Heavenly Eye technique, and those two monsters were foundational cultivators. What? Foundational cultivators? No wonder they could fly. The group was further astonished. Tianchen had indeed slain foundational monsters. However, a doubt arose. Isn't it strange? If they were foundational monsters, why wasn't there a server-wide announcement? The tortoise-headed fellow questioned. You are quite dim-witted. Shuizi shot him a disdainful glance. Announcements are made only for defeating bosses. These are merely foundational minions, so of course there won't be any announcement. As discussions erupted among the crowd, Ye Tianchen slowly approached. Tianchen, it was I who cast a control skill. A law practitioner girl with rosy pink hair stepped forward, revealing that it was her innate ability. Well done. Ye Tianchen beamed as he retrieved a piece of intermediate yellow-grade equipment from his storage ring and offered it to her. This equipment is for you. The rosy-haired girl was taken aback and quickly waved her hands in refusal. Tianchen, this is far too precious. I merely provided a slight control. It didn't have much effect. To her, Even low-grade yellow equipment was valuable, let alone intermediate. Only a select few could even obtain such items at this stage. This piece of equipment must be worth at least 2 to 300,000. Tianchen is giving it to you, so just accept it. Zhang Jie chimed in with a smile. After spending some time together, he had gleaned a bit about Tianchen's character. He was not one to go back on his word. Then I shall graciously accept it, Tianchen. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. The rosy-haired girl received the equipment. With that, she licked her lips and cast a flirtatious glance at Ye Tianchen. What woman wouldn't be enamored by such a generous man? Yet, she couldn't help but wonder what lay beneath Tianchen's mask. Surely he couldn't be too unattractive? But even if he were a bit flawed in appearance, it mattered little. Tianchen was wealthy and powerful. What did looks matter? Subsequently, Ye Tianchen and his companions continued their advance, methodically eliminating all the minor adversaries within the Flying Wolf stronghold until they reached its innermost depths. There, they encountered a foundation-building cultivator wielding a massive axe. This individual, a level 22 body cultivator, bore a striking resemblance to Cheetah Long in terms of statistics. After activating the bloodline source, Ye Tianchen swiftly dispatched him, resulting in the acquisition of the colossal axe. With the final obstacle vanquished, the group experienced no hesitation as they proceeded directly into the dimly lit and elongated passageway. As they delved deeper, they arrived at a stone chamber at the passage's terminus, where a middle-aged man clad in an ample blood-red robe gradually came into focus before them. Upon observing his data, Ye Tianchen's expression hardened. Chapter 50. I am honored to meet you. This man is a cunning one. Xiao Fengwu, leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect. Boss, Sect, Blood Slaughter Sect. Level 24. Realm, Mid-Foundation Establishment. Health, 720,000. Magical Attack, 7,200. Physical Attack, 7,200. Skill 1. I am honored to meet you. Bows deeply, shooting forth a bone sword from his back, inflicting 250 physical damage on the target unit. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Skill 2. 10 Skulls of the Underworld. Summons 10 blood-colored skulls, each dealing 100 magical damage to the target unit. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 3. Blood Shield. Good heavens! Upon witnessing this man's skills, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but exclaim, "This truly is a cunning individual." The attributes of the Blood Slaughter Sect leader are extraordinarily formidable. A single 10 Skulls of the Underworld could instantly eliminate Ye Tianchen, who had activated his bloodline source. And as for the others, they would stand no chance. Moreover, there's also the skill I am honored to meet you. A treacherous maneuver that strikes when one is caught off guard. Revered Xiao Fengwu, I wonder how I have offended you? Do you seek to annihilate my Flying Wolf gang? Xiao Fengwu spoke languidly, seemingly unconcerned for his safety. Ye Tianchen raised an eyebrow. Xiao Fengwu, is it possible that your mother dreamt of a phoenix alighting upon a parasol tree when she named you? To this, Xiao Fengwu was taken aback. How did you know? Huh. Ye Tianchen chuckled derisively. Fortunately, your mother did not dream of a chicken landing on a banana tree. With that, the members of Zhang Jie's team could no longer contain their laughter, surprised to find the esteemed Tianchen so humorous. Meanwhile, Xiao Fengwu's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. A name is bestowed by one's parents. Mocking it is excessive, don't you think? Excessive? Ye Tianchen replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Then why didn't you think it excessive when you slaughtered ordinary people for alchemy? As he spoke, Ye Tianchen shared Xiao Fengwu's data with Zhang Jie and the others. Upon seeing the statistics, their eyes widened in disbelief. What extraordinary data is this? The attributes were alarmingly high. Even a basic attack could obliterate them. Furthermore, this fellow possessed an outrageously lengthy health bar, truly worthy of a Foundation establishment boss. If they encountered such a boss on their own, they would surely flee at the first sight. Yet, with the formidable Tianchen present, everyone was eager to engage. At that moment, Ye Tianchen continued, "Since you wish to understand how you have offended me, allow me to enlighten you. I am all ears." Xiao Fengwu genuinely expressed his desire to comprehend how he had wronged this man. Do you recall the Blood Refining Foundation establishment pill? Ye Tianchen began to speak slowly. The blood refining foundation establishment pill? Upon hearing this term, Xiao Fengwu furrowed his brow. He had previously entrusted the blood refinement foundation establishment pill to the brothers Qi Delong and Qi Dongxiang, only for them to meet a tragic end, leaving behind but a wisp of his soul, which too was extinguished, conveying only an exceedingly vague image. At this moment, upon hearing Ye Tianchen mention this matter once more, Xiao Fengwu's heart jolted violently, and he immediately scrutinized Ye Tianchen with great care. As he observed, the sense of familiarity within him intensified, and suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. So, it is you. Indeed, it is I. Ye Tianchen gazed coldly at Xiao Fengwu, for as the saying goes, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard can only be vigilant for a day. Since you dare to threaten me, I shall naturally eliminate this threat. Is this the reason? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fengwu's eyes widened in disbelief. Has this person lost his mind? He had merely uttered a harsh word in passing and had no intention of pursuing trouble with Ye Tianchen. Yet this individual, having gleaned their blood fiend sect's whereabouts from some source, had come to annihilate him? This is utterly absurd. Now that you know how to offend me, you shall meet your demise. Ye Tianchen beloved. Wait. At this moment, Xiao Fengwu interjected, we are both cultivators, and it would be unwise to engage in a reckless brawl. If we are to duel, we must at least adhere to some decorum. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen halted, seemingly acquiescing to his words. Noticing this, Xiao Fengwu's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. He then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and gradually bowed, saying, I humbly offer my regards. No sooner had he spoken than a bone sword shot forth from his back, aimed directly at Ye Tianchen's face. However, Ye Tianchen, having anticipated this, deftly sidestepped the attack. Simultaneously, he activated the bloodline source, opening his mouth wide as a blood arrow surged forth, instantly striking the top of Xiao Fengwu's head. Weak point attack. Minus 235,700. Ah! Xiao Fengwu let out a piercing scream of agony. Struck upon the head, his visage was rendered unrecognizable, blood streaming down his face. His once orderly hair now disheveled from the violent impact, leaving him in a woeful state. Moreover, his vitality plummeted like a breached dam, losing nearly 1/3 in the blink of an eye. By heavens! Witnessing Ye Tianchen's damage, Zhang Jie and the others stared wide-eyed. Over 200,000 in damage. Is this even human? My attack wouldn't yield such damage even if multiplied 100-fold. No wonder the esteemed Tianchen has ascended to the pinnacle of myth. Though astonished, they did not falter in their actions. The rosy powder was swiftly utilized to cast golden binding, a golden light entwining around Xiao Fengwu like a spirit serpent. Simultaneously, another spellcaster unleashed a quagmire beneath Xiao Fengwu's feet to impede his speed. The others promptly initiated their attacks. However, tragically, their assaults could not breach his defenses. Not a single point of damage. Fortunately, Ye Tianchen was also launching an assault, his damage output remarkably high, with each arrow capable of inflicting substantial wounds on Xiao Fengwu. You all. Xiao Fengwu was filled with a fierce rage. He could hardly believe that his proud, killing move had become the very avenue for his opponent's breakthrough. In the past, this technique had never failed him. None who had witnessed it had ever escaped alive. How could this group possess knowledge of his lethal maneuver? With no time for further contemplation, Xiao Fengwu bellowed in fury. You have provoked my wrath. As his voice echoed, he swung his massive hand with force, unleashing a surge of crimson light that erupted violently, instantly forming a colossal blood-red shield that enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, an endless tide of blood energy surged forth from within him, as if a sea of blood was churning in the air. Following this, 10 grotesque and fearsome blood-colored skulls slowly took shape, exuding a chilling and formidable spiritual pressure, as they lunged menacingly towards Ye Tianchen. If this strike were to land fully upon Ye Tianchen, it would undoubtedly lead to his swift demise. Chapter 51. This group of people are absolutely mad. As the blood-red skulls approached menacingly, Ye Tianchen remained utterly unfazed. Seizing the opportunity, while Xiao Fengwu was casting a spell. He unleashed a barrage of arrows from his bow with the swiftness of lightning. After just 4 arrows, the crimson shield shattered with a resounding crash. "It's our turn now," Zhang Jie shouted, his voice booming. Having seen Xiao Fengwu's data earlier, he understood the significance of their roles. If a single individual were to absorb that attack entirely, no one present could withstand it. Thus, their purpose was to enable the mighty Tianchen to absorb this skill. With determination, Zhang Jie lunged forward, colliding directly with one of the blood-red skulls. In a flash of white light, he was instantly resurrected in the city. The others followed suit, each bravely crashing into a blood-red skull. Given their health, their fate was to be swiftly vanquished. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Fengwu's eyes bulged in disbelief. He was utterly astonished. Did this group of individuals have no fear of death? They were willing to sacrifice their bodies for my attack, all for a mere threat of mine? At that moment, Xiao Fengwu was filled with regret. Given a chance to relive this, he would never dare to threaten others again. This group was truly insane. Ultimately, only 2 blood-red skulls struck Ye Tianchen, causing him barely any discomfort. Meanwhile, Xiao Fengwu's health was dwindling. With an audacious charge, Ye Tianchen propelled himself forward, roaring mightily, sweeping through his foes. Reacting instinctively to the roar, Xiao Fengwu leapt to evade the impending strike. However, he was utterly unprepared for Ye Tianchen to leap as well, exclaiming, "Gotcha! This is actually a forceful strike." "What?" Xiao Fengwu was taken aback and furious. His opponent had played him cunningly. After a lifetime of hunting, he had now become the hunted. With both hands raised high, Ye Tianchen summoned his colossal axe, channeling all his strength into his arms, and then swung down with ferocity, cleaving Xiao Fengwu in 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the level 24 Foundation Establishment boss, Xiao Fengwu, earning 1,000 reputation points and 300,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations. You have leveled up Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and you have gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations. You have leveled up Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and you have gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations. You have leveled up Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and you have gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations. You have leveled up Constitution 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, and you have gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! Your experience is full. Please find a safe place to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage by defeating a Foundation Establishment boss at level 8. Ye Tianchen ascended 4 levels in an instant, and with his experience at level 20 already maxed out, he was poised to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage at any moment. Meanwhile, the server-wide announcement echoed throughout the entirety of the Huaxia server once again. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Tianchen for achieving the first kill of the Myth Foundation stage boss, earning 10,000 reputation points and 1,000 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Tianchen for achieving the first kill of the Myth Foundation stage boss, earning 10,000 reputation points and 1,000 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Tianchen for achieving the first kill of the Myth Foundation stage boss, earning 10,000 reputation points and 1,000 free attribute points. However, the players in the Huaxia server have grown accustomed to this. It has indeed been quite a while since the last announcement. I find myself unaccustomed to the absence of Tianchen's name. Though belated, the esteemed Tianchen remains as formidable as ever, undiminished from his pedestal. What one wonders, is the source of Tianchen's extraordinary talent? It was said that his prowess was limited to the early stages, faltering once he left the novice village. Such queries linger not only in the minds of ordinary players, but also among the elite echelon of top-tier players. In the city of Xiaoyao, the enigma of this individual's talent perplexed Zhou Tong, who found his own supreme abilities eclipsed by Tianchen's. Very well, I shall let you bask in your glory for the moment. Once I have grown stronger, you shall await your demise. Zhou Tong vowed silently. Previously, He had believed he was destined for failure, only to stumble upon an extraordinary opportunity. The cultivation method he was currently practicing granted him a speed enhancement, and combined with his innate talents, his growth would undoubtedly be formidable. In Jinwu City, he has secured yet another first kill. How infuriating! Lin Outyan's countenance darkened. Having demonstrated such strength in the early stages, was his talent not meant to be limited then? How could it possibly yield such significant results in a main city? Could it be that his abilities extend beyond mere early-game prowess? Contemplating this, he hastily commanded his subordinates to enlist members with utmost urgency. He must suppress Tianchen before he fully develops. At the Jinwu City resurrection point, the awestruck Zhang Jie and others exclaimed, "Wow, Tianchen truly defeated that boss." With attributes like that, he is practically invincible. They basked in the glory of having participated in the boss's defeat, even though their contributions were minuscule compared to Tianchen's overwhelming output. Nevertheless, their presence was indispensable. At that moment, the fair-skinned Shuizi interjected. "Do you think I stand a chance if I pursue Tianchen?" TCH. As her words faded, a chorus of derisive hisses arose. "What do you mean by that? Is it because my figure is not appealing enough?" Shuizi retorted, her annoyance palpable as she accentuated her curvaceous form. The tortoise-headed fellow chuckled. "Your figure is indeed commendable, but Tianchen is not one to be swayed by such superficialities. However, should you pursue me, perhaps you might find success. Dream on." Amidst the chatter of the crowd, not a hint of despondency lingered due to their recent demise. Although they had just faced death and required healing potions to restore their attributes, they felt no sense of loss. Each participant had not only leveled up, but had also received a piece of intermediate yellow-tier equipment from the esteemed Tianchen. The prospect of earning 200,000 to 300,000 from single death was a lucrative endeavor they would eagerly pursue again. The reward was astonishing. An allocation of 1,000 free attribute points. Upon witnessing this system reward, Ye Tianchen was filled with delight, as it equated to all the attribute points gained from leveling up from level 10 to 20. However, upon turning to observe the equipment dropped by Zhang Jie and the others, he could only shake his head gently. In truth, the 10-corp spirit curse was an attack that could be evaded. Regrettably, their speed was insufficient and lacking any skills related to agility. They had no choice but to resort to such rudimentary methods. Fortunately, the spoils were bountiful. Gazing at the pile of gleaming items on the ground, a smile involuntarily crept across Ye Tianchen's lips. Just then, the system alerted him to an incoming call. He hurriedly collected all the equipment and spirit stones before swiftly logging off. Chapter 52. This bottle of Maotai will quench your thirst. "Hello, Zilong, what is the matter?" Ye Tianchen answered the phone. "Brother Chun, I've found the house you wanted. When you plan to go see it?" Zhao Zilong's voice came through the line. "So soon?" Ye Tianchen replied, slightly taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he had no pressing matters at hand and decided it would be prudent to take a look at the property. With his thought, he said, "Let us go now." "Great. I'll come pick you up shortly." After hanging up, Ye Tianchen quickly tidied himself up. Before long, Zhao Zilong arrived downstairs, driving a modest black vehicle worth around 100,000. As Ye Tianchen entered the car, Zhao Zilong pressed the accelerator and sped off. "Brother Chun, did you really earn several tens of millions?" During the drive, Zhao Zilong could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to look at Ye Tianchen. Ye Tianchen raised an eyebrow. "What? You don't believe me? How could I not?" "Of course, I believe you," Zhao Zilong responded, somewhat awestruck. "But you've only been playing myth for a short while, and you've already made millions. That is simply astonishing." "Haha, I've just been fortunate enough to encounter 2 significant clients. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy," Ye Tianchen chuckled. "That is not merely a stroke of luck. You just issued another server-wide announcement," Zhao Zilong remarked, clicking his tongue. "If you had ventured into the gaming industry sooner, there'd be no need for a faker." The two engaged in light banter as they continued their journey. After some time, Zhao Zilong made a phone call. "Hello, Go Dongshi. Do you remember I mentioned my brother was looking to buy a house? I'm bringing him over right now, so be prepared." "Oh, that is fantastic. Just come over, and I'll make sure everything is ready for you." A warm voice responded from the other end of the line. After ending the call, Ye Tianchen looked at Zhao Zilong with curiosity and teased, "You seem to have a good relationship with this person, even calling him a dog." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zilong couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You've misunderstood me. I don't call him that. It's his actual name, Go Dongxi. His father is quite a talent." At this, Ye Tianchen joined in the laughter. In less than 10 minutes, the car pulled into an impressive sales office. Standing at the entrance was a man in professional attire, around 25 or 26 years old. Beside him stood a sweet-looking young lady. When Go Shirhan spotted the car, she frowned and turned to the man beside her. "Brother, are you certain these people can afford a villa? They wouldn't be here just to waste your time, would they? Hey, what kind of talk is that? Are you judging by appearances? There are certainly wealthy individuals who prefer to keep a low profile." Go Dongxi chided. He was aware that the likelihood was slim, but as a salesperson, one must seize every opportunity. If the deal didn't go through, it would merely be a slight waste of time. Upon hearing the reprimand, Go Shirhan immediately puffed out her cheeks in discontent. Her brother had promised to take her shopping at the mall today, but this phone call had disrupted their plans. As the vehicle came to a halt, Go Dongxi hurriedly approached with his sister, assisting her in opening the car door. Upon seeing Ye Tianchen descend from the vehicle, Go Dongxi greeted him with a beaming smile. "Big brother, I am Go Dongxi, and this is my sister, Go Shirhan." As he spoke, Go Dongxi pulled his sweet sister closer and took a delicately crafted box from her hands, offering it to Ye Tianchen. "Big brother, I noticed you traveled a long distance. You must be parched. Here, take this bottle of mitai to quench your thirst." "Ah, quite thoughtful of you." Ye Tianchen replied cheerfully as he accepted the mitai, then turned to Go Dongxi. "Are you clear about my requirements?" "Absolutely, big brother. Come, let us discuss this inside." Go Dongxi responded with a broad smile, gesturing invitingly. However, Go Shirhan reluctantly followed them inside. Observing Ye Tianchen's attire, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. How could this fellow possibly afford a villa? It was truly vexing. Her brother had clearly promised to take her out today. Wasn't this just a waste of time? The group entered the sales office and proceeded to a reception room. As soon as they entered, Go Dongxi warmly invited Ye Tianchen and Zhao Zilong to take a seat, pouring them hot tea. "Big brother, I understand your requirements well. I happen to have a standalone villa with a river view that should meet your expectations." He continued, "Though its location isn't in the bustling city center, it is by no means remote. This villa spans 400 square meters, with 2 levels and a private balcony that offers stunning views of the river. Additionally, it comes with a 400 square meter garden featuring a private swimming pool, all for the price of 14.99 million. What do you think, big brother?" "It sounds quite appealing," Ye Tianchen mused, reclining on the sofa and stroking his chin. "Let us proceed, big brother." Go Dongxi clapped his hands, and shortly after, a few individuals entered, carrying several large boxes. Go Dongxi, patting the boxes, turned to Ye Tianchen with a grin. "Big brother, purchasing a house now comes with a complimentary 3-piece appliance set, all from reputable brands. Top-notch quality, you can rest assured." "Ah, you certainly have a firm grasp of the ways of the world," Ye Tianchen remarked, stepping forward to pat Go Dongxi on the shoulder. "Let us go see the property now." "Really, big brother? That's wonderful." Go Dongxi's eyes lit up. "Come, let us go. I'll drive you there right away." With that, Go Dongxi drove the sales office vehicle, setting off with the group. After a swift journey, they finally arrived at a picturesque villa community, lush with greenery. Everyone disembarked, and Go Dongxi quickly ran ahead to lead the way. "Big brother, what do you think of this villa?" he inquired with a smile as they entered the yard of one of the villas. "It appears quite promising. I wonder what it's like inside." Ye Tianchen mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the villa ahead. "Shall we go in and take a look, big brother?" Go Dongxi gazed at Ye Tianchen. "Very well." Ye Tianchen nodded in agreement. Upon entering, Ye Tianchen realized that the villa was not a bare shell. It was also not exquisitely furnished. Go Dongxi spoke up. "Brother, this villa has actually been renovated long ago. You need not worry about formaldehyde. You can move in with peace of mind." "Indeed, dear brother." Go Shirhan chimed in with a radiant smile. "If you find the decor unsatisfactory, you can always hire someone to renovate it." Although she internally doubted that these two could afford a villa, She wouldn't let her skepticism hinder her brother's aspirations. She genuinely wished for his success. Subsequently, Go Dongxi began to guide Ye Tianchen and the others on a tour, his words flowing endlessly. Listening to Go Dongxi's enthusiastic descriptions, Ye Tianchen felt increasingly pleased. This place was indeed quite remarkable. Brother Chen, what do you think? Zhao Zilong inquired, looking at Ye Tianchen. Quite agreeable, Ye Tianchen nodded. Shall we finalize this one then? Yes, let be this one. Excellent. Zhao Zilong immediately interrupted the still enthusiastic Go Dongxi. All right, no more introductions. Take us directly to the payment. This villa is splendid. After achieving wealth, one must acquire a villa, leading to countless friends and a path to success. Go Dongxi was passionately expressing his thoughts when he suddenly halted. Stunned. What? Go Dongxi felt as though he was hearing things. Was it truly this decisive? Ye Tianchen reiterated, lead us to the payment. I shall purchase this villa. Chapter 53. Even Buffett must call him father. Brother, you are truly a paragon of success. Upon hearing Ye Tianchen's voice, Go Dongxi regained his composure. He immediately leaped up with excitement and exclaimed, May prosperity befall you. May wealth flow abundantly. May golden treasures grace your home, and may business flourish throughout the seasons. May blessings arrive at your doorstep, and may spring bring fortune year after year. May the 7 stars shine upon you, and may the 8 immortals guard your abode. May you be blessed with virtuous talents across generations, and may good fortune be your constant companion, bringing prosperity to your family and wealth from afar. Brother, let me take you to make the payment. Returning to the sales office, Ye Tianchen signed a purchase agreement and smiled at Go Dongxi. Now that we have signed the agreement, shouldn't we celebrate? Of course. Absolutely. Go Dongxi responded eagerly. Hearing this, he joyfully pulled over his sister, Go Shihan. Brother, what do you think? Is there a lack of companionship? My sister is just 18 and has yet to experience love. Before he could finish, a chill ran down Go Dongxi's spine. Ahem! As he caught a glimpse of the increasingly perilous gaze from Go Shihan, he felt a tremor in his heart. His voice diminished, and, after clearing his throat a couple of times, he continued, well, given your stature, I assume you are not lacking in suitors. So I won T overstep. At that moment, Go Dongxi smacked his forehead. Brother, now that you mention it, I remember. Just a moment. He clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, a few individuals arrived with several exquisitely packaged boxes. Go Dongxi picked one up and introduced, Brother, are you familiar with the game myth? It has taken a world by storm. Since you are so sincere, I will gift you these limited edition game helmets. Game helmets? Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen shook his head. I'm not particularly interested. I do prefer a gaming pod. Brother, that puts me in a bit of a predicament, Go Dongxi lamented, his expression turning woeful. Ye Tianchen smiled slightly. I'm not asking you to gift them. I'll purchase them. All right then. Go Dongxi brightened up immediately. Brother, let me tell you, buying from me guarantees exceptional value. We have a partnership with Tingy Company, and I can offer you a 30% discount. Now that is quite appealing. Ye Tianchen nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he could save 300,000 on a gaming pod. In that case, I'll take 2. Let us do this with a card. Ye Tianchen handed his bank card to Go Dongxi. Brother, you are truly like a brother to me. Go Dongxi exclaimed with exuberance. Wishing you endless wealth and prosperity, with fortune and success always by your side. Overjoyed, he hurriedly dashed off to complete the transaction. Before long, Go Dongxi returned. Brimming with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He looked at Ye Tianchen and asked, Brother, shall we have these 2 gaming pods delivered directly to the villa? Yes, Ye Tianchen nodded. Great. Rest assured, my friend, within a day, I will have everything sorted out. Go Dongxi declared confidently. Very well. I'll leave it in your capable hands. With that, Ye Tianchen and Zhao Zilong rose to depart. Take care, brothers. Go Dongxi called out, watching their retreating figures. Once they completely vanished from sight, he turned to his sister. See, I told you not to judge a book by its cover. If you had adhered to your previous notions, this deal would have fallen through. Go Shihan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if awakening from a dream. Do we just sell a villa along with 2 gaming pods? Observing his sister's expression, Go Dongxi waved his hand grandly. Come on, Didn't you have your eye on that dress last time? I'll buy it for you. Really? Upon hearing this, Go Shirhan's face lit up with delight, instantly forgetting the earlier events as she cheered, "Brother, you are simply the best." After leaving the sales office, Ye Tianchen took Zhao Zilong to a grand restaurant, where they ordered a sumptuous feast. "Brother Chen, what do you need 2 gaming pods for?" Zhao Zilong inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion. "Ye Tianchen similitsi. What do you think? It can't be for me, can it?" Zhao Zilong's voice involuntarily rose an octave. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. How does it feel to be surprised?" Ye Tianchen nodded with a grin. Initially, Zhao Zilong had gifted him a gaming helmet, and now he was returning the favor with a gaming pod, a gesture of gratitude. Though the price disparity between the helmet and the pod was staggering, the sentiment outweighed such calculations. It was akin to receiving a bottle of water in the desert. Repaying with 1 or even 10 bottles upon exiting does not equate to settling the debt. "Is it truly?" Zhao Zilong exclaimed with uncontainable joy, nearly grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Chun, you are like a second father to me." The comfort of the gaming pod far surpassed that of the helmet. After their meal, Ye Tianchen and Zhao Zilong watched a talk show on television. "Expert Who, could you share your thoughts on the recently surging popularity of the virtual game myth?" The camera focused on a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle as the beautiful host handed him the microphone. Expert Who scoffed disdainfully. "What is there to say? Only the dregs of society would indulge in games. If the government doesn't act quickly to suppress such games, our nation will surely face dire consequences." The beautiful host felt a tinge of awkwardness at his remarks. If he considered gamers a societal refuse, then what did that imply about her, as she too played myth? Forcing a laugh, she continued, "And what is your opinion regarding the equipment in myth selling for exorbitant prices, reaching up to $1 million? It's merely hype, a publicity stunt." Hu Lai asserted with great conviction that these gaming companies tend to employ such tactics to promote their games, thereby enticing individuals to partake and consequently corrupting the entire Great Xia. Is it not astonishing that the authorities of Great Xia permit such recklessness? I am certain that such occurrences would never transpire in the United States. The beautiful host furrowed her brow slightly. Yet, as far as I am aware, the proportion of game headset purchases in the United States surpasses that of our Great Xia. Hu Lai's expression faltered momentarily before he swiftly countered, asserting that the citizens of the United States engage in gaming to acquire advanced knowledge, unlike our compatriots, who merely indulge in frivolity. The beautiful host's countenance darkened immediately. What an insufferable individual this was. She could barely restrain herself from hurling the microphone at his face for uttering such shameless remarks. Nevertheless, the beautiful host, ever the professional, managed to suppress her displeasure and continued to pose several questions to Hu Lai, successfully completing the interview segment. Alas, after 200 years of nationhood, there are still individuals who believe the moon shines brighter in the United States. What a farcical so-called expert. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but curse. Yet, one cannot deny that the United States is thriving as well. Ye Tianchen chuckled and remarked that they currently have a stock market mogul as president, whose followers earn billions of dollars daily, while he himself has amassed over $100 billion. Perhaps this expert wishes to glean some wisdom from this financial titan. Goodness gracious, over $100 billion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zilong also burst into laughter, exclaiming that this is indeed a true stock market genius. Even Buffett would have to call him father. The thought of it was indeed tempting. Haha. Chapter 54. To take or not to take. After having his meal, Ye Tianchen returned to his rented apartment. Glancing at the text message from the bank, he let out a sigh. Alas, money truly flows like water. He was left with a little over 7 million. He needed to earn some more. The thought of the numerous pieces of equipment in the game that remained unprocessed made his heart race. Selling these items would surely replenish his pockets. With this in mind, Ye Tianchen promptly donned his helmet and immersed himself in the game. "Master, are you selling the Foundation Stage Boss equipment? Do you have any suitable gear for me?" Upon entering the game, Ye Tianchen received messages from Tang Yuan and Dreamlike Dance. He replied, "Hold on, let me take a look first," and began to examine the spoils from his recent conquests. First, there were the items dropped by the boss, Xiao Fengwu. 7 stars Moon Robe, level 24, quality, Earth tier, attributes, Spirit 800, additional modifier, cooldown speed 20, durability 100, wearing requirement, 300 points of Spirit. Obsidian Arm Guards, level 24, quality, profound tier, attributes, Constitution 410, additional attribute, block 100 durability, 100, wearing requirement, 100 points each in strength and constitution. Inferno Boots, level 24, quality, profound tier, attributes, Constitution 300, speed 80, additional attribute, agility 93, durability 100, wearing requirement, 180 points of strength. Pine Cloud Leggings, level 24, quality, profound tier, attributes, strength 290, Constitution 111, additional attribute, block 105, durability 100, wearing requirement, 100 points each in strength and constitution. There were also several yellow tier items. Heavenly Shield, level 24, yellow tier, Constitution 180, additional attribute, block 60. Great View Ring, level 24, yellow tier, Spirit 144, additional attribute. Ice Chi Boots, level 24, yellow tier, speed 142, additional attribute. Heavenly Strategy Arm Guards, level 24, yellow tier, strength 145, additional attribute. Then came the equipment dropped by Li Quanshun, Zhang Yin, and the final foundation stage body cultivator. Phantom Ring, level 24, quality, mysterious, attributes, strength 250, constitution 160, additional attributes, extra damage 120, durability 100, wearing requirement, 150 points of strength. Purple Chi Staff, level 24, quality, mysterious, attributes, spirit 234, intelligence 178, additional attributes, spell effect 1, tint durability 100, wearing requirement, 100 points of spirit, 100 points of strength. Azure Sea Battle Axe, level 24, quality, mysterious, attributes, strength 520, additional attributes, armor penetration 123, durability 100, wearing requirement, 200 points of strength. As for the remaining equipment, they were all dropped by the Blood Fiend cultists. Ye Tianchen glanced at them and found only one helmet that increased constitution by 80, which he could utilize. Alas, this must be the sole Earth-tier equipment currently available in Myth. Such attributes render it invincible. Holding the 7 stars moon robe, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but reflect. He had to be the first to slay the Foundation establishment boss to obtain Earth-tier equipment, while others could only acquire mysterious-tier equipment upon defeating the Foundation establishment boss. What a pity that I cannot equip it. Ye Tianchen felt a twinge of regret. This piece of equipment enhances spirit attributes and reduces cooldown speed. Cooldown speed differs from cooldown reduction. The former resembles accelerated playback, while the latter signifies the removal of segments. Although this equipment holds some utility for him, its impact is evidently limited. Nevertheless, he soon brightened. While it may not serve him significantly, it could be of great value to others. He previously discovered that Dreamlike Dance has a particular fondness for equipment that boosts spirit, so this item should fetch a handsome price. Contemplating the prospect of a fuller purse, Ye Tianchen's spirit soared. Subsequently, he began selecting gear suitable for his use. Ultimately, he chose the Mystic Stone Arm Guards, Earth Fire Boots, Celestial Shield, Phantom Ring, and Blood Fiend Helmet. As for the Azure Sea Battle Axe, he had no intention of using it, though it boasts numerous attributes. Ranking just below the 7 stars moon robe, it proved rather superfluous for him. In his estimation, this mysterious tier equipment paled in comparison to the common tier Troll Axe. The Troll Axe, despite only increasing constitution by 15, effectively grants him an additional 300 points of attack. Moreover, the Troll Axe benefits from the Bloodline Source Enhancement, resulting in a total of 600 attack points, surpassing the Azure Sea Battle Axe. Given the Troll Axe's capabilities, one can only imagine the superiority of the Celestial Shield. Thus, he opted for the Celestial Shield rather than the Azure Sea Battle Axe. After relaying the remaining equipment attributes to Tang Yuan and Dreamlike Dance, Ye Tianchen sealed the passage to the stone chamber. Now, It was time to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Ye Tianchen sat cross-legged on the stone platform and retrieved the blood refining foundation establishment pill from his storage ring. He gazed with exhilaration at the crimson elixir in his hand, finally ready to consume this coveted pill that had tantalized him for so long. He wondered what tremendous surge in attributes awaited him this time. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Tianchen opened his mouth and swallowed the entire blood refining foundation establishment pill in one gulp. In an instant, the previously tranquil spiritual energy around him began to stir restlessly, gradually converging and swirling towards his location like a surging torrent, incessantly flowing into his being. While Ye Tianchen was immersed in his self-initiated breakthrough, the other two were in a state of anxious disquiet. "Brother, please respond." Tang Yuan paced back and forth, agitated. Moments ago, Tianchen had sent images of some equipment, igniting his excitement, especially that Azure Sea battle axe. It was simply outrageous, boasting an increase of over 500 in strength. It was worth noting that the last weapon, the Lion King's great sword, had only granted an additional 60 points of strength. Therefore, this piece of equipment was a must-have for him. However, after sending a message, Tianchen had gone silent. No matter how many messages he sent, he received no reply, which truly vexed him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the situation for Dreaming Light Dance was hardly better. "Sister Light Dance, could you please stop pacing? You're making my eyes dizzy." The short-haired, sword-wielding beauty looked helplessly at the incessantly moving Dreaming Light Dance, whose expression kept shifting. Unable to contain her frustration, she complained. Upon hearing this, Dreaming Light Dance finally halted, puffed her cheeks, and plopped down into a chair, muttering indignantly, "Honestly, this guy is too much. He sends me such tempting images of equipment, yet ignores me. He must be doing it on purpose. That piece grants an increase of 800 points in spirit. For me, that translates to an additional 16,000 in base magical attack. Not to mention the staff, which can also elevate my magical attack by over 4,000. The enhancement these items offer is monumental. I simply cannot afford to wait." Chapter 55, I want. Ding. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Constitution 5 cents. Strength 250. Intelligence 250. Spirit 250. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Constitution 100. Strength 100. Intelligence 100. Spirit 100. And you have gained 500 free attribute points. Ding. You have consumed the Blood Refinement Foundation Establishment Pill. Constitution 1000, Strength 250, Intelligence 250, Spirit 250. As I anticipated, upon breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage, the base attribute points for leveling up are tenfold compared to the Qi Refinement stage. Upon seeing the system notification, Ye Tianchen revealed a knowing expression. He then turned his gaze towards his attribute panel. Name, Tianchen, School, True Martial Dao Sect, Lingshao Sword Sect, Yunling Divine Sect. Level, 21 Realm, Early Foundation Establishment. Occupation, Body Cultivator. Reputation, 14,300 to life, 124,498. Spiritual Power, 7450. Physical Attack, 125493. Magical Attack, 125243. Life Recovery, 115 second. Cultivation Method, True Martial Emperor Scripture, First Level. Skills, Celestial Eye Technique. Fearless Charge, Sweeping Thousands, Bloodline Source, Blood Arrow Technique, Forceful Strike, Supreme Talent, Ultimate Strength. Spirit Space, Xiao Bai, Skills, Life Recovery, Wide Angle Vision. Equipment, Tianhua Shield. Constitution 180, Block 60, Blood Fiend Helmet. Constitution 80, Precision 15, Lion King Armor. Constitution 100, Block 50, Battleground Leggings. Constitution 200, Block 70, Shin Stone Arm Guards. Constitution 410, Block 100, Earth Fire Flame Boots. Constitution 300, Speed 80, Agility 93. Phantom Spirit Ring. Strength 250, Constitution 160. Additional damage 120, Blood Soul Cloak. Constitution 99, Life Recovery 15, Blood Soul Necklace. Constitution 93, lifesteal Tang gasped. Observing his current attributes, Ye Tianchen inhaled sharply. Over 120,000 in life. Over 120,000 in dual attack. Who could rival him? It is worth noting that when he left the true martial Dao sect, his health was barely 15,000, and now it has nearly multiplied tenfold. These attributes are simply invincible. Had he possessed such attributes before facing Xiao Fengwu, the first strike of the blood arrow technique would have undoubtedly eliminated him instantly. If he were to share a screenshot of his attributes, many would likely dismiss it as fabricated, while others grappled with how to defeat low-level monsters. He could already annihilate Foundation establishment stage bosses. This is truly astonishing. Subsequently, Ye Tianchen opened the chat box. I want. Upon opening the chat box, he saw a line of bold red characters sent by dreamlike light dance. In the current chat window, a multitude of messages inundated the space, all from Tang Yuan and dreamlike dance, inquiring about the matters concerning the equipment. After reading the messages, Ye Tianchen chuckled softly. Indeed, these two were quite anxious. Consequently, he posted a message regarding the trading in Jinwu City and set forth on his journey back to that place. Upon returning to Jinwu City, Ye Tianchen made his way directly to the designated meeting spot. It wasn't long before he encountered Tang Yuan and dreamlike dance. Brother Tianchen, you are simply remarkable, exclaimed Tang Yuan in awe upon seeing Ye Tianchen. You can even slay foundational stage boss now. Dreamlike dance, standing beside him, regarded Ye Tianchen with intense curiosity, seemingly attempting to glimpse his attribute panel through his exterior. She was also intrigued by the nature of Ye Tianchen's talents. Possessing the supreme talent, end of techniques, she had initially believed that upon reaching the main city, the gap between her and Tianchen would diminish, perhaps even allowing her to surpass him directly. Yet, to her astonishment, the chasm between them appeared to widen. With a gentle smile, Ye Tianchen chose not to respond to their remarks and suggested, "Let us set aside those matters for now. Come, let us examine the equipment." With that, he retrieved the 3 most precious Xian tier items and 1 D tier item from his storage ring. Upon sighting these, Tang Yuan and dreamlike dance's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Almost in unison, they reached out with eager hands to accept the coveted equipment. They had long coveted these items, even arriving at Jinwu City early, prior to any word from Ye Tianchen. Once they had the equipment in hand, their faces radiated joy. These items were undoubtedly the pinnacle of their current capabilities. Only Ye Tianchen possessed the ability to forge such remarkable gear. Tang Yuan, holding 2 pieces of equipment, immediately inquired, "Brother Tianchen, I can offer 15 million for the Azure Sea Battle Axe and 7 million for the Cloud Pine leggings. What do you think of this price?" He had already begun to assess the value of the items upon viewing the screenshots. Although the Huang tier equipment had depreciated, the higher tier Xian equipment remained untouched by such decline. Dreamlike Dance, eager to contribute, chimed in for the 7 Stars Moon Robe and the Purple Chi Staff. "I can offer 50 million. With these 2 pieces, defeating monsters beyond my level will be a trivial task. Even facing higher tiers is not beyond the realm of possibility." "Very well," Ye Tianchen replied, not bothering to negotiate further. The price was exceedingly fair. Having conducted numerous transactions with them, there seemed little point in haggling over minor amounts. He subsequently presented the remaining equipment. However, compared to the Xian tier items, the D tier and Huang tier equipment had significantly depreciated. Collectively, the remaining items were valued at around 6 million, which Ye Tianchen entrusted to Tang Yuan and Dreamlike Dance. Before long, he received their remittance. "Your account ending in 3372 has received 25 million. Your account ending in 3372 has received a deposit of 5,300,000 yuan." Upon hearing the notification sound, Ye Tianchen's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Such a sound truly brings a sense of comfort. Look, the funds spent on purchasing the villa and gaming pod have returned so swiftly. Moreover, they have multiplied several times over. In this instant, he has amassed an impressive profit of over 70 million, nearly 80 million. The speed at which he accumulates wealth is simply unparalleled. Of course, His ability to earn such a fortune is attributed to his position at the forefront of the game myth. The equipment he has acquired is of the highest caliber available at this stage, allowing him to ascend to the elite ranks. This is something that other players cannot attain, which justifies the astonishing prices he can command. After selling the equipment and bidding farewell to his companions, Ye Tianchen chose to teleport back to the true martial Dao sect. Chapter 56. Do you know what this is? This is the token personally bestowed by the sect master. Through the teleportation array, Ye Tianchen swiftly returned to the true martial sect. As a premier sect, true martial sect is naturally a favored destination for players. At this moment, many players had already gathered within the sect. Ye Tianchen made his way directly to the task square, where disciples of the sect were handing over quests. Approaching the steward in charge of task exchanges, he presented the task token in his hand. The steward accepted the token, glanced at Ye Tianchen, and inquired, "Are you here to abandon the quest, or to submit it?" "I am here to submit the quest," Ye Tianchen replied, producing a recording stone and handing it to the steward. Submitting a quest to the sect is not as simple as merely stating its completion. Verification is required. The straightforward method involves recording the process of task completion with the recording stone or bringing back the task target directly. The more complex tasks necessitate the sect dispatching personnel for verification, which would take some time before the quest could be submitted. The steward took the recording stone and began to examine the images within. "What?" the steward suddenly exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the footage within the stone. "You actually defeated a Foundation establishment cultivator while at a lower tier." The recording stone Ye Tianchen presented vividly captured the moment he vanquished the Qi DeLong brothers. This exclamation rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Players who were previously engaged in handing over quests paused their actions, curiously gathering around. "What is this? Defeating a Foundation establishment cultivator while at a lower tier?" As far as I recall, only the esteemed Tianchen could achieve such a feat. Upon seeing the black token in Ye Tianchen's hand, their eyes widened in astonishment. It represented a nightmare-level quest token. Good heavens! This fellow actually undertook a nightmare-level task? Is he here to submit the quest? No way. I barely survived a difficult task, and a nightmare-level quest would require at least a level 20 peak Qi refinement cultivator to complete. Who possesses such strength at this stage? You might be surprised, but there is indeed someone. The esteemed Tianchen is already at level 21, but the esteemed Tianchen. Do you think everyone can match him? Is it ready? Ye Tianchen, unfazed by the surrounding players, addressed the steward. Yes. The steward, jolted back to reality by Ye Tianchen's inquiry, hastily concealed his astonishment. He inwardly marveled at why Ye Tianchen could be accepted as a direct disciple of the sect master. His calm demeanor was certainly not something ordinary individuals could emulate. Taking a deep breath, the steward presented the task reward to Ye Tianchen. The players around them, witnessing this, were rendered speechless in their astonishment. He truly completed a nightmare-level quest. How incredible! Could this person possibly be compared to the esteemed Tianchen? The players were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. While they could only manage simple or ordinary tasks, this individual had accomplished a nightmare-level quest. Is the disparity among individuals truly so vast? At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd as a group approached. It was none other than the esteemed Ao Shi Tianxia. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was said that he had recently joined the Zhenwu Dao sect and had already caught the attention of a certain palace master, becoming his personal disciple. What extraordinary fortune he possesses, while we are merely destined to be outer disciples. There, a managing disciple strolled over, sharing laughter with Lin Ao Tian. Trailing behind them was a throng of players, evidently brought along by the managing disciple. Upon reaching the quest square, the managing disciple paused, surveying the surroundings before proclaiming loudly, "You may submit your quests here. Upon doing so, you can join the Zhenwu Dao sect." His voice reverberated across the square, inciting a ripple of excitement. A sycophant standing nearby quickly ingratiated himself with Lin Ao Tan, saying, President, This group possesses considerable strength. I have guided them through the sect's tasks. Once they join the Zhenwu Dao sect, our power at Ao Shi will significantly increase. Indeed, quite commendable. Lin Ao Tian nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Lin Ao Qian soudain spotted a familiar figure. Tianchen, is that really you here? He exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Ye Tianchen. The surrounding players stirred upon hearing the name Tianchen, turning to look at Ye Tianchen with astonishment. What? He is the legendary Tianchen? I cannot believe I am joining the same sect as the illustrious Tianchen. No wonder he could accomplish nightmare-level tasks. Now it all makes sense. A cacophony of awe and speculation arose, transforming the quest square into a lively hub due to Ye Tianchen's identity. Truly, you wander where angels fear to tread. Lin Ao Tian's astonishment swiftly morphed into exhilaration. With that, he produced a purple token, waving it in front of Ye Tianchen. Do you recognize this? It is the token of a personal disciple of the Palace Master. Gazing at Ye Tianchen reminded Lin Ao Tian of the humiliation he had suffered during their last encounter, and now, with Tianchen and the Zhenwu Dao sect, he felt a surge of confidence. As a personal disciple of the Palace Master, would he not have the means to easily manipulate Tianchen? The thought exhilarated him further. Meanwhile, the NPCs in the quest square regarded Lin Ao Tian with a peculiar expression. The steward responsible for task assignments even displayed a look of pity, contemplating how boastful one could be as a mere personal disciple of the Palace Master. After all, Tianchen was a disciple of the sect leader, Ye Tianchen Chocolate. A personal disciple of the Palace Master? Is that truly impressive? Do you believe I could simply have you expelled from the Zhenwu Dao sect? He continued, what? Is this sect your family's enterprise? You dare to suggest I leave? Are you even worthy? Upon hearing this, Lin Ao Tian instantly displayed disdain. Oh, is that so? Then, how about this? With that, Ye Tianchen revealed a black token inscribed with the character. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Aoyan was momentarily taken aback. But as he discerned that it was merely an unfamiliar token, he exhaled with relief and scoffed. Who are you trying to intimidate with that worthless token? This is no ordinary token. At that moment, a steward interjected. It is the personal token of the sect master. What? The sect master's personal token? Lin Aoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Ye Tianchen, incredulous at the notion. How could this be possible? With his own exceptional talent, he had only been granted the title of a palace master's personal disciple, while this Tianchen had somehow become the sect master's direct disciple. The other players, upon hearing this revelation, erupted into a frenzy, their excitement palpable. They were all outer disciples and had thought that being the personal disciple of Palace Master Lin Aoyan was already impressive. Little did they know, the esteemed Tianchen had surpassed that, directly ascending to the status of the sect master's disciple. The disparity was staggering. Consequently, these players cast glances of schadenfreude towards Aoyan. What had that individual just said? There is a path to heaven that you refuse to take, yet you boldly intrude into hell? Lin Aoyan's countenance darkened at once, and he gritted his teeth, stating, even if you are the sect master's disciple, you cannot expel me from the sect without reason. Tianchen, one should leave a thread of mercy for future encounters. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I am willing to offer compensation. Name your price. He resolved to temporarily concede, planning to regain his standing later. However, Ye Tianchen merely chuckled at the other's capitulation. He now possessed a staggering fortune of over 80 million. While that sum appeared substantial, it was, in fact, not insubstantial at all. Left untouched in the bank, it accrued several million in interest annually, sustenance for a comfortable life without the need for compensation. Since a rift had already formed, he was determined not to allow Lin Aoyan any peace within the Zhenwu Dao sect. You say it cannot be done? Today, I shall ensure that you are expelled from the Zhenwu Dao sect. Chapter 57. I shall end your life now. What? The sect master intends to expel the hall master from a sect? Upon receiving the message from a steward, the hall master of the law enforcement hall immediately furrowed his brow. This was no trivial matter. It concerned the sect master and the hall master of equal rank. With this in mind, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall promptly set out. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered another Hall Master, the very one who had accepted Lin Outyen as his direct disciple. The latter wore an expression of fury, muttering incessantly about how Tianchen was truly arrogant, having just become the sect master's direct disciple and already seeking to expel his own disciple from the sect. Hall Master Lu, it would be prudent to refrain from premature conclusions before understanding the full context. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall chuckled. One must not heed only one side of the story. As the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he could not hastily draw conclusions, lest the flames of this conflict consume him as well. Hearing this, Hall Master Lu's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. Soon, the two arrived at the mission square. Master. Upon seeing his NPC master arrive, Lin Outyen hurried over. His countenance was grim. He had not anticipated that Tianchen would be the sect master's direct disciple. Given how events had unfolded, if he wished to avoid expulsion from the sect, he had no choice but to seek assistance from this NPC Hall Master. He proceeded to recount the recent events to Hall Master Lu. After listening, Hall Master Lu had a clearer understanding and approached Ye Tianchen with a smile. Acting as a mediator, Tianchen, this is merely a trivial dispute. Surely it does not warrant expulsion from the sect? How about this? I am willing to offer an apology on behalf of my disciple, and we can put this matter to rest. Although Tianchen was a direct disciple of the sect master, his current strength was still quite limited. For a Hall Master to be willing to apologize to Tianchen was already a significant concession. A trivial dispute? Are you certain? Ye Tianchen displayed a sardonic smile. Hearing this, Hall Master Lu could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could there be more to this situation? Ye Tianchen then produced a recording stone and tossed it to the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Take a look. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall swiftly caught the stone, surprised. He was unaware of what the stone contained, but judging by Ye Tianchen's demeanor, it seemed to conceal crucial information. The Hall Master infused a hint of spiritual energy into the recording stone. Instantly, the images within unfolded before everyone's eyes, revealing Lin Outyen leading an assault against Ye Tianchen. The recording stone had been active since Ye Tianchen left the true martial sect, capturing every detail with clarity. What? He dares to ambush the sect master's direct disciple. Observing the content of the images, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall was taken aback. This was serious. The sect master's direct disciple was a core figure within the true martial sect, holding a revered position. Now, someone had the audacity to openly attack him. This was nothing short of a provocation and contempt towards the true martial sect. As the footage continued to play, Hall Master Lu's expression grew increasingly grim, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could never have anticipated that his own cherished disciple would commit such an egregious act of treachery. If the sect leader were to discover this, his fate would be sealed. The Lord of the Path felt a surge of anxiety. He had to devise a solution. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he abruptly raised his head, glaring at Lin Outyen with a fierce intensity. You despicable wretch, how dare you deceive me? From this moment forth, you are no longer my disciple, nor a disciple of the true martial sect. In a bid to safeguard his own interests, the Lord of the Path chose to sever ties with Lin Outyen. Upon hearing these words, Lin Outyen felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered utterly speechless. He could not fathom that the master he had just regarded as a savior was now allied with Tianchen. In the next instant, he received the notification that he had been expelled from the true martial sect and branded as an enemy. Damn it! The notification filled Lin Outyen with rage. Had he barely joined the true martial sect only to be cast out? All of this was due to Tianchen. His expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Ye Tianchen, as his fury erupted like a volcano. It was all this guy's fault. Had it not been for him, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Lin Outyen's heart brimmed with indignation and resentment as he gritted his teeth and declared, Tianchen, just wait. This is far from over. I will make you pay for this. Then let me end you now. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen wasted no time, unleashing a devastating strike. As the saying goes, vengeance should not be delayed. Ye Tianchen was known for his decisive and ruthless nature. A fierce gust of energy descended upon Lin Outyin, who was instantaneously cleaved in two, vanishing into a flash of white light. After dispatching Aoshi Tiantian, Ye Tianchen strode purposefully toward the true martial hall, not looking back. This is the aura of the Foundation establishment stage. After Ye Tianchen departed, an explosive wave of energy emanated from him, causing the NPCs in the mission square to stir in shock. They recalled that this esteemed disciple of the sect leader had only recently departed the sect, while still at the Qi refinement stage. How much time had passed? He had ascended to the Foundation establishment stage in such a brief span. The Lord of the Path was instantly drenched in cold sweat, astonished by this extraordinary rate of cultivation. Thankfully, he had made the right decision earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. With such talent, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become the sect leader in the future. Meanwhile, the gaze of the law enforcement hall master shifted to the members of the Aoshi Guild. The scenes captured by the recording stone revealed that these individuals had participated in the ambush against Tianchen. Since they had been involved in the assault on the sect leader's disciple, none of them could be spared. His expression darkened as he promptly retrieved a communication talisman, speaking into it with urgency. Soon, a throng of law enforcement disciples rushed to the mission square. The law enforcement hall master, without a hint of courtesy, commanded, "Expel these miscreants from the true martial sect as well." Understood. Upon receiving the order, the law enforcement disciples immediately began apprehending the offenders. As they beheld this scene, the surrounding players fell into a profound silence, scarcely daring to breathe. They could never have anticipated that merely offending Tianchen would result in the expulsion of A.O. Shi Tianxia, a direct disciple of the esteemed hall master, from the true martial Dao sect. Furthermore, other players affiliated with A.O. Shi were not spared from the same fate of banishment, and they might even find themselves pursued by the true martial Dao sect. This spectacle left an indelible impact on all present, instilling within them a resolute determination to never oppose the formidable Tianchen again, for the consequences could well be more dire than those faced by A.O. Shi Tianxia. Chapter 58. You completed a task and broke through to the Foundation establishment stage? Upon entering the Jinwu Hall, Ye Tianchen removed his mask. As his surroundings shifted, the figure of Qi Chuyin materialized before him. Initially, Qi Chuyin's expression was calm, but upon sensing the aura emanating from Ye Tianchen, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. You completed a task and broke through to the Foundation establishment stage? Feeling the distinct aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator radiating from Ye Tianchen, Qi Chuyin was utterly shocked. Even the rarest of ancient sacred bodies would find such rapid progress astonishing. It was only a few days ago when she had brought Tianchen back, and he had yet to break through to the Qi refinement stage. How could he have advanced to the Foundation establishment stage so quickly? No wonder he looked down upon the Jinwu Dao sect's cultivation sanctum. Qi Chuyin's mouth fell agape, her dazed expression revealing a different kind of charm. Haha, indeed. What do you think? My aptitude is quite commendable, isn't it? Ye Tianchen chuckled, observing Qi Chuyin's reaction. Seeing my talent, do you not entertain thoughts of passing the position to me? You're scheming for power. Qi Chuyin snapped back to reality, shooting Ye Tianchen a glare. With a huff, she replied, with your current strength, should I pass the position to you, you'd likely be trampled. To aspire to be the sect master, you ought to cultivate further. However, her expression soon turned serious. Your breakthrough was far too hasty and reckless. She had prepared an exquisite Foundation establishment pill for Tianchen, intending for him to complete a simple task before utilizing it to solidify his foundation. Yet, to her surprise, he had achieved the breakthrough on his own. Surely, he hadn't consumed the Foundation establishment pill? While other pills might not matter, the Foundation establishment pill was irrevocable once the breakthrough was made. Rapid advancement could hinder the accumulation of one's foundation. Sigh, it's done now. Discussing it further is futile. Qi Chuyin sighed, then continued. However, should you experience another breakthrough, you must inform me, understood? Let me see the recording stone from your task. At her request, Ye Tianchen handed the recording stone to Ye Tianchen. This time, it was comprehensive, capturing the scenes of their battle against the Blood Fiend sect. Ye Tianchen pondered to himself that the more impressive he appeared, the more rewards Ye Tianchen would likely bestow upon him. Yet, upon reviewing the contents of the recording stone, Ye Tianchen did not express the surprise he had anticipated regarding his extraordinary challenge. Instead, her frown deepened. Setting down the recording stone, she gazed at Ye Tianchen with a grave expression. "You didn't consume the blood-refining foundation establishment pill to achieve your breakthrough, did you?" "Yes, what of it?" Ye Tianchen replied, somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean, what of it?" Upon hearing Ye Tianchen's nonchalant response, Ye Tianchen's silver teeth clenched in frustration. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Ye Tianchen, radiating an expression of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a wayward student. "How dare you consume something as perilous as the Blood Refinement Foundation pill? What were you thinking? Are you willing to jeopardize your entire future for a fleeting enhancement in strength? Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated," Ye Tianchen remarked, scratching his head dismissively. "Exaggerated?" Ye Tianchen retorted sharply, her voice escalating in pitch. "You have no idea of the grave dangers posed by the Blood Refinement Foundation pill. It will deplete your potential, inflict severe damage upon your body, and may even adversely affect your future cultivation path. You listen closely. From this moment forth, you are to remain here, not a single step away. You are absolutely forbidden to wander until I return." Her tone was exceptionally stern, leaving no room for debate. Without waiting for Ye Tianchen's reply, Ye Tianchen turned and hurriedly exited the palace, leaving Ye Tianchen in a state of bewilderment. With a resigned sigh, Ye Tianchen acknowledged that Ye Tianchen was indeed looking out for him, yet he felt no need to remain idle in his cultivation. The dire side effects that terrified NPCs were not nearly as daunting for players. However, given Ye Tianchen's insistence, he felt compelled to adhere to her wishes and waited patiently. As time ticked away, Ye Tianchen found himself growing increasingly restless. After pacing around the palace a few times, boredom set in. "How long must I wait?" he murmured to himself, ultimately unable to withstand the tedium, and he decided to log off. Crack! A sharp sound echoed within the room. Ye Tianchen stared in disbelief at the fragments of his gaming helmet, now shattered into several pieces. "What on earth?" His eyes widened in shock. "Is the quality of this helmet truly so poor? I've only used it for a few days. How could it break so easily? And they dare to sell it for 10,000. What unscrupulous merchants!" Filled with indignation, Ye Tianchen attempted to rise. However, as soon as his hand pressed against the bed frame, another crack resounded, and the bed frame, much like the helmet, splintered dramatically, creating a gaping hole. Now Ye Tianchen was utterly dumbfounded. Is the bed frame defective? No. I've slept on this bed for so long without issue. Why does it suddenly fail now? After dismissing all impossible explanations, the only remaining truth, however incredulous, was indeed the reality. With that thought in mind, Ye Tianchen slowly raised his hand to his face, murmuring in disbelief, "Could it be that my strength has increased?" To verify this notion, Ye Tianchen slapped the bed frame once more. With a sharp crack, the bedboard seemed to succumb under the weight, instantly fracturing to reveal a gaping hole. Ye Tianchen's eyes widened in astonishment as the shock within him intensified. He then glanced around, and his gaze fell upon the steel pipe at the head of the bed, causing his eyes to gleam with newfound determination. In the next moment, he reached out, grasping the steel pipe firmly, and exerted tremendous pressure. Creak! The steel pipe emitted a sound that sent shivers through one's teeth, as if it were lamenting in agony. Releasing his grip, he stared at the pipe, now compressed into a solid form. With clear imprints of his fingers etched upon its surface, his face a canvas of disbelief. Goodness, this isn't merely a matter of strength, is it? Ye Tianchen gazed at his palm in bewilderment, pondering if he had awakened some extraordinary power. Chapter 59. Attribute Feedback Reality. Superhuman strength. Not quite. Just as Ye Tianchen was astounded by the changes occurring within his body, a melodious voice, as clear and enchanting as a silver bell, suddenly rang in his ears. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Upon hearing another voice in his room, Ye Tianchen immediately turned to look. As he turned, he beheld a petite figure perched upon his shoulder. It was a little white-haired sprite, her sparkling eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, her delicate little feet swinging joyfully in the air. Little Bai. The familiar silhouette came into view. Who else could it be but Little Bai? Oh my! Ye Tianchen could not help but exclaim in surprise. Overwhelmed with excitement, his body jolted, and the bed could not withstand the sudden force, collapsing with a creak. Am I hallucinating? Ye Tianchen stared blankly at Little Bai, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle in the world. Wasn't he Little Bai a sprite from the game? How could she possibly appear here? This must be a dream, right? At this moment, Ye Tianchen's mind was in disarray. I thought I had awakened superpowers. It turns out this is just a dream. That explains everything. However, just as he thought this, Little Bai's voice chimed in again. Not at all, Master, this is not a dream. This is indeed real. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen took a deep breath, a low sound escaping his throat as he struggled to swallow. Suddenly, an idea struck him to verify whether this was a dream. He placed his hand on his thigh and gently pinched it. A heartbreaking scream reverberated throughout the room as Ye Tianchen's body convulsed violently. The agony twisted his facial muscles, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He had never anticipated that such a gentle pinch could inflict so much pain. It felt as if his thigh bone had been instantly crushed, an excruciating pain radiating from his leg, causing cold sweat to pour down his brow. Oh dear, Master, what are you doing? QQ Little Bai, startled by Ye Tianchen's anguished cry, looked at his pained expression with deep concern. She hurriedly flew to his thigh, extending her small hand. A beam of green light emanated from her palm, enveloping his thigh. Master, even if you cannot accept this, you need not harm yourself. As the light enveloped him, Ye Tianchen's agony gradually subsided, and the fractured bone began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After a considerable while, his thigh bone returned to its original state, and the pain vanished completely. Oh my, that was excruciating. Once he recovered, Ye Tianchen let out a long sigh, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. He merely intended to pinch himself to ascertain whether this was a dream. Yet he had ended up injuring his thigh bone. Simultaneously, a tempest of emotions surged within his heart. To experience such excruciating pain signifies that this is no mere dream, but a reality unfolding before him. In that fleeting moment, his mind was swept away like leaves caught in a tempest, igniting a storm of thoughts. How could the sprites from the game, myth, manifest in the real world? What could possibly be the cause of this phenomenon? What exactly is myth? And does the significant amplification of his powers have some correlation with myth? Overwhelmed with confusion and astonishment, Ye Tianchen's gaze gradually shifted to the small white figure before him, his throat dry as he inquired, Xiao Bai, what is happening? Hee. Xiao Bai seemed to have anticipated Ye Tianchen's reaction, displaying a mischievous grin as it explained, Master, it's quite simple. You've successfully transcended to the foundational stage, enabling you to channel 20 of your attributes back into this world. Thus, I'm also able to emerge. The notion of game attributes manifesting in reality sounded like a fantasy to Ye Tianchen. Wasn't this the stuff of novels? Yet, whether it was his effortless crushing of a steel pipe, the appearance of Xiao Bai, or the agonizing pain he had previously endured, all corroborated the truth of Xiao Bai's words. With the certainty of this reality settling in, Ye Tianchen's expression began to shift toward exhilaration. This superhuman strength. He gazed at his own palm, murmuring to himself, but what about the attributes panel? If the attributes have returned, the panel should also be reflected, right? And where's my equipment? As these thoughts arose, an attributes panel materialized before him. Name, Tianchen, Clan, Jinwu Daozong, Lingxiao, Jianzong, Yunling Shinzong. Level, Twin Realm, initial stage of foundation establishment. Occupation, body cultivator. Life, 16,520. Spiritual power, 1490. Physical attack, 16819. Magical attack, 16769. cultivation technique. Zhengwu Emperor scripture, first level. Unavailable. Skills, heavenly eye technique. Fearless charge, unavailable. Sweeping thousands, unavailable. Bloodline source, unavailable. Blood arrow technique, unavailable. Forceful splitting of Mount Hua, unavailable. Supreme talent, limitless strength. Spirit space, Xiaobai. Skills, life recovery, wide-angle vision. Equipment, Tianhua shield, unavailable. Blood fiend helmet, unavailable. Lion King's armor, unavailable. 100 battles leggings, unavailable. Xian stone arm guards, unavailable. Earth fire flame boots, unavailable. Phantom spirit ring, unavailable. Blood soul cloak, unavailable. Blood soul necklace, unavailable. Upon seeing his attributes panel, Ye Tianchen furrowed his brow. Within the panel, only his innate talent and the heavenly eye technique were marked as available, while all other skills and equipment were displayed in a gray, unusable state. However, his current attributes reflect a reduction of 20 after accounting for the removal of equipment bonuses. Consequently, his strength would be significantly diminished. No, that's incorrect. There are still usable pieces of equipment. Ye Tianchen raised his hand with a flourish, and a novice 4-piece set materialized in his grasp. Among all the equipment, only these 4 novice items remain available for use. Nonetheless, the combined enhancement from these 4 novice pieces amounts to merely 4 attribute points, which when multiplied by 20 yields less than 1 point, effectively rendering them inconsequential. Simultaneously, Ye Tianchen pondered another question. Could it be that everyone possesses the ability to translate attributes into reality? Chapter 60. The world is about to change. Xiaobai, you just mentioned that my realm has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, resulting in a 20 attribute feedback. Does this imply that others, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, will also receive attribute feedback? Ye Tianchen inquired, gazing at Xiaobai. Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Indeed, master. As long as anyone attains the foundation establishment stage, they shall receive attribute feedback. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianchen inhaled deeply, suddenly realizing that the world was on the brink of transformation. It is worth noting that the influx of individuals into the realm of myth has been burgeoning, with the number of participants in Huaxia alone nearing 300 million. On a global scale, this figure has multiplied several times over. According to Xiaobai, as long as one achieves the foundation establishment stage, they can obtain attribute feedback. Therefore, in the days to come, whether in Daxia or across the globe, countless individuals will acquire attribute feedback. At that juncture, superhumans will emerge like mushrooms after the rain. Moreover, Ye Tianchen understood that the majority, upon gaining such power, would not remain docile. Human nature dictates that when one possesses strength, they are prone to challenge authority. It is easy to envision that when a multitude of superhumans appears, if the Daxia authorities lack sufficient power to restrain them, the world will inevitably descend into chaos. With this thought, Ye Tianchen rose to his feet. However, his power attributes were exceedingly high. While others might receive a few hundred points of strength feedback, a manageable increase for them, Ye Tianchen received nearly 20,000 points of strength attributes, an amount that far exceeds that of others. Suddenly possessing such formidable power rendered Ye Tianchen incapable of controlling his strength. When he pressed his palm against the floor, a distinct crack echoed as the floor shattered and caved in. Fortunately, he resided on the first floor. Had it been on a higher level, he might have inadvertently breached the ceiling of another dwelling. He began to practice controlling his strength, gradually rising to his feet. Carefully, he lifted his foot and cautiously took a step forward. As his foot neared the ground, he paused briefly before gently placing it down. A crisp sound resonated as the tile cracked, yet it did not collapse as before. Ye Tianchen exhaled in relief, realizing he still required time to adapt to this immense power. Thus, he paced back and forth within the room, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently damaging the floor again. Until he mastered his strength, he dared not venture outside. Although, given his current financial standing, he could certainly afford to replace any broken items. Such attention was unwelcome, and he preferred to remain inconspicuous. After all, he was still uncertain of the extent of his power and whether it could withstand modern weaponry. Should he be unable to maintain his composure and expose his abilities, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire circumstances. At that point, neither he nor his family could guarantee their safety. Although he harbored no ill feelings toward the great Xia, human nature is inscrutable, and the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. While he may not consider himself a gentleman, he would never entrust his safety to the whims of others' mercy. Thus, until he possesses sufficient strength, he has no intention of revealing himself lightly. After some time, the rental apartment lay in utter disarray. The tiles on the floor resembled the aftermath of a fierce battle. Most shattered into fragments, as though bandits had invaded his home. However, amidst the sacrifice of these tiles, Ye Tianchen had finally begun to grasp his powers. Standing in a room, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts, he ultimately resolved to first bring his aunt and cousin Xiaoli over. Regardless of the circumstances, family remains paramount. Should his aunt and cousin be too far away, he might not reach them in time should any unforeseen events occur. Yet if they were nearer, he could better ensure their safety. With this thought in mind, Ye Tianchen cautiously picked up his phone, wary of exerting too much pressure lest he crush it. He gently dialed his aunt's number, and soon, her familiar breath resonated on the other end. Taking a deep breath, he spoke directly, "Aunt, I have purchased a villa in Legion Garden. The environment is truly splendid. You and Xiaoli should come and live with me." "What? You bought a villa?" His aunt's voice, clearly astonished by his revelation, rose an octave, trembling as she implored, "Xiaocheng, you should quickly go abroad and hide for a while. Wait until the storm passes before returning." "What are you saying, Aunt? Do you think I can only make money through bank robbery?" Ye Tianchen found himself at a loss for words. To illustrate that his fortune was acquired through legitimate means, he promptly sent her the transfer information. "Aunt, see here. This money is all from proper channels." Once his aunt received the information and scrutinized it, confirming that the funds were indeed legitimate, she finally believed that Ye Tianchen had not resorted to robbery. She exhaled in relief, but soon added, "Xiaocheng, why not keep this house for when you marry? We can continue living in our old home." Sighing inwardly upon hearing his aunt's words, Ye Tianchen could not help but rub his forehead with one hand, quietly lamenting. He understood that his aunt meant well, but her thinking was rather rigid. He promptly responded, "Aunt, this villa is so spacious that even if I were to marry, it would be too large for just the two of us." However, his aunt remained unresponsive. Ye Tianchen realized that unless he presented a more compelling argument, it would be challenging to alter her perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. "Aunt, look, this villa is quite close to the city's esteemed secondary school. If we reside here, we could enroll Xiaoli in that prestigious institution, which would undeniably benefit her education." Indeed, as soon as these words escaped his lips, he deftly captured his aunt's attention. In her heart, Ye Tianchen and Yi Li were her most cherished treasures, and she naturally wished for their well-being. The prospect of enrolling Xiaoli in the city's top school was an opportunity she was unwilling to forego. "Well, all right then," his aunt hesitated before saying, "but let Xiaoli go alone. I want to be accompanying her. I still have work to attend to." However, before she could finish her sentence, Ye Tianchen interrupted her. "What work? Aunt, why not simply resign? I have become quite prosperous and am fully capable of supporting both of you." But his aunt attempted to clarify, yet Ye Tianchen continued, "Moreover, Xiaoli has just entered junior high. She is still quite young. I certainly cannot ensure her well-being alone in an unfamiliar environment. Would you truly feel at ease leaving her in the care of strangers?" Upon hearing this, his aunt began to waver. Ye Tianchen's reasoning was indeed sound. Xiaoli was so young, and she couldn't help but feel anxious about her in an unfamiliar setting. "Well, all right, but if I am to resign, I must first hand over my responsibilities. I cannot simply abandon my duties irresponsibly." Ultimately, his aunt relented, yet she still presented a reasonable condition. "Very well, 3 days then." Ye Tianchen responded without hesitation. "Aunt, it is settled. I shall come to fetch you both within 3 days. However, 3 days may not be sufficient. After all, one must advance to the foundational stage to reflect attributes. while other players have only reached the mid-stage of chi refinement at best. Chapter 61. The Hungry Ghost Reincarnated? Indeed, after hanging up the phone, Ye Tianchen's gaze fell once more upon Xiao Bai. You previously mentioned that during the Foundation establishment period, one could receive a 20-attribute feedback. What if one ascends to a higher realm? Naturally, achieving a higher realm will yield a more formidable strength. Xiao Bai replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this response, Ye Tianchen's expression instantly turned grave. This implied that one's strength was not fixed, even if he was currently powerful. Complacency could lead to being surpassed by others in the future. Thus, to possess sufficient strength to protect his family, he must never cease his pursuit of progress, continuously enhancing his abilities within the realm of myth. However, the gaming helmet I broke renders me unable to enter the game now. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the helmet, Ye Tianchen shook his head in resignation. Never mind, I shall head directly to Legion Garden. The gaming pod should be ready by now. He promptly dialed the landlord's number. Soon after, a series of hurried knocks echoed at the door. Ye Tianchen swiftly opened it, only to find the elderly landlord standing at the threshold, her face a portrait of shock. What on earth have you done? She stammered, visibly shaken by the state of the room. Ye Tianchen felt a twinge of embarrassment at her reaction. After all, he had indeed left the room in complete disarray, somewhat disrespectful to the landlord. I apologize. I will compensate you at market value, he immediately assured her. Upon hearing the promise of compensation, the landlord's expression transformed from dismay to delight, a satisfied smile gracing her features. All right, as long as you compensate, she replied, secretly calculating in her mind that, given the duration of use, she stood to profit handsomely from the full reimbursement. After discussing compensation, Ye Tianchen departed from the rental unit. However, as he stepped onto the street, an unusual sensation surged within him. Previously, he had felt nothing amiss, but now, as his game attributes bled into reality, his instincts sharpened. He immediately sensed several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. This sensation of being surveilled ignited a spark of wariness, prompting him to halt and survey his surroundings. The street bustled with pedestrians, appearing entirely normal. Yet his intuition warned him that the gazes hidden within the crowd were anything but ordinary. Am I being followed? Ye Tianchen pondered quietly. Xiao Bai, can your skills be activated? Yes, master, came the reply. Then utilize wide area vision. Ye Tianchen commanded decisively. In an instant, a virtual mini-map unfurled before his eyes, vividly presenting the surrounding situation. The map was densely populated with yellow dots, each representing the residents on the street and within the neighborhood, their movements traced clearly across the digital landscape. Amidst the myriad of yellow points of light, Ye Tianchen's attention was drawn to several distinct green points. These green lights were conspicuously different from the others. They occupied relatively fixed positions and seemed deliberately to maintain a certain distance from Ye Tianchen. Yellow signified neutral entities, while green represented friendly units, which stirred a sense of suspicion within him. What were these green points? Friends, perhaps? Ye Tianchen promptly made his way toward one of the green lights. Before long, he crossed the street and arrived at a modest restaurant. Through the glass, he observed a middle-aged man seated inside, enjoying a bowl of noodles. According to the small map, this man was indeed one of the green points. However, Ye Tianchen had never encountered this individual before. Entering the restaurant, Ye Tianchen directly sat down across from the man and addressed the owner. Sir, a bowl of beef noodles, please. The owner cheerfully replied, certainly, before turning to bustle in the kitchen. While waiting for his meal, Ye Tianchen scrutinized the man opposite him. He noted the man's robust build and resolute features, exuding an air of stability and reliability. Seizing the moment, Ye Tianchen initiated a conversation. Good morning, sir. You seem quite familiar. What line of work are you in? Good morning, my foot. It's already afternoon. Zhao Gang felt a surge of anxiety. He had come to fulfill a superior's directive to protect a young man, initially believing it to be a straightforward task. Until now, everything had proceeded smoothly without any complications. But what was happening today? The target was seated directly across from him, inquiring about his profession. Had he uncovered something? No, it couldn't be. He was a seasoned operative with over 20 years of experience, having never made a mistake. How could he possibly expose himself so easily? Nevertheless, Zhao Gang was an experienced individual. He quickly steadied himself, reasoning that it might simply be a coincidence. Yes, that had to be it. This lad had merely happened to sit there, unaware of his true identity. Thus, Zhao Gang allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Responding jovially, "Young man, would you believe me if I said I'm an agent?" He found this answer so absurd that he was certain no one would take it seriously. After all, if one were to randomly approach someone on the street claiming to be an agent, it would likely be dismissed as a joke. However, Ye Tianchen's response left Zhao Gang astounded. "I believe you." Ye Tianchen nodded. Although he did not recognize this man, he was affiliated with friendly forces, which was peculiar. It was not entirely impossible for him to be an agent. Haha, young man, you truly have a sense of humor. If I were an actual agent, I would surely be in the United States undertaking covert missions, not here. Zhao Gang chuckled awkwardly, then fell silent, focusing intently on his noodles. Internally, Zhao Gang chastised himself. He could not engage further with Ye Tianchen. Too many words could lead to mistakes. Hastily finishing his noodles to avoid arousing suspicion from the man across the table, Ye Tianchen pondered whether the Eye of Heaven technique, which could not be employed against players in the game, might be applicable to individuals in reality. Surely, he was the only one possessing a player panel in the real world, wasn't he? With this thought, Ye Tianchen promptly activated the Eye of Heaven on the uncle seated before him. Instantly, the man's attributes materialized before his eyes. It truly worked. Ye Tianchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized the uncle's details. Name, Zhao Gang. Affiliation, National Security Bureau of the Great Xia Kingdom. Health, 100 attack power. 60 the National Security Bureau? So he's indeed an agent. Ye Tianchen was momentarily taken aback. This operative had openly revealed his identity. Is this the norm for agents nowadays? Moreover, the man's attack power was quite formidable, half of what Ye Tianchen had upon entering the game. Could it be due to a firearm? This fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he quickly deemed it highly plausible. After all, it seemed rather customary for agents to carry a sidearm. As he considered this, Ye Tianchen discreetly began to observe Zhao Gang. Indeed, he soon detected a slight bulge at the man's waist, the shape and size reminiscent of a handgun. If it truly was a pistol, Ye Tianchen silently calculated, based on the initial data of players within the game. A handgun typically possessed an attack power of around 50 points. A well-placed shot to a vital area could easily dispatch an opponent in an instant. With this realization, Ye Tianchen gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Given his current attributes, it seemed that most firearms in existence would likely be unable to breach his defenses. Yet, this remained merely conjecture. The true nature of the situation required further verification. While Ye Tianchen contemplated these matters, his beef noodles had been prepared. He swiftly devoured them in a few bites, then smiled at Zhao Gang, saying, "Uncle, take your time. I must be on my way." With that, he rose and stepped out the door. Watching Ye Tianchen's retreating figure, Zhao Gang was momentarily stunned. Was this lad truly a ravenous ghost reincarnated? Chapter 62. Not even dogs would play the Riddler. Upon exiting the shop, Ye Tianchen hailed a taxi and directed the driver towards Ye Tianchen. During the journey, he placed a call to Zhao Zilong. "Zilong, pack your things. We shall rendezvous at Ye Tianchen." Zhao Zilong, evidently perplexed by Ye Tianchen's abruptness, inquired, "Huh? Why? What is happening?" Ye Tianchen, pressed for time and unwilling to elaborate, replied hastily, "No need to question the why. I'm currently in a taxi and cannot discuss it now. I will explain everything upon my arrival." After ending the call, Ye Tianchen glanced at the small map before him. He observed that the previously stationary green dots began to move in tandem with his own progress. "They are indeed coming for me," Ye Tianchen mused, his gaze sharpening. Just moments ago, he had harbored uncertainty regarding the intentions of the national security agents, but witnessing this unfolding scene, he had all but concluded that they were indeed tracking him. What makes me so special? Ye Tianchen pondered, reflecting on recent events. In the past, he would have struggled to identify any remarkable traits. He was merely an ordinary university graduate. Yet now he was transformed, endowed with extraordinary powers. Could it be because of this? He contemplated, though a nagging thought lingered. But I have only just begun to manifest these attributes. How could they have found me so swiftly? Thus, Ye Tianchen speculated that these agents had likely been observing him for some time. Could they have anticipated that the mythical game would translate attributes into reality, thus focusing on me, the game's foremost player? This query reverberated in his mind, and the more he considered it, the more it seemed plausible. If they had not known about the game's feedback mechanism, what interest would they have in tracking a mere university student? Contemplating this, Ye Tianchen felt a shiver of trepidation. Fortunately, these individuals belonged to a friendly organization and bore him no ill will. Had their intentions been malicious, he might never have lived to see the day of a tribute manifestation. Nevertheless, the circumstances had shifted. Even in the face of potential hostility, he no longer felt fear. Yet, Ye Tianchen harbored no desire to confront these individuals. Since they posed no threat to him, there was no need to instigate conflict. Until he amassed sufficient strength, it was wiser to remain discreet and bide his time. Was it not more prudent to cultivate his power in silence, evolving into an invincible force? He had witnessed too many tales of those who, upon gaining newfound abilities, recklessly ventured forth, only to meet their demise. Before long, Ye Tianchen arrived at Ye Tianchen. Simultaneously, Zhao Zilong hurriedly approached, laden with his belongings. Brother Chun, what on earth is going on? Why the urgent summons? And why must I bring my luggage? Zhao Zilong gazed at Ye Tianchen, confusion writ large upon his face. Let's discuss inside, Ye Tianchen replied. Ye Tianchen's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of mystery as he turned to lead Zhao Zigung into the villa. Upon entering the living room, without uttering a word, Ye Tianchen strode directly to the fish tank and retrieved a smooth pebble from within. He cradled the stone in his palm, applying a firm pressure, which was followed by a sharp cracking sound. To Zhao Zigung's astonishment, Ye Tianchen released his grip, revealing that the once impervious pebble had disintegrated into a fine powder, cascading onto the floor. Wow, 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 Zhao Zigung exclaimed, his shot propelling him upward, his eyes wide as saucers. Surely, that was a pebble, not tofu. Observing Zhao Zigung's reaction, Ye Tianchen stifled a chuckle, maintaining a calm smile. Would you like to learn? Brother, I wish to learn. Zhao Zigung replied without hesitation, his eyes shimmering with excitement. You wish to learn? Then I shall teach you. Ye Tianchen's smile radiated even more brightly. Is it true? My adoptive father, please accept my humble bow. Zhao Zigung exclaimed, his enthusiasm akin to that of a child, as he suddenly embraced Ye Tianchen's leg. Yet, Ye Tianchen burst into laughter, gently pushing him away. Huh, just kidding, you can't learn this. At these words, Zhao Zigung's expression fell, resembling a deflated balloon. He released Ye Tianchen's leg and, with a hint of disappointment, inquired, Brother Chun, what kind of skill is this? Is it Qigong? Ye Tianchen offered a faint smile, then recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhao Zigung. In the films he had watched, there were always enigmatic figures who held crucial information yet remained silent, often leading to dire consequences for those around them. Ye Tianchen was determined to avoid such tragedies, so he willingly shared everything he knew with Zhao Zigung. Nobody should be an enigma. What? Game attributes translate to reality? Upon hearing Ye Tianchen's words, Zhao Zigung's eyes widened. Brother Chun, you can't be serious. Have you eaten too much? Unfazed by Zhao Zigung's skepticism, Ye Tianchen maintained a serious demeanor. Do I appear to be joking? As Zhao Zigung observed Ye Tianchen's earnest expression, he felt a knot form in his stomach. The glimmer of hope he had harbored began to fade, and he found himself compelled to accept this seemingly absurd reality. He swallowed hard, his voice quivering slightly as he asked, Brother Chun, what should I do next? Isn't that obvious? We must seize the opportunity to level up and strive to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Ye Tianchen replied without hesitation. While we do not seek conflict, we shall not tolerate being bullied. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can we ensure we are not subjected to humiliation. You are right. Brother Chun, Zhao Zigung nodded vigorously. Rest assured, This time I will not log off until I reach the foundation establishment stage. That may not be necessary. Ye Tianchen waved his hand and suggested, you should first bring your parents over to prevent any potential chaos later. As for the reason, you may think of one yourself. Indeed, Brother Chun, you are quite considerate, Zhao Zilong exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I'll call my parents right away. With that, he picked up his phone and dialed his parents' number. By the way, Ye Tianchen added, while Zhao Zilong was on the phone, I will transfer you 10 million later. Use it to purchase equipment and strive to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. He felt no hesitation about the sum. Should chaos truly ensue, the financial system might face catastrophic repercussions, rendering that money as worthless as scrap paper, even if it retained some value. Earning money would be a simple endeavor once one possessed strength. Therefore, it was wiser to spend that money sooner rather than later. Zhao Zilong felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Ye Tianchen's words. This was 10 million. An ordinary person could hardly amass such a fortune in a lifetime. Yet, Ye Tianchen had unreservedly offered it to him. All right, Zhao Zilong replied without hesitation, accepting the offer wholeheartedly. If all of this were genuine, he could always repay slowly in the future. With that, he proceeded to call his parents. Meanwhile, Ye Tianchen reclined in the gaming pod and entered the game.